Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 551, 343, Manifestation of Divinity, Startling Upheaval. Chapter 551, Chapter 343, Manifestation of Divinity, Startling Upheaval. Of course, the main thing is, all these great divine power users have probably tried to deduce it, but none of them have deduced who Old Bull really is or where he is. After all, it was a painting personally made by Zhang Yuanzi. As his thoughts turned, more great divine power users personally arrived, and through the words of these disciples from Tenluk, Zhang Fuxing got a brief understanding. As Zhang Fuxing mumbled to himself, his gaze focused on a great divine power user dressed in a white robe. By his side, Meng Tianhe was introducing. That person is a big figure from the Six Paths prison, working alongside the chief director. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, staring at that figure in white quietly, looking into its cause and effect, tracing back, though his eyes began to burn with pain. He vaguely saw an immensely majestic figure, the so-called chief director. The majestic figure appeared blurry and indistinct, as if standing atop countless soul spirits, his body adorned with massive chains. Just when Zhang Fuxing wanted to take a closer look, he saw that majestic figure suddenly turn around. It was searching for, pursuing the gaze that was peering into him. Fear chilled Zhang Fuxing's heart as he hastily averted his gaze, prepared to trigger all things are void. Fortunately, the other side was within the Six Paths prison, seemingly under some sort of restriction, and seemingly not skilled in the Tao of cause and effect, so they hadn't truly traced back to him. This guy, is he merely above the level of great divine power users? A chill ran down Zhang Fuxing's spine. Even the celestial venerate-level existence he saw in Guanghan Palace back then was nowhere near as formidable as this one. A Daluo? No. It's a Daluo who seems trapped and heavily limited. Zhang Fuxing instinctively licked his dry lips, his expression gravely serious beyond words. He was trapped and heavily restricted, but not one who's merely astray will like the Northern Emperor. In the present world, is there truly a Daluo stationed here? His heartbeat quietly accelerated. A soft voice suddenly came to his ear. It was Ruan Yutu asking. Zhang Fuxing snapped back to reality, waved his hand, and replied in a low voice. The beads of sweat on his forehead instantly evaporated, disappearing into the void. Meng Tianhe, who was beside him, evidently also noticed Zhang Fuxing's abnormality, slightly squinting his eyes, ready to probe by asking. A dignified voice echoed across the entire testing ground. It was Yellow Teeth Old Man, standing on a high platform, speaking. The instruments arranged around the testing ground were activated. Everyone watched curiously, able to see four massive discs appearing on the metallic ground of the testing ground. In the sky above, there was a continuous roar. A fleet of aerospace ships and starships was coming. Someone whispered. Zhang Fuxing looked over. The aerospace ships and starships landed, and the biochemical humans from the farming planets walked into the testing ground with vacant eyes, each holding a blade, standing on the metal ground, then raised the blades to cut their wrists and pierce their hearts. Rows of biochemical humans fell to the ground. Then came the second batch, the third batch, the fourth batch. The metal ground piled up with thick corpses. Large amounts of blood flowed into the four massive discs. Zhang Fuxing heard one researcher after another loudly reporting something. Soon, the four large discs began to glow. Real humans were pushed into the testing ground, seeming to be criminals, numbering about 1,000, also used as offerings. Ruan Yutu turned her head aside, unable to bear it, softly saying, "The latter part, what's the difference from an evil cult?" remained stuck in her throat, unspoken. Zhang Fuxing also let out a subtle sigh. At this moment, a researcher shouted loudly. Zhang Fuxing looked over, able to see the penetrating light crossing the edge of the real universe, entering the great void, then directly entering the different dimension. The penetrating light in this small testing ground on the mother star, and the supreme saint's celestial position anchored in the different dimension, established a brief channel. Yellow-teeth old man was stern, standing before an instrument through the temporary channel, questioning the supreme saint's celestial position. His deep voice reverberated, holding something unclear in his hand. After asking about that dark item delivered and the tasks assigned by the Meng ancestor, Yellow-teeth old man posed his own question. Third question: is the original ancestor of the human race? 3 questions, entering the penetrating light, directly striking the different dimension, straight to the mysterious location of the great success Four-Teacher Supreme, Saint's celestial position. Zhang Fuxing's heart moved. This was the moment. Chapter 552, 343. Manifestation of the Sage, Shocking Change. Chapter 552. Chapter 343. Manifestation of the Sage, Shocking Change. He teleported into the different dimension with a single thought, then into the great void, merging with his true spirit entrusted within the different dimension and great void. Suddenly, in the great void, fully great true man abruptly opened his eyes, gazing intently at the celestial light between the real universe and the different dimension. Following the beam of light, he sought the location of the supreme saint's celestial position. Yet, something strange occurred. The supreme saint's celestial position was clearly within the different dimension, with the celestial light beam directly connected to it. Yet, somehow, it cannot be located there. Fully great true man was perplexed, keenly aware that many usurpers of the celestial positions were tracing the supreme saint's celestial position just like him, and it was evidently not the first time they had tried. Yet clearly they all failed in the end. The supreme saint's celestial position seemed to exist in a profound and indescribable place, a place that could not be pinpointed precisely. Fully great true man refused to believe this, and as the supreme saint's celestial position borrowed the celestial light to deliver answers to the experiment grounds in the celestial capital, he radiated light all around, exerting his fundamental great power, forcefully approaching that celestial light. At the same moment, in testing field number 1 of the Imperial City's General Research Institute, the little dragon man pointed at the celestial vault at the celestial light, exclaiming in surprise. Under the distortion of light and shadow, the infinitely long celestial light beam could be seen directly in its entirety by the naked eye, allowing everyone to see the illusory, ethereal, and infinitely majestic supreme saint's celestial position through the celestial light. And at this moment, they also saw an awe-inspiring silhouette step by step closing in on the celestial light beam. In the celestial vault, the goddess, who is the current head of the observatory at the great divine power level, sneered. Another fool overestimating themselves. The sacrificial light passage is tainted with the power of the supreme saint's celestial position. The indifferent voice echoed and reverberated, and under the distortion of light and shadows, the awe-inspiring silhouette approaching the sacrificial light passage was clearly seen. It was an infinitely majestic being, cloaked in 36 colors of light, surrounded by boundless primordial cloud, as vast as an entire universe. The breaths of Zhuge Yui and Sima sure suddenly became rapid. Just by gazing at that awe-inspiring silhouette, a bizarre sense of horror welled up in their hearts, as if that figure itself was cause and effect. No, not only that, and at this moment, their shuddering surpassed that of the other noble family's offspring. It's Zhuge Yui's scalp went numb, instantly recognizing that majestic silhouette. It was clearly the terrifying presence from last night in the Taiping Taoist temple. Yes, it's him, but there seemed to be something slightly different. In the celestial vault, there were divine spirits who were puzzled. What happened? It's as if he is the man within all of us. Amidst bewilderment and shock, the gods above and the people below all saw clearly that awe-inspiring silhouette, cloaked in 36 colors of light, suddenly erupted with blazing fire clouds, illuminating the great void. And then, that silhouette, that boundless silhouette akin to a great universe, entered the sacrificial light passage without any hindrance. It seemed the Supreme Saint's celestial position did not make things difficult for him, nor did it punish the transgressor as usual. All the great divine power users seated above the testing ground turned pale. Even the usually calm Meng Qingtian was startled to his feet. All the gods raised their heads. All the gods gazed upward, gazing at that majestic silhouette. Amidst the gaze of countless eyes, the awe-inspiring silhouette stood within the sacrificial light passage, blocking between the Supreme Saint's celestial position and the mother planet. And then he looked back. He was directly overlooking the Supreme Saint celestial position, attempting a perspective that no living being had ever tried, to gaze at the true location of the Supreme Saint celestial position. It was a void within the different dimension, yet not within the different dimension, encased in countless soul spirits. The ever-evolving supreme entity was a shadow entwined with chains. This time, fully great true man saw it clearly. It was the Six Paths prison. To be precise, it was the Six Paths of reincarnation. Fully great true man, or rather, Zhang Fuxing. He also saw that the Supreme Saint celestial position, seemingly existing in the different dimension, was just suppressed under the Six Paths of reincarnation. Yet was not only the Supreme Saint celestial position being suppressed. There was also a silhouette, a stagnant, roaring silhouette, also firmly suppressed by the Six Paths of reincarnation. It was a monkey. A monkey. The purple gold crown with wind wings on the monkey's head was crooked, the chain golden armor on its body shattered, and the cloud-stepping lotus silk shoes it wore were missing one. At this moment frozen in a skyward roaring posture, hands raised high in a virtual grip, unmoving. The great sage equal to heaven, standing within the sacrificial light passage, Zhang Fuxing, who was terrifying and feared by great divine power users and the gods, suddenly felt his mouth dry. The gods outside the sacrificial light passage could only see the Supreme Saint celestial position. Only he saw the whole picture. Similarly, the being entwined with chains, the chains nailed within the Six Paths of reincarnation, also saw Zhang Fuxing, saw fully great true man. That ancient being spoke, its voice like a grand bell, yet only Zhang Fuxing could hear it. Just now, it was you peering at me, peering through cause and effect. The towering voice pierced Zhang Fuxing's eardrums, and that ancient being shrouded in vast mist also gradually became clear. Then, he extended a hand, one so immensely large it encompassed time immemorial, covering endless epochs, delved into the sacrificial light passage, gently brushed. Thus, in the sight lines of those at the testing ground, the gods, that awe-inspiring silhouette standing between the Supreme Saint's celestial position and the celestial capital, simply vanished into thin air. The goddess asked, but no one could provide answers. The answers from the Supreme Saint's celestial position, embodied in decrees, descended successfully, being deciphered by various researchers. So, in this moment, on the ground, Ruan Yutu asked softly, observing the sweat reappearing on the forehead of the youth in hemp clothing. The young man's expression shifted before settling into calm, murmuring deeply. His slightly lowered head raised slightly. Ruan Yutu saw his pupils and the fleeting scene mirrored within them. It was the awe-inspiring silhouette, the 36 colors of light, the chains, the ancient being. That scene existed only for a moment, seemingly an illusion. Yet it was definitely not an illusion. Ruan Yutu's scalp tingled, seeing the young man in hemp clothing close his eyes again. Thus, at this very moment, in the Six Paths prison, the majestic one opened his eyes, directly confronting the ancient being. Chapter 553, 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor's Projection. Chapter 553. Chapter 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor's Projection, Celestial Capital. Testing ground. No one noticed the young man with drooping head and closed eyes, wearing coarse hemp clothes. Everyone's attention was focused on the answer descended from the Supreme Saint Celestial Position. A researcher was shouting, "The Supreme Saint Celestial Position is so elevated that even the decree providing the answer is unbelievably weighty. If allowed to descend, the entire celestial capital would be in grave danger." Conducting the first safety scan, accompanied by the shout of a highly esteemed researcher, a large amount of text information was decoded. He looked at the feedback of the Supreme Saint Celestial Position, his breathing rapid. In the celestial vault, terrifying divine spirits momentarily did not ponder over where the grand silhouette had gone. Their gaze fell downwards, all looking at the fragment of the divination cups in the hands of the yellow-teethed old man. The researcher continued, narrating loudly. According to the Supreme Saint Celestial Position, this fragment, when it was still a complete divination cup, was used to cast and question. The Supreme? What is that? The faces of many people flashed with confusion. For this era, even the Daluo was uncertainly existent, a realm of conjecture and guesswork. The Supreme, above Daluo, even more so, had no clue. The goddess furrowed her brows, her graceful figure reflecting brilliantly in the radiant light of the Tsangqian. She whispered. Beside her, another great divine power user spoke in a deep voice. The celestial vault fell silent. Is it above Daluo? In the silence, the researcher continued interpreting the decree of the Supreme Saint Celestial Position, still narrating loudly. His breath suddenly became rapid. It was, and the Supreme chose to compromise. Loud voice echoed throughout the testing ground. All the gods changed color, and all the people on the ground looked at each other. Compel question? Confused, Meng Tina spoke. The Supreme, what exactly is it? He subconsciously glanced at the hemp-clad young man, slightly stunned. The other party had lowered his head, seemingly resting with eyes closed. Meng Tianhe raised an eyebrow, still wanting to shout, even planning to step forward and pat Zhang Fuxing's shoulder, but was stopped by Ruan Yutu raising his hand. Ruan Yutu's cold voice was like pearls dropping on a jade plate, awakening many thoughtful and pondering children of noble families nearby. Zhuge Yui, Sima sure cast their eyes. Even the noble lady of the Zhang family looked curiously. Meng Tianhe raised his eyebrows, waving his folding fan. He, however, did not delve deeper, still pondering what exactly the Supreme is. At this moment in the sky, a divine spirit suggested, wasn't an old-world true spirit released some time ago? Meng Qingtian, seated and thoughtful, with the booming voice of Meng Qingtian echoing across the celestial vault. In just a moment, immortal light descended from the sky. The children of the 10 families stared in awe, only to see an elegant middle-aged man stepping on the sky, holding a treasure tower in his hand. When Kong Shentong arrived, the second decree had also begun to relay back. He patiently listened to the god's narration and then focused his gaze slightly. After pondering for a moment, Kong Shentong waved his hand. As he spoke, he activated the exquisite treasure tower in his hand, which radiated light. As a true spirit was reflected and appeared, looking confused. Clearly he was dozing off. Another round of hasty narration ensued. Neza true spirit quietly listened, and his gaze fell on a fragment of the divination cups in the hands of the yellow-teethed old man, causing a storm of shock in his heart. What is meant by compelling the Supreme? What is meant by making demands? What is meant by the Supreme also compromising? Despite being alarmed, his face betrayed no hint of anything, maintaining a very calm and composed demeanor. The Supreme represents those who, after burning themselves limitlessly, have exhausted their potential and can make no further progress in life. Neza true spirit elaborated off the cuff. He smiled slyly, laying a trap for these divine spirits, foreseeing that as the era of great contention begins, more and more things related to the Supreme will emerge. And by that time, Neza true spirit glanced around, looking at these divine spirits who nodded in sudden realization, his face beaming with an even brighter smile. Chapter 554, 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor Projection _2. Chapter 554. Chapter 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor Projection _2. Some divine spirits also frowned, thinking it was not worthwhile for the chief dean to waste the rare opportunity to ask such a question. Only the yellow-teethed old man felt something was amiss. He raised his head, gazing at the seemingly innocent porcelain doll, his mind riddled with doubts. This fellow, why does it not seem so innocent? This was the first thing given by that terrifying, demonic presence. Is the Supreme truly so unremarkable? He didn't quite believe it, but did not voice it, merely keeping it in mind silently. A researcher shouted, "This treasure is called the Map of Mountains and Rivers, and its location." The divine spirits turned pale, distorting time and reality. Is there truly such a supreme treasure in the world? Every gaze, however, turned toward the porcelain doll. Nez's true spirit also felt a storm rising in his heart. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. The Empress's map of mountains and rivers. He suppressed the intense palpitation in his heart and said again with an unchanged expression. The gods looked at each other. A treasure capable of distorting time. Why does it seem insignificant from this old world true spirit's words? Kong Shintong frowned and asked. This time, Nez's true spirit spoke frankly. Not many, but definitely not few either. The divine spirits were once again in uproar. Daluo really exists. But many divine spirits shook their heads, sighing. Only a very few deities had expressions that were strangely peculiar, but did not expose the absurdity in the porcelain doll's words. They knew how extraordinary the map of mountains and rivers truly was, but the pathway through which they understood it could not be spoken of. For example, the old world true spirit from the Mandala lineage's tributor, or the true spirit from the Western sect's tributor. The researcher was the last to call out. The divine spirits again lowered their gaze, and the 10 looked disciples, who were previously gossiping, also cast their gaze. The researcher, staring at the interpretation results on the screen, became visibly fearful and spoke slowly. The original ancestor of the human race that the chief dean inquired about. The clear voice echoed, and the goddess, standing above the celestial vault, frowned and asked. The researcher's heart trembled as he licked his dry lips, but where here refers to whether the celestial capital or the imperial city is unclear. The test field fell silent. Human race. Ancestor. This time, Nez's true spirit was also moved, his gaze scanning around. There were many ancestors of the human race, the first batch molded by the Empress's own hands. All of them were ancestors of the human race. But if crowned with the words original ancestor, that cannot be certain. Moreover, every ancestor of the human race was far from ordinary. Nez's true spirit let out an imperceptible breath. A thought emerged in his heart. So, is it the Swearin clan or the Yuchao clan? Or perhaps Grandmaster Xuandu? As thoughts twisted, following a moment of deathly silence. Above the celestial vault, among the deities, one terrifying thought after another suddenly swept forth, enveloping and sealing the entire test field. The goddess spoke in a deep voice, utilizing her authority as the head of the observatory, ancestor of the human race. She was issuing decrees, mobilizing the authority of the head of the observatory, invoking the great formation that enveloped the celestial capital. The goddess's gaze was extremely sharp, the observatory being the second of the 9 departments, just behind the 6th path department. And as the head of the observatory, her status, authority, and resources at her disposal surpassed many great divine power users. At this moment, the goddess surveyed around, then suddenly seemed to remember something, looked at the yellow-teethed old man. Speaking of which, Dean Ming, the name left by the ancestor of the human race recorded at the root base. The bewildered gods suddenly paused, turning their gaze. The intrigued, restless 10 looked disciples did the same, looking curiously at the chief dean. And among the researchers, A certain girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Her gaze began scanning across the test field. Then, it was at this moment, the yellow-teethed old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "On the root base, the inscription left by the ancestor of the human race. The inscription reads," the low voice spread through the area. Yuan Yutu's pupils contracted suddenly. Nez's true spirit was taken aback. Zhang Fushan? After a moment of silence. In the sky, Meng Qingtian suddenly spoke with suspicion. Chapter 555, 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor Projection _3. Chapter 555. Chapter 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor Projection _3. The sound of doubt echoed, and the old bull shrouded in red mist widened his eyes. The gods first fell silent, and then paled in unison. The divine spirits, who had just opposed the words of the goddess, cried out and asserted, "The world honored one Tathagata from the other shore world." The gods exchanged glances, and then unanimously cast their gaze toward the ground. One after another, powerful strands of divine thought scanned, and then all these divine thoughts unexpectedly focused on the same person. A venerate reached out, pointing at the robed young man with his head lowered and eyes closed. The gods' gazes all directed toward him simultaneously. Within the experiment field, the 10 disciples, researchers, and others all turned their eyes to this robed young man. Sweat dripped from Yuan Yutu's forehead as she managed to take a step forward and spoke hoarsely. A grand and vast voice descended from the celestial vault as a divine spirit, majestic like the scorching sun, solemnly spoke. With the words of the great power, the expression of the gods in the sky grew increasingly solemn. As Meng Tianhe swallowed nervously, the noble Lady Zhang cast a glance filled with suspicion, and Chui Luduo and others appeared dumbfounded, whereas the elder of the Chui family, knowing a bit of the truth, felt a boom in his mind. He looked at the one divine deity after another like the great sun in the sky, looked at the goddess pacing down with furrowed brows, and felt a single thought in his heart. It's over. This time, it's truly over. A cry resounded from afar. A mighty warrior raised a mirror, riding on clouds, rushing over. The goddess, cautious and vigilant, gazed intently on the seemingly unremarkable robed young man, and solemnly spoke. Both divine mirrors had reached the sky. A great divine power user quietly unfolded, each standing at an end of the celestial vault, silently and invisibly, forming what seemed to be arrays of slaughter and trapping, while on the horizon there was still more light. More divine spirits, more great divine power users were stepping forward. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, ready to break. Meng Qingtian suddenly spoke, solemnly issuing a decree, quietly and temporarily altering the basic rules within the experiment field. Thus, within the realm of the experiment field, the concept of escape techniques ceased to exist. No flying allowed here. Another great divine power user declared, establishing another iron rule, causing all gods to descend from the celestial vault to the ground. From a distance, it looked as if the suns were falling, vast and magnificent. One divine power user, after another spoke, opening the ancestral acupoint at their brows, setting an iron rule targeting the world-honored one Tathagata. In each declaration, one rule after another was established, albeit temporarily and not permanently altering, but already causing the entire trial field's Tao laws to become chaotic, until the final voice, coming from the horizon. The senior officer of the War Department, with full white hair, rode the clouds, and as he approached the trial field, the clouds scattered beneath his feet, forcing him to descend from the celestial vault to the ground. And at this moment, all concealment techniques dissipated. Yet the robed young man remained unchanged, but instead, a silhouette shrouded in red mist truly emerged, causing the divine spirits to look on with curious glances. It was that arrogant, overbearing new legislator. Therefore, could he really be a bull? The red mist had cleared. The silhouette had revealed itself, and any concealed disguise had also vanished, showing its true form. A gigantic Red Bull. Kong Shintong's eyelids twitched violently, swallowing hard. He recognized this bull. That day, the bull under Laozi's seat. The Red Bull, furious and embarrassed. What are you staring at? The divine spirits withdrew their gazes. And Kong Shintong also refrained from speaking out. All beings, all deities just cast their gaze back again. At this moment, the 10 disciples and others had already retreated far away, on a vast open ground. Only the robed young man with his head lowered and eyes closed, and the ethereal, immortal-like girl remained standing. The goddess spoke in a low voice. The arrays of slaughter and trapping were set. Today, if indeed the world-honored one Tathagata was present in the experiment field, no matter what, he couldn't escape. She spoke indifferently, raising the demon-exposing mirror. The demon-exposing mirror, personally activated by the head of the observatory, was naturally incomparable to the one casually used upon entering the capital. Thus, with divine light penetrating through, the robed young man and the immortal-like girl's figures were captured by the demon-exposing mirror, reflected in the mirror. Hunting the world-honored one should be today. A divine spirit spoke thus. At this moment, within the Six Paths prison, the startling changes in the experiment field were only slightly sensed by Zhang Fuxing. After all, most of his thoughts were being entangled here. The 6 paths of reincarnation slowly revolved, with countless soul spirits rising and falling within, chains emitting brilliant light, and the pressed-down figures of the great sage equal to heaven, supreme, saint celestial position, both unmoving. Chapter 556, 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor's Projection, 4. Chapter 556. Chapter 344. Hunting the World Venerate? Celestial Emperor's Projection, 4. And that ancient being had already walked out of the mist, standing right in front of Zhang Fuxing. The ancient being was of immeasurable height, wearing a half-Taoist robe, a half-Taoist temple atop his head. Even the whisk in his hand was half-length. Zhang Fuxing licked his dry lips, staring at this terrifying existence of unknown rank. The half-Taoist robe was stained with filth, while the other half of the body without the robe was riddled with scars, even oozing blood. The ancient being calmly questioned. Zhang Fuxing's body was tense, his expression extremely solemn, yet suddenly relaxed with a smile. He exhaled. 36 colors of light drifted behind him, the primordial cloud slowly flowing. The ancient being did not answer, quietly gazing at the fully great true man before him, as though trying to see through and comprehend him. Moments passed. He spoke lightly. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The ancient being chuckled lightly. Chaos swirled in his eyes. Zhang Fuxing's heart chilled. The person in front of him addressed the Supremes as Taoist friends. He calmed his thoughts, staring at the ancient being. Your plight seems better compared to Sun Monkey and the Supreme Saint Celestial position. As he spoke, Zhang Fuxing reached out and pointed at the chains on the ancient being. Those chains were entwined around him. The other ends were connected to the 6 paths of reincarnation. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing continued. In this way, it seems that Taoist friend is not the Supreme, but a Daoyuo. The ancient being smiled softly. Zhang Fuxing did not answer, instead said, "One question, one answer." The ancient being gazed indifferently at Zhang Fuxing. "Young one, how can you call me a Taoist friend?" The chains shook, celestial might surged, crashing towards Zhang Fuxing like waves. The latter's breath halted. The operation of the fully body became arduous, and breath and heartbeat stopped abruptly. Yet Zhang Fuxing was not startled. He remained calm, speaking in a deep voice. "You bear heavy hostility." The ancient being counter-questioned. Zhang Fuxing frankly shook his head. On the ancient being's face appeared a mocking smile. He spoke calmly. "The true name from the old world is unreachable." The mocking expression on his face slowly faded, narrating calmly. Zhang Fuxing smiled. The ancient being was stunned, evidently did not expect such vulgar words to come from this person's mouth. After momentary silence, he said lightly. Zhang Fuxing chuckled, sizing up the ancient being, observing his somewhat ethereal body, keenly noticing in the wounds of this mysterious existence those flowing radiances akin to moving glows. 6 Ding divine fire. He furrowed his brows. The ancient being squinted his eyes. You even recognize 6 Ding divine fire? After a brief pause, he spoke nonchalantly. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback, yet before he could speak, the ancient being continued. He sneered. Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched wildly. 8 trigrams furnace in Dola Palace? He stared at the ancient being, feeling incredulous. The ancient being shook his head calmly. I never considered proving the supreme. I told you, I lost, yet also won. This mysterious existence seemed not to have spoken freely for many years, now delightedly sharing his achievements with Zhang Fuxing, his hands held behind his back. Many Daluo say that to oppose the supreme, one must first prove the supreme, and to prove the supreme, one must first conform to the supreme. He chuckled coldly, pointing at himself. What I sought was to be split into 2, severing the connection with Taiching. As he spoke, the ancient being raised his head, laughing wantonly. Zhang Fuxing listened silently, shook his head silently. He spoke with empathy. His airy words resounded like mighty bells, deafening. The ancient being was momentarily stunned, firmly asserting. Zhang Fuxing looked at him, already recognizing his identity. Moments earlier, he went to the upper stream of time, saw creatures upstream. He also visited the backside of the divine realm, saw the head of the Eastern Emperor. After a sigh, Zhang Fuxing spoke with empathy. Airy words like rolling thunder shook the ancient being into a stupor, yet he suddenly erupted in rage. You, brat, are disturbing my Tao. The ancient being abruptly went insane. The chains trembled, the 6 paths roared, along with the entire space housing the 6 paths prison and the entire celestial capital, all roared together. Zhang Fuxing merely pointed. The sound of flowing water arose. A phantom river of time appeared behind him, upon which stood a grand palace. Inside the palace sat a figure coughing violently. That figure seemed to be suffering immense backlash and grave wounds. The furious ancient being fell silent, staring at the projected phantom river of time, staring at the upstream of the river of time. He asked in a deep voice, Chapter 557, 345, Daluo bows and greeting, today I walk free from prison. Chapter 557, Chapter 345, Daluo bows in greeting, today I walk free from prison, celestial capital. Testing grounds. In the void beyond the sight of ordinary people, iron laws hung in this place, shining like shadowy glows. The gods walked upon the earth, and phenomena, auspicious signs flowed across the land. The snake woman raised the suspended mirror, her face as cold as frost, while the deities here were spectators, secretly gathering momentum and strength. Once the world-honored one Buddha is truly discovered, it is foreseeable that a fierce battle will break out, followed by a bloody hunt. Yet none dare guarantee their own survival against the desperate counterattack of the world venerate. A great power looked towards the observatory chief who was holding the divine mirror, speaking in a deep voice. The gods remained silent, all secretly preparing themselves. Right at this moment, the demon-revealing mirror emitted heavenly light, about to envelop the young man in linen and the immortal girl bowing their heads. Suddenly, the earth shook and thunder rolled. The celestial vault was torn apart. The earth trembled, the thunder roared, and the entire capital swayed. Some deities questioned in shock, glancing around, and soon all present gods, along with those invisible divine spirits, spontaneously looked toward a certain spot on the floating island. There, space rippled visibly, with the faint rotation of the 6 paths. Is it the 6 paths prison? A venerate murmured. The goddess holding the suspended mirror paused, waiting until the shaking of the 6 paths prison hidden in the folded void ceased, before exhaling. The gods looked at each other in dismay, yet saw the goddess once more urging the demon-revealing mirror. Bright light shone forth. Under the demon-revealing mirror, all changes and concealments can be revealed, exposing true forms, revealing true gods. Thus, many gazes converged and locked in, causing the little dragon man, Meng Tianhe, and others to breathe slightly faster. Chui Luduo still found it hard to believe, doubting that the fellow would be the legendary world venerate. Yet at this moment, both figures, within the light of the demon-revealing mirror, began to transform. A divine spirit spoke in confusion. Zhuge Yui gazed into the distance, looking at the two figures in the clearing, observing the immortal-like girl under the demonic mirror, whose body was shrouded in a faint layer of purple aura. The purple aura drifted, revealing true form. Though the appearance changed, it remained an exceptionally beautiful, immortal-like visage. No recognition. Among all present beings, whether human or god, almost everyone failed to recognize the immortal-like girl before them, except for three exceptions. One was Old Bull, whose pupils constricted abruptly. Another was Kong Shintong, immediately identifying the girl who had followed beside Laozi that day. And the third was the just-arrived golden armor venerate, showing an expression of shock. Is it Wan Yutu, Old Su's disciple? Why is she here? If she is here, then this young man in linen. Is he truly Zhang Fuxing? Is he indeed the blessed life Buddha, ancestor of the human race? As thoughts surged, the golden armor divine spirit looked at the young man in linen, bewildered. The young man's appearance was unchanged, yet under the demon-revealing mirror, he became ghostly, a shadow, a trace. Just like bright sunlight shining down upon broadleaf trees, shattered into fragmented shades by the swaying myriad leaves. The young man in linen under the mirror's light blurred out like ink spreading in water. His edges became indistinct. The War Department head frowned. The observing true spirit Neza instinctively narrowed his eyes. Only he recognized it. A shadow trace. The great divine techniques leaving traces in reality when manifested. Such great divine techniques were rare even during the prosperous years of the old world, something even many Daluo couldn't grasp. Yet appearing unexpectedly now, with thoughts racing, Neza naturally wouldn't clarify for these fellows, merely tightening his lips, watching coldly. The goddess holding the suspended mirror also furrowed her brow. He pondered, continuing to urge the demon-revealing mirror, until the young man's figure blurred even further, almost becoming indistinct as a human-shaped shadow. Another divine spirit frowned, then suggested, "The demon-revealing mirror exposes true forms, uncovers concealment and change, whereas the Haotian mirror reveals past, fate, cause, and effect." Unperturbed, the goddess nodded, then activated the Haotian mirror, this supreme treasure emitting life-light and casting splendid immortal hues. Ruan Yutu breathed rapidly, feeling all her interactions revealed, past events fleeting quickly within the Haotian mirror. A divine spirit exclaimed in wonder. Such a fate? Another divine spirit caught a glimpse of the purple bamboo forest reflected in the Haotian mirror, snorting, "It's Su Qinswan from the Golden Province." The white-haired elder serving as War Department head frowned, his expression turning callous. "There's a rebellion in the Golden Province, so the War Department is currently planning to suppress several rebellious provinces." The goddess suddenly frowned. He was puzzled, as content in the Haotian mirror appeared fragmented, blurred, obscured by a layer of purple aura. Neza true spirit's pupils contracted. This is merit purple chi? Such dense merit purple chi. Merit purple chi, protecting the true self, boundless in wondrous uses, altering destiny, enhancing life plates, concealing the past, confounding celestial secrets. Neza's eyes spun round and round, pondering silently. Chapter 558, 345, Daluo bows in salute. Now, I am released from prison, Part 2. Chapter 558, Chapter 345, Duo bows in salute. Now, I am released from prison. Part 2. The goddess's expression returned to calmness, casually remarking as she once again activated the Haotian mirror, directing it towards the young man in linen garments. What appeared in the mirror was a series of indistinct, blurry figures. It could not reveal past lives, illuminate history, penetrate cause and effect, or expose fate. What could be reflected were merely clusters of vague figures. After which, these shadowy figures all collapsed with a boom, collapsing into an extremely tiny, extremely reclusive point. The people and deities in the testing ground exchanged glances. Neza looked up, utterly shocked. A phrase flashed through his mind, taught by his master in the past. So, this is the primordial celestial venerate of Fuli, who is beyond the primordial celestial venerable, the fully Taoist venerate. Coldness crept into his heart. Neza's eyes filled with horror. And at this moment, the goddess's face was frosty. She employed her true essence, utilized the Tao she had comprehended, and activated the celestial secret formation set up by the observatory in the celestial capital for support. The Haotian mirror shimmered, a faint sound of rivers, manifesting a brilliant light. An unexpected scene unfolded. Under the Haotian mirror, the divine light shone ahead, yet that young man in linen garments quietly dissolved like ink, disappearing without a trace. Only a pool of shadow remained on the ground. Aside from this, there was no trace left. Di quilludo murmured in disbelief. The testing ground became deathly silent, countless people exchanging looks. After a prolonged silence, a deity softly spoke thus. Many eyes focused on the girl who seemed like an immortal, Ruan Yutu's face turning ghostly pale. At this moment, in the Six Paths prison, Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted, suddenly sensing. One of his shadow traces had dissipated. Precisely the form of the young man in linen garments at the testing ground. Tracing the source, it was not due to external forces that it dissipated, but rather the self-preservation capability of flying shadow trace. Moments ago, it seemed something had pierced through the shadow's veil, attempting to trace the true form no longer present in reality via the shadow. Thus, that locked shadow autonomously dissipated to protect the essence of my true form. The wonder of this flying shadow trace is indeed marvelous. As thoughts turned, his throat itched fiercely, as though his organs were burning violently, the soul shaking and cracking. Almost simultaneously, a cough resounded, one from the upper stream being suffering severe repercussions, the other from Zhang Fuxing. He too was enduring backlash, bearing immense pressure. To reflect the river of time, along with the palace and beings upon it, such immense pressure was beyond what he could bear. In truth, if it were not for the upper stream being voluntarily bearing most of the pressure, Zhang Fuxing might have already been crushed. At this moment, the ancient being's expression changed first, then fixated intensely on the illusory long river. Staring at the upper stream being, he suddenly sneered, speaking coldly. The ancient being quietly looked at Zhang Fuxing. You should not have chosen the Celestial Emperor as a guise. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, looking towards the illusory being at the upper stream, smiling as he spoke. The upper stream being appeared somewhat helpless, shrugging his shoulders. 10,000 generations of planning ultimately failed. After a pause, he started coughing violently again, evidently forcing a reflection in the current era brought terrifying repercussions, almost causing his decline to disintegration, atomization. Yet at the moment he was stubbornly holding on, gazing at the ancient being, speaking softly. The expression of the ancient being grew more solemn bit by bit. The upper stream being continued, listening to the upper stream being's nonchalant words. The ancient being first glanced at Zhang Fuxing, then slowly and deliberately asked, given this, why did the Celestial Emperor forcibly manifest and project? Simply to support this person? The upper stream being nodded frankly. Without profit, without greater benefit, one would not forcibly project a reflection. He raised his eyelids, his profound eyes filled with the past of vast history, encapsulating worlds and realms, endless universes, infinite time. Chapter 559, 345, Daluo Bows and Respect. Now, I am released from prison _3. Chapter 559, Chapter 345, Daluo Bows and Respect. Now, I am released from prison _3. The Central Celestial Emperor then continued. The reason I am here is to personally persuade you to reunite with your past self from Xuandu. The ancient being emitted a deep sound, its gaze blazing like a fierce fire, glaring. I have waited eons, plotted eons, and finally succeeded in severing my past self. From then on, I am no longer a disciple of Tai Ching. It fixed its eyes on the upstream being. The Celestial Emperor's expression remained unchanged, merely gazing at the ancient being and shaking his head slightly. A heart demon has formed within you. The ancient being rattled its chains, its mouth spewing forth vast, rolling, thunderous sound, leaving Zhang Fuxing dizzy and disoriented. Heart demon. Under the roar of the thunderous sound, the river of time and the virtual semblance of the upstream being were violently distorted, nearly dissipated by the shout. Zhang Fuxing was again backfired upon, his fully Taoist body nearly torn apart, the 36-colored light behind him in turmoil. Even the primordial cloud was almost dissolved. The ancient being pointed at the upstream being, then extended its hand towards Zhang Fuxing. It mysteriously discerned the reality and illusion of this fully Taoist body, saw through flying body projection. Then the thunderous sound surged like a tide. With a shout, Zhang Fuxing felt an irresistible tug, his essence self, anchored in reality beyond through the flying body projection, was thus forcibly dragged down. Even the defense mechanism that activated autonomously under the Haotian mirror earlier had no time to function. The projection of the fully Taoist body had not yet autonomously dissipated, and the essence self had been forcibly dragged back to reality. The ancient being is a Daluo. Moreover, it is a presence with half a foot in the supreme fruit position. It is not as powerful as the prime Northern Emperor, yet in a certain sense, it is closer to the level of the supreme. So it is in this moment now. The flying body projection, only a minor achievement, could not withstand the mighty power of a Daluo, even if this Daluo is wrapped in chains, trapped in a prison with heavy restrictions. The fully Taoist body swayed. The essence self fell into this body. The ancient being's expression was indifferent. Heart demon. The majestic voice echoed in this void space harboring the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhang Fuxing sighed, rubbed his brow, then sat cross-legged in the void, placing both hands on his knees. He was neither startled nor perturbed, appearing solemn and dignified, as if reciting a lotus song. The 3 words of ignorance were uttered through Thigata, celestial position, like a blow to the head, resounding deeply and shockingly. The profound anger rising on the ancient being's face quietly dissipated by 3 parts. It was at this time Zhang Fuxing gazed at the ancient being and solemnly spoke. While speaking, he extended his hand, sketching light and shadow, weaving them into a towering great contract. The ancient being froze momentarily, a look of astonishment and doubt flashing across its face, staring at the great phantom contract woven from light and shadow. There were words on the contract, whose meaning was to use 3 coins of silver to exchange away the heart demon. The fully great true man calmly said. The ancient being stared at the phantom great contract, not knowing what it was, nor its origin, but could vaguely sense that if it nodded, the words on the contract could truly take effect. After a long silence, the ancient being gave a low hum. As its words fell, a smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. Crafting something from the void, he cast down 3 coins of fragmented silver, and it was at this moment. The phantom great contract made of light and shadow rippled. Vaguely a vast sound stirred, transmitting. Thus, the 3 coins of fragmented silver returned to the palm of the ancient being, while the heart demon that tormented it for endless years, the heart demon personally planted by the Supreme One, capable of contaminating even a Daluo, was forcefully peeled away in such a manner, merged into the void, merged into the contract. The frenzy on the ancient being's face suddenly dissipated. The half-length body not covered by a robe, its grievous wounds also mended, disappeared, dissipated. It suddenly became pure, its demeanor peaceful, the great locks no longer quaking. In the stillness, the ancient being sat cross-legged, with Taoist sounds echoing, eyes slightly downcast, silent. Zhang Fuxing examined the contract, capable of polluting the heart demon of Daluo, while looking at the ancient being and asking confusedly. The projected upstream being softly spoke. Zhang Fuxing blinked. Enlightenment? He said with a smile. The upstream being smiled. Chapter 560, 345, Daluo bows in respect. Now, I return from prison, Part 4. Chapter 560, Chapter 345, Daluo bows in respect. Now I return from prison, Part 4. Zhang Fuxing quietly listened to the Celestial Emperor, his face suddenly showing concentration. He was alarmed because he too utilized this technique, severing out the Central Pole sect leader. The upstream being shook their head. Hearing this, Zhang Fuxing sighed in relief. After calming his mind slightly, he gazed silently at the ancient being sitting cross-legged with closed eyes and a smiling face. And after a moment of silence, he softly asked, "So, this Xuandu?" The upstream being nodded calmly, yes and no. Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted slightly. The upstream being pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Later, Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded, unable to resist asking. The upstream being smiled. Change, constant change. After a moment of contemplation, they continued. Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted. The upstream being nodded and continued the explanation. After a pause, the upstream being smiled. Later, in many rounds of games, both Dijun and Tai became losers, and history changed accordingly. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, folding his hands respectfully. The upstream being sighed. Dijun, who was originally the old god, and Tai, who was originally the creator god, were demoted to golden crows. Zhang Fuxing listened in shock. Demon Celestial Emperor, Golden Crow. After losing himself in thought for a long time, Zhang Fuxing sighed. The upstream being nodded. There is another very typical example that might help you understand the game between the Supremes. Zhang Fuxing was invigorated. Of course, I know. The upstream being carefully explained. The upstream being smiled. Zhang Fuxing, like a curious baby, asked. The Celestial Emperor's expression was peculiar. Zhang Fuxing listened, dumbfounded, while the upstream being's expression grew even more peculiar. It's not over. In another round of the game, Fuxi was defeated, and from a grand god of creation, he was demoted by Hua to the ancestor of the human race, head of the three sovereigns. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched, the upstream being shrugged. Zhang Fuxing remained silent, suddenly feeling that the behavior of the Supreme seemed somewhat frivolous, yet he was abruptly shocked. He murmured, the upstream being slightly nodded, solemnly saying, Zhang Fuxing was lost in thought. Heavenly Dijun, creator to later becoming brothers, becoming golden crows, as well as Hua Emperor and Fuxi from adversaries to siblings, then to mother and son in a certain sense. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Silence, silence. Not knowing how much time had passed, it seemed very long, yet also like just a moment. Zhang Fuxing, feeling something, looked up to see the ancient being slowly opening its eyes. The gentle voice echoed in this six-paths prison, and the ancient being stood up, bowing respectfully to Zhang Fuxing. He paused, looking solemn. The Qingjing Taoist then offered Zhang Fuxing a grand salute. As Zhang Fuxing received it calmly, he softly spoke. Qingjing looked up in astonishment. The upstream being also narrowed its eyes. After a moment, Qingjing respectfully replied. A smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. Testing ground. Divine nails from heaven. And divine nails appeared from the void, carrying decrees of suffering, pain, torment, non-existence, unattainable, and brutally pinned into the limbs and bones of the immortal girl. She let out a piercing scream. This decree-level pain pierced her soul spirit. Even the 9 virtuous people, blessed by heaven, could not stop it. Ruan Yu wept tears of blood. The 10 observing disciples, including Zhuge Yui, noble Lady Zhang, little dragon man, turned away in empathy. Even some divine spirits shook their heads and sighed. The deputy director of the Six Paths Department, who served the chief director in the Six Paths prison for many years, excelled in punishment. Taoist whose methods are truly frightening. The goddess softly spoke. The great divine power user, surnamed, who spoke indifferently. He executed a series of decrees, driving divine nails symbolizing different punishments into Ruan Yutu's skin, muscles, bones, and even soul spirit. Ruan Yutu wailed, fainting countless times to no avail. The soul spirit's agony couldn't be erased by unconsciousness. The body could faint, but the soul spirit remained perpetually awake. The great divine power user asked casually. Ruan Yutu only whimpered, without uttering a single word. The young man smiled, reached out, and summoned 3,000 divine nails from the void, piercing into the girl's soul spirit one by one. Each divine nail carrying different decrees, each representing the greatest suffering of the human world. Ruan Yutu did not answer, so another 3,000 divine nails were summoned. She continued to moan. The young man frowned, growing furious. I ask again, where is the person? Where? With 3 consecutive shouts, 9,000 nails, the girl became a heap of mud, and even the moaning nearly ceased. Then, a deep, great sound suddenly arose, descending from the sky. Chapter 561, 346. The Fall of a Great Divine Power User. The chime of Jade Void rings out. Chapter 561. Chapter 346. The Fall of a Great Divine Power User. The chime of Jade Void rings out. Please excuse the 3,000-word break to adjust. Starry Sky Ruins. The 2 men beside him spoke in low voices, shrouded in black robes, their faces unseen. Shun Baobao retracted her head slightly, feeling that the explorers arranged by Mr. Zhang were quite strange. Just a direct encounter gave her an eerie feeling, and they were said to be celestial humans. Yet the sense of danger was unparalleled. During this time, she had not been idle. True Man left will clones in each high heaven order, allowing the order controllers to trade with myriad beings directly. Shin Baobao's clone stationed at Golden University nearly turned the place in her backyard during this time, trading to extract numerous cultivation events, and her true self had long verified the celestial human realm. Though they were both celestial humans, these 2 seemed as if they could kill her in an instant. Something was off. As thoughts raced, Shin Baobao's expression didn't change much, but she felt confident in her heart. I don't have much experience exploring ancient ruins. With that, she cupped her hands to the 2 peculiar black-robed figures, their faces hidden, only nodding stiffly. Director Zhang appeared at some point, his expression slightly grim. The 3 saluted simultaneously. After a pause, Shun Baobao curiously asked, Director? Director Zhang furrowed his brow tightly. Shun Baobao was shocked. Those star beasts lacked intelligence and couldn't cultivate. A level 4 star beast is born as a venerate divine spirit. And a level 5 star beast? That's even more terrifying. The entire expanse of the world plateau is scorched earth, shrouded in the fog that never disperses beyond the gaze of the divine spirits, because of the attack by a level 5 star beast, a pure-blooded golden crow. It's said the weakest of level 5 star beasts is comparable to a great divine power user, while the strongest is born as a true saint, even a celestial venerate, Buddha. Shun Baobao swallowed. Speaking cautiously, the old director's face showed a hint of concern. After a moment, he furrowed his brow slightly. The 2 black-robed figures nodded stiffly again. Shun Baobao felt an inexplicable panic, but recalling the presence in her own divine realm, she relaxed. She gathered her courage and asked. Director Zhang gave her a deep look, then simply stated, seeing he was unwilling to answer, Shin Baobao had no choice but to let it go, silently watching the tightly closed door of Doluo Palace. Time passed, second by second. The celestial steel engraved with Tai Ching seemed to flicker for a moment. At that moment, the great gates of Doluo burst open. The old man shouted. Shin Baobao barely had time to react before being practically carried into Doluo Palace by the two black-robed figures. The three entered, and within 3 breaths, the gates of Doluo Palace slammed shut once more. It would take another hour for it to open again. Mr. Zhang stood with hands clasped behind him, suspended in mid-air amidst the torn earth's chasm, gazing at the majestic Taoist palace. The void beside him gently rippled, after which a figure emerged. The middle-aged man stretched, causing the void's ripples to gradually calm. Mr. Zhang rolled his eyes. I've already notified the other researchers to enter the teleportation array. After a pause, he continued, moreover, hearing his words, Mr. Zhang shook his head slightly. His eyes were bright with resolve. The middle-aged man spoke speechlessly. Mr. Zhang chuckled, glanced sideways. Why you, the Pope of the Eastern sect, lack confidence. After a pause, the old man continued. Didn't that old true spirit claim the wisdom stripped from the star beasts might be inside Doluo Palace? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes again. Chapter 562, 346, The Fall of a Great Divine Power User, The Tolling of the Jade Void Bell, Part 2. Chapter 562, Chapter 346, The Fall of a Great Divine Power User, The Tolling of the Jade Void Bell, Part 2. After a pause, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn. Zhang Lao was intrigued. Oh. The Pope of the Eastern sect pondered for a moment and then spoke honestly. Zhang Lao chuckled. That doesn't prove anything. The Eastern sect Pope shrugged. Before he finished speaking, the two great divine power users simultaneously looked up. Suddenly, the celestial vault darkened. Specifically, in this star system, the sun suddenly extinguished. The gaze extended to see from the depths of the starry sky a fierce wind blowing, forcibly extinguishing the star, blowing it to pieces. The star beast tied. The Eastern sect Pope's expression changed slightly. Zhang Lao, I must go first. Be careful yourself. The elderly nodded, watching the middle-aged man teleport away. He then activated the teleportation array set up on the planet, temporarily teleporting away the other researchers, before raising his head to gaze at the universe's starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, the beast tide had begun to reveal itself, larger than star systems, illuminating vast, deep starry skies. A pure-blooded golden crow, with wings adorned with galaxies, spanning half of the galactic river, the rock Peng, and the divine phoenix bringing vast, auspicious, immortal light. The beast tide remains untamed, yet the overwhelming oppression has already descended, making this planet, this star sea, tremble ominously. The elder took a deep breath and again looked towards the mysterious Doluo Palace. He muttered to himself, Mother Star, capital, on the floating island. The chains vibrated like a drum sound. With heads high in contemplation, many divine spirits, countless beings looked up in awe and saw a young man in coarse linen emerge from the Six Paths prison, accompanied by the sound of chains striking. Chui Wending swallowed and instinctively looked around. The rest of the nobles from the 10 Wishes were also stunned and utterly bewildered as to how the young man, who had just melted into a pool of ink, could emerge from that place. Chui Wending, Chui Luduo, and others weren't clear on what the Six Paths prison meant, but how could prodigies like Zhuge Yui, Little Dragon Man, Meng Tianhe from the 10 Wishes not know? Let alone the divine spirits. At this moment, all divine spirits were shocked. Lying on the ground, Ruan Yutu breathed heavily, a shallow smile appearing on her face. Inside the floating island, Buddha's son, Zhu Xiaoming, Lin Dongxi, and Chun Wanyu, who had just arrived, watched in astonishment. And what of the divine spirits? Goddess changed countenance. Kong Shintong's pupils contracted. Nez's true spirit eyes flickered. Most shocked was the deputy director of the Six Paths Department, Hu Yingshan, who had served in the Six Paths prison for years. This great divine power user shivered. The divine ruling needle held in his hand trembled slightly. Above in the sky, the linen-clad youth's aura was ordinary, lacking immense majesty, seemingly just a celestial human. Yet with every step, the great chains in the Six Paths prison rang once. With every chain's ringing, the entire celestial capital shook along. Step by step, the ringing persisted, the shaking continued. When the youth reached above the test field's celestial vault, the iron laws established by the great divine power users naturally disintegrated amidst the ringing. Dead silence. The Zhang family prodigy young lady looked up at the young man known as Dao Venerable. With inexplicable unease in her heart, she saw the youth gaze down, his hands hanging, his voice resounding like a bell. Being asked was that great divine power user from the Six Paths Department, Huang Shan. Holding the divine needle in midair, the young man's mouth twitched. He did not respond, only stared fearfully at the Six Paths prison. He understood better than anyone the chief's brutality, and clearer than anyone the significance of the chief personally shaking the chains to boost the linen youth's prestige. The last time the chief shook the chain to see off was for a visit from a close friend. In other words, amidst the hearts trembling under public gaze, Zhang Fuxing already stood on the ground. He did not regard the gazes of many divine spirits, only calmly moved forward, passing by the many deities, walking straight to Ruan Yutu. Then, the linen-clad youth bent down, helping the sweat-drenched girl to her feet. Zhang Fuxing asked peacefully. Ruan Yutu gasped lightly, sweat sticking her temples to her white skin, her chest heaving intensely, her soul trembling at high frequency, clearly, yet to fully escape that agony. The divine spirits remained silent. Some gazed at Zhang Fuxing. Others looked towards the Six Paths prison. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the suddenly appearing Six Paths prison seemed pressed lower. Zhang Fuxing reached out, wiping the sweat from the immortal girl's forehead, transferring vast divine essence, soothing her essence, qi, and spirit, dispelling the pain deep in her soul. Chapter 563, 346, The Fall of a Great Divine Power User, The Jade Void Bell Rings, Part 3. Chapter 563, Chapter 346, The Fall of a Great Divine Power User, The Jade Void Bell Rings, Part 3. Looking at the girl who quickly calmed down, he praised. Zhang Fuxing could trace back the cause and effect, perceiving indirectly the kind of hardship the girl had endured. He asked himself if such affliction on essence, qi, and spirit, affecting the depths of the soul, even he might find it unbearable. But Ruan Yutu withstood it forcibly. The so-called 9 virtues, 9 perfections, and 9 beauties are great righteousness, great perseverance, great modesty, great self-control, great courage, great understanding, great fearlessness, great compassion, great filial piety. Only then can one receive the favor of heaven and be pitied by all things. She has been with him for almost half a year. He gathered his thoughts. Now is not the time to implement his ideas. So he lightly exhaled a breath of clear air, turned his head, and looked at the gods one by one, finally fixing his gaze on that young-looking great divine power user. The aura at the celestial human level surged out from Zhang Fuxing's head, billowing into a sea of spirit. This scene looked quite ludicrous, celestial human questioning a great divine power user. Yet no one dared to laugh, no one dared to speak, because the Six Paths prison obviously suppressed even lower because chains clashed inside, accompanied by footsteps, as if the existence inside was trying to walk out. Countless people were shocked. Countless people were frightened. The great divine power user spoke with difficulty, extremely apprehensive, staring hard at Zhang Fuxing. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his head. The great divine power user lowered his head to the celestial human. Some divine spirits exchanged glances. The goddess in charge of the observatory frowned. Huang Shan remained silent. The footsteps in the Six Paths prison grew nearer, and his sweat poured ever more profusely. The goddess raised an eyebrow. the demon-revealing mirror and how Tian mirror suspended behind her. She looked towards the celestial vault, towards the Six Paths prison, and respectfully saluted. There was no response from the Six Paths prison, only footsteps drawing ever closer. Some divine spirits sensed something amiss. Kong Shuntong twisted his brows. The white-haired old man squinted. Meng Qingtian tensed up, face stern. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps came closer, closer. Then there was a sound of crowding, a tearing sound, great and magnificent beings trying to forcibly break out from the Six Paths prison. The celestial capital trembled. Hu Ingtian collapsed onto the ground, lacking any demeanor or composure a great divine power user should have. He was utterly terrified. He was too afraid of the Chief Protector. Last time, when did the Chief Protector step out of the Six Paths prison? Apparently, it has been tens of thousands of years. Thus, at this moment, the Six Paths prison shook. A massive head squeezed through, then shoulders, then hands, then the entire body. The Taoist, wrapped and nailed with chains, emerged from the vortex, manifesting there. The chains on his body submerged into the vortex, occasionally swaying and clashing, echoing with the wails of countless souls. The entire floating island, the entire imperial city, seemed in an instant to change skies, becoming eerily dark, akin to the netherworld. Ghostly wails layered densely over one another. The gods, in awe and astonishment, mostly bore curiosity, for this Chief Protector was more a legendary figure. Few had ever seen him. The only ones turning pale were the quivering, discolored Huing Shan and the phantom Neza true spirit beside him. It's him. The Neza true spirit recognized this Taoist at a glance. The Taoist also saw him, but his gaze swept past indifferently. At the same time, the ghostly wails covering the floating island, enveloping the imperial city, grew even more intense. The boundless wronged souls in the Six Paths prison cried. Gusts of eerie wind and death chi flowed. Even the once ethereal, utterly invisible netherworld now faintly appeared. Meng Tianhe, trembling, gazed at the chain-wrapped, legendary Taoist. He saw the Taoist's gaze finally landed on the gray-robed youth. Then the Taoist bowed hands toward the youth. The light and breezy Taoist voice resonated outward, this brief sentence like a massive iron hammer, wildly pounding in the minds of everyone, all the gods. Huing Shan was utterly hopeless. In the silence, as of death, Zhang Fuxing showed no change in expression, returning the bow. The Taoist softly said, it was naturally impossible for the two to reveal their true relationship. That would be equivalent to exposing Zhang Fuxing's identity. There isn't just one Chief Protector in the celestial capital. Thus, Zhang Fuxing first addressed the Taoist as senior, and due to this conversation, he then changed his address. The Taoist spoke kindly. Had I not intervened in time, I'm afraid the Hao Tian mirror would have exposed all your past. Pausing, the Taoist pointed to Huing Shan sitting slumped on the ground. All the gods swallowed hard. The gray-robed youth simply smiled and said, Xianxing said calmly. He reached out, and just like that, lightly pointed. Thus, a great divine power user, a renowned divine spirit, without even a cry of wretchedness, only a sigh of remorse and regret, and then under the watchful eyes of countless people and divine spirits, shockingly, perished with soul and spirit scattered. In an instant, soul and spirit scattered, body, shell, and remaining true spirit, all refined into 4 celestial pills amidst the flowing radiance rising from void. Coldness crept into every deity's heart, especially the goddess, Kong Shuntong, and other great divine power users, utterly terrified. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, the rabbit dies, and the fox grieves. Xianxing Taoist lightly handed the 4 celestial pills flying toward Zhang Fuxing's palm, then continued, why not? Xianxing Taoist spoke lightly. The 6 Ding divine fire emerged again from the void, the divine spirits horrified, scattering to flee, but a powerful will suddenly descended, freezing all divine spirits in the void. just as the six-ding divine fire was about to descend. A bell sounded from the center of the floating island. With the bell's chime, the ghostly wails enveloping the floating island, filling this imperial city, abruptly vanished into thin air. The goddess exhaled in relief. Xianqing raised a brow, looked back, squinting slightly. As for Zhang Fuxing, his left eye twitched violently. To be more precise, the jade void cause and effect in his left eye twitched violently. This bell's chime came from the jade void. Chapter 564, 347. Supreme treasure obtained. The gate now opens. Chapter 564. Chapter 347. Supreme treasure obtained. The gate now opens, as per the title. There will be another chapter later, going live at 3 a.m. The golden bell resonated like heavenly thunder, yet it seemed as if 10,000 spirits were descending. It was at this moment, it was today. A bald-headed youth asked in confusion. The Buddha's son spoke in a deep voice, listening to the echoing sound of the bell, to the grand melody that arose, and continued. Zhu Xiaoming listened in awe. The number one in reality, the only venerate in the universe? He muttered. The Buddha's son shook his head. Zhu Xiaoming subconsciously asked. The Buddha's son swallowed, speaking heavily. After pausing, the Buddha's son looked at Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming thought for a moment and said, the custom in Jiangzhou City is to make a special pot of reunion dumplings during the new year. The Buddha's son twitched the corner of his mouth, rubbed his forehead helplessly, then sighed. He sighed softly until a few years ago, when the rebellious provinces began to appear. But can you say this signifies the end of an era? Zhu Xiaoming listened with wide eyes, watching the Buddha's son continue rambling. But if the speaker chooses to intervene, everything will be peaceful and stable in an instant. Listening to the Buddha's son's words, Zhu Xiaoming felt dazed, muttering. The Buddha's son shook his head, speaking softly. As the two conversed and narrated, that sound of the bell reverberated through the floating imperial city, resonated in the celestial capital, yet did not silence with time. Instead, it became progressively intense, like blazing fire boiling oil. The bell's toll grew fiercer, reverberating in all directions. And at this moment, at the very center of the floating imperial city, a grand figure rose from the ground. The figure was unclear, seemingly just a reflection, but just this one reflection emitted a force that suppressed all majesty. One by one, the venerates, great powers, and even great divine power users, all found it hard to breathe in the test field. Even Zhang Fuxing felt suffocated. His spiritual sense was frantically alerting. His mind quivered. Xianqing Taoist indifferently glanced back, listening to the bell, gazing at the grand figure emerging from the ground, yet raised an eyebrow. Hasn't emerged from seclusion. It's just a projection of a spiritual thought. Zhang Fuxing glanced sideways in shock. This fellow Taoist, Xianqing, truly is foul-mouthed, his temperament not like that of a Taoist celestial venerate at all, instead like a rogue scoundrel. At the same time, the grand figure standing in the city center dropped his gaze, his sights piercing through. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill in his heart, feeling as if he would be fully seen through. Hurriedly using star turn, Tai chapter, and other techniques to extinguish the cause and effect, conceal the celestial secret, and alter the fate. He hit himself thoroughly. The grand figure spoke lightly. Zhang Fuxing eased with relief. Evidently, that terrifying presence hadn't seen through his reality, perhaps tracing back his past. But what he saw was also a past cause and effect, fate he himself had crafted and woven. Born into a Dao-named family, father named Dao Chong, mother a woman from the Chui family. Xianqing Taoist's eyes flickered, sneering. What do I, Taoist lord, need to check in with you, old undying, whenever I make a friend? He addressed himself as Taoist lord repeatedly, speaking arrogantly, without any semblance of a revered elder. The gods listening were trembling with fear, especially those divine spirits who came to watch the tumult, feeling themselves terribly unlucky, dragged into a fatal disaster for no reason. At the same time, the grand figure spoke solemnly. Xianqing, Your temperament is becoming increasingly unruly. Today's matter ends here. Zhang Fuxing squinted. Master Uncle? Linking it to the resounding of Yu Su golden bell. Surmised, this is a disciple of Yu Su, perhaps one of the Yu Su 12 immortals. Who exactly? Glancing at Nez's true spirit, who was equally unsure and shocked, Zhang Fuxing understood. First, rule out that Tai celestial venerate, Nez's master. Thoughts turning, that mysterious Yu Su figure spoke again. Chapter 565, 347. Supreme Treasure Acquired. The Gate of the Present Opens. Chapter 565. Chapter 347. Supreme Treasure Acquired. The Gate of the Present Opens. Xianqing Daoist's gaze was extremely cold, staring at that majestic figure. You old, undying thing. If not for considering my fellow Daoist here, today, I might have truly needed to settle things with you. The majestic figure seemed to frown, very displeased with Xianqing Daoist's words, and spoke in a steady voice. Xianqing Daoist burst out in anger. I understand your mother. You undying thing, speak plainly, what are you hinting at? The conversation between these two truly powerful beings of reality held no elegance, leaving many in celestial capital bewildered. In a certain courtyard, Lin Dongxi shrank his neck. Tian Lao was silent for a moment. Lin Dongxi and Chen Yuk looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, the majestic figure continued speaking, not holding back, and said everything directly. The era of great contention has begun. Xianqing, I sounded the golden bell for two reasons. First, Yu Su immortals will be returning one after another. Most living beings in celestial capital were bewildered, not understanding what Yu Su immortals or Jade Void Palace were. Xianqing Daoist's expression changed. Nez's true spirit widened its eyes, and even Zhang Fuxing's heart was stirred by the turbulent waves of astonishment. Tonight is precisely the time when I forcibly sought entry into the Now Gate and truly entered 8 Sceneries Palace from the Supreme. Zhang Fuxing remembered clearly that in the gap opened in Kunlun Yushu Palace, it could be seen the scene within Jade Void Palace was identical to the scene within the true 8 Sceneries Palace behind the Now Gate. Desk, meditation mot, sion wave sword, pagoda, yoderui. Everything was the same. So, the destiny of Yu Su opening mentioned by this enigmatic Jade Void Gate person. Is it because of me? Then tonight, after entering the Now Gate, will I meet this figure? Zhang Fuxing became more and more frightened as he thought about it. As his thoughts raced, the two mightiest beings of this era continued to confront each other. Their auras clashed beyond sight, with a faint sound of thunder accompanying silent collapses of vast expanses of void. Time slipped away bit by bit, and as the grand sun inclined, the majestic figure seemed to concede. Peculiar name. Naturally refers to myself. Zhang Fuxing scratched his head, feeling that naming himself Taoist Venerable back then was indeed a bit rash, too easily drawing the attention of some powerful ancient beings. But it didn't really matter now. Xianqing Daoist spoke coldly at this moment. He pointed to the shivering gods restrained within the testing ground. The majestic figure's eyelid twitched. Xianqing Daoist sneered. Xianqing Daoist angrily exclaimed, "This is impossible, and that is impossible. You undying thing. Are you trying to toy with your grandfather?" He assumed a life-risking posture, shaking chains that caused the 6 Paths prison to roar incessantly. Vaguely, the cycle of the 6 Paths of reincarnation, encompassing countless soul spirits of the past 100,000 years, seemed to be dragged from that prison space. Zhang Fuxing was trembling with fear. Surely not, surely not. Mainly, I need to perform the flying escape again and throw out the true body before you start fighting again. He didn't know how strong Daluo truly was, but Zhang Fuxing understood well that if the two Daluos fought to the death, not only the Mother Star, but even the half-section of Buzhou Mountain carrying the Mother Star, even the entire reality universe, reality dimension, would be shattered. Truly and utterly all things would be destroyed. The majestic figure seemed extremely enraged. The rise and fall of his chest was visible. After a while, he spoke in a deep voice. The majestic figure glanced at Taoist Venerable indifferently, completely unconcerned, as he had seen through the past cause and effect and destiny of the other. A little fellow with extraordinary fortune, whose cause and effect and destiny show that he once acquired some relics of the old world, hiding cultivation at the great power level. But even great power is still an ant. The majestic figure concluded that this Taoist venerable was a pretext used by Xianqing to stir trouble, and said lightly. After pausing, he continued, "Inside the Haotian mirror, something is sealed." Xianqing Taoist spat. "Do you think I, this Taoist, am like you guys, constantly dealing with insubstantial things?" The majestic figure snorted coldly, watching Xianqing Taoist grab the Haotian mirror and toss it into the arms of Zhang Fuxing. He then added, "Having given it, return to the Six Paths prison." Xianqing Taoist smirked, looking at fellow Taoist Fuxing, who was holding the Haotian mirror with a bewildered expression. Chapter 566, 347. Supreme Treasure Acquired. Now the Gate Opens. Chapter 566. Chapter 347. Supreme Treasure Acquired. Now the Gate Opens, fellow Taoist. Keep this well. Within the celestial capital, you may roam freely. Finally, he added, with his words concluded, Zhang Fuxing cradled the heavenly mirror in his arms, watching as Xianqing Taoist took a step back into the Six Paths prison. The entire Six Paths prison receded back into the void, and that majestic figure began to fade, about to vanish. A youthful voice suddenly rang out, piercing the celestial vault, causing those in the testing ground, both men and gods, to turn their gaze, and it was the true spirit of the ancient realm, controlled by Kong Shentong, who called out. The majestic figure paused, turned its head, gazed at Neza's true spirit, and sighed softly. "Little Neza, your past mistakes were too grave. The Master has expelled you from Jade Void." Having said that, the majestic figure vanished completely, leaving Neza's true spirit with an uncertain mood. The testing ground, as well as the entire floating imperial city and the celestial capital below, fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes, cautiously or apprehensively, fell upon the youth in hemp robe. The youth in hemp robe only held the heavenly mirror, furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He pondered the matters of the Jade Void Palace, considered the implications of Neza being expelled from its lineage, and questioned the palace of Doa. A strand of his consciousness had already hidden within Shun Baobao's divine realm, entering the palace of Dola. But the issue is, it seems to be stuck. Shin Baobao and the other two were apparently stuck at the threshold of the palace of Doloa, or more accurately, becoming slow and sluggish, and every second at the palace's gate equals several hours outside. If not for his two consciousnesses calling each other and comparing notes, it would be impossible to realize. In other words, the flow of time in the palace of Doloa appears to be somewhat abnormal. As thoughts turned, he finally calmed his mind. Zhang Fuxing silently stored the heavenly mirror into the divine realm, then glanced around, speaking cheerfully. "Why are you all still staring at me? What?" As his light words fell, the gods scattered like birds and beasts, each fleeing faster than the last. Even those 10 notable disciples dared not linger and fled in all directions. The vast testing ground instantly became desolate, leaving only the Chui family members and numerous researchers. Zhang Fuxing glanced at a familiar figure among the researchers, Zhang Xiaoxi. He naturally wouldn't reveal himself now, merely tossing for celestial pills, setting aside one to give to Ruan Yutu. Speaking peacefully, Ruan Yutu cradled the celestial pill and bowed to Zhang Fuxing. "Why thank me?" Zhang Fuxing shook his head, speaking with indifference, then turned his gaze to the stupefied Chui family members. "Why are you still standing there? Since we came to the floating island, no need to return today? Which family's buildings or mansions did you fancy?" Chui Wending, Chui Wenda, and others exchanged glances, with 3 question marks appearing on the elder's forehead. 2 hours later, the sun had set, the round moon was rising, but not yet at midnight. Outside the Kong family courtyard, Zhang Fuxing shouted loudly, and each Kong family member wore a look as if they'd eaten dung, silently moving out of the courtyard. This was the ancestral land of the Kong family among the 10 prestigious families, located at the core of the floating imperial city, sprawling in size, surrounded by tall buildings. This place had ancient-styled courtyards, with even a small lake and pavilion in the lake within a courtyard. Quickly, Zhang Fuxing shouted again, and when each Kong family member, with grim faces, moved out of the courtyard, leaving the place empty, only then did Zhang Fuxing lead the frightened Shui family members to move in. He spoke cheerfully. Anyway, within the celestial capital, no one dares to trouble us. Today we stay at the Kong family, tomorrow at the Meng family. Chui Liudua's lips trembled, wanted to say something, but ultimately staying silent, while beside him, the elder wore a bitter smile. "What you're doing?" The elder replied with a wry smile. "But didn't he also say?" Zhang Fuxing waved his hand nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. After all, your Chui family has rebellious intentions." This statement was terrifying to the elder, almost rushing forward to cover Zhang Fuxing's mouth. Is such a matter something to announce openly in public? Chui Liudua's complexion changed slightly, evidently unaware of the Chui family's rebellious plans, while also puzzled. What does your Chui family mean? This guy, though of a different surname, is also one of the Chui family, no? Though, this guy is indeed too mysterious, too strange. After pondering, Chui Liuduo couldn't resist softly asking, "How exactly did you become friends with that great commissioner?" Zhang Fuxing only smiled warmly and said, Chui Liuduo was speechless. After a moment of silence, several people entered the Kong family courtyard together. Zhang Fuxing casually chose a main house, and before entering, he instructed. The elder gulped and immediately responded. After nodding to Ruan Yutu, Zhang Fuxing entered the main house, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He patiently awaited midnight. The flow of time in the palace of Doloa was extremely slow. Even now, Shun Baobao was still performing the entering the door action, and the heavenly mirror and celestial pill were temporarily not to be explored. Midnight was approaching. Zhang Fuxing waited quietly like this. Time flowed gradually, and a minute before midnight, he quietly slipped into his own divine realm, entered the 8 Sceneries Palace, and stood before the Now Gate. Chapter 567, 348, Guang Chengzi, Greetings Master. Chapter 567, Chapter 348, Guang Chengzi, Greetings Master. Midnight. Meng family. Meng Qingtian spoke helplessly. Kong Shintong held the exquisite treasure tower with one hand, shrugged. After a pause, he caressed the treasure tower, sitting cross-legged in the void, his eyes gleaming. Meng Qingtian rubbed his forehead, speaking in a low voice. "You ask me, but whom do I ask?" He exhaled a turbid breath, his face showing a solemn expression. Meng Qingtian was making guesses. Today's scenes were too frightful. A group of great divine power users were almost like ants in front of those two. Ordinary venerates, great powers, might not notice anything, but they could perceive it clearly. The gap between them was simply too immense. Kong Shintong also rubbed his temples with a headache. The only good news is that these two seem heavily restrained. The chairman descended with a sliver of spiritual will, his true body still in seclusion. The two discussed the conversations they heard today, deliberating on the future path, during which Kong Shintong sighed and shook his head. The fear is that the chief might go mad again. My true body has already withdrawn from the celestial capital. Meng Qingtian also wore a wry smile on his face. Who doesn't? After taking a breath, he changed the topic. However, it might not be a bad thing. I asked New Heaven, and learned that in the upcoming Great Destiny event called Journey to the West, the Sutra Taker, bearing the heavenly mandate, will traverse the world plateau, enduring 10 tribulations, passing through 16 upper provinces, enduring 16 tribulations. Kong Shintong's expression shifted. Meng Qingtian's eyes shone brightly. Taking a deep breath, Meng Qingtian's eyes shone, even brighter. He pointed at himself. Kong Shintong pondered, nodded slightly, sighing. It's the only way. Meng Qingtian's voice turned stern. But likewise, I just inquired new heaven, learn a major event, that a channel to a different dimension will appear in the netherworld. Hearing this, Kong Shintong stood up in surprise. Meng Qingtian nodded affirmatively. Kong Shintong's expression grew extremely grave, pacing back and forth, scratching his head. He turned his head, speaking solemnly. Kong Shintong's voice grew even lower. Meng Qingtian closed his eyes and thought. Took a long time before speaking. Nothing against it, but who should lead this alliance? Whom to invite? Listening to Meng Qingtian, Kong Shintong remained silent for a moment, then said, "Let's take it slowly, one step at a time." In his hand appeared a seal, speaking deeply. Meng Qingtian pondered, deliberated, nodded in agreement. He exhaled, murmuring, "It's just the vast heaven seal." Kong Shintong pondered, contemplated, and finally made a decision. Chapter 568, 348. Guangchengzi, Greetings to Master. 2. Chapter 568. Chapter 348. Guangchengzi, Greetings to Master. 2. As Meng Qingtian's eyes lit up, he said, "This idea is indeed not bad." The two great divine power users exchanged smiles, yet soon fell silent. However, how should we probe? In the celestial capital, he is protected by the chief. We can only wait for him to leave the celestial capital, or perhaps... Kong Shintong muttered to himself, eyes gleaming with spirit. 8 Scenery's Palace. Zhang Fuxing stood before the Now Gate, quietly waiting for time to pass. Midnight had passed, but the gate had not truly opened yet. As for a quarter past midnight, Zhang Fuxing gently exhaled a breath of fresh air, stowing away the 3 celestial pills with an immensely heavy aura that he was toying with in his hand. Then he stared at the events and items behind the door's crack. Staring at the other self standing beyond the door's crack, Zhang Fuxing reached out his hand, pressed it on the door, and gently pushed. Creak! The large door, which previously couldn't be moved no matter what, quietly swung open. Zhang Fuxing stared at each other directly. Zhang Fuxing carefully examined. The Zhang Fuxing inside the Now Gate was exactly the same as himself in appearance and aura. He reached out, displaying the heaven and earth topple technique, and that Zhang Fuxing also reached out, executing the heaven and earth topple technique. Then followed the Tai chapter, the chaos seal, the Panga banner. All kinds of techniques, the other displayed, all just the same, like a mirror image. Yet Zhang Fuxing could clearly sense that the other was a live person. Moreover, the other's was not connected to his own, nor was it controlled by him. It just mirrored whatever he did, but when Zhang Fuxing brought out the contract, that Zhang Fuxing did not follow suit. Or rather, did not bring it out. Not just the contract, but also the Hao Yin mirror, the Nailhead 7 Arrows book, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Sea-stabilizing Divine Needle Iron, and other supreme treasures. He could summon them, but the other self could not. Yet precisely because of this, it was all the more hair-raising. It further proved that this was not a mirror image, just a person identical to him in every way and manner. The divine realm might be the same, except for the chaos bell hidden in the dark side of the divine realm. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill in his heart, wondering if this might be a contingency left by the Supreme targeting him. There was a certain possibility. If so, as far as he could go, so could this person. The only advantage he had over his counterpart was the Eastern Emperor hidden in the divine realm, the supreme treasures he possessed. He then smiled, raising the Hao Yin mirror in his hand. Like a mirror image, the other self also raised his hand in the void, repeating, but in the next moment, Zhang Fuxing saw that the other made a different move, expressionlessly turned around, walked forward, and then picked up the Cyan Wave sword, the mystic yellow pagoda, and the 7 treasures jade rui from the table. Looking at him, saying, Zhang Fuxing felt a shock of coldness in his heart. He stared intently at this other self, witnessing him putting down the 3 supreme treasures, returning to his original position, seemingly becoming a mirror image again, just as he was staring at himself. 1 second, too. Zhang Fuxing started laughing. The other self also started laughing. Zhang Fuxing stopped speaking, striding forward, and that mirror image also strode forward. The lift of their feet, the angle were exactly the same as they brushed against each other. Zhang Fuxing could feel their mutual breaths, heartbeats, even the flow of blood in the veins, the tremors of muscles, bones, and organs, the circulation of vitality. Exactly the same. Thus, Zhang Fuxing stepped into the Now Gate. Thus, the mirror image walked out of the Now Gate. One wonders if at this moment the Now Gate were to close, what would happen? Such a thought flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind, but fortunately, nothing happened. Standing firm in place, turning around, Zhang Fuxing took a deep look at the mirror image, and the mirror image also took a deep look at him. After retracting his gaze, Zhang Fuxing no longer concerned himself with the mirror image, turning to study the three supreme treasures. Unexpectedly, they were completely unmovable. The cyan wave sword couldn't be lifted. The mystic yellow pagoda couldn't be pushed. As for the three treasures Jade Rui, it was easily picked up, in part perhaps due to having cultivated the primordial scripture, or perhaps due to being contained within the primordial scripture, but more so in the fully chapter above the primordial scripture. In any case, it was picked up. Zhang Fuxing murmured, stroking the three treasures Jade Rui. Though he couldn't wield it fully, with his current cultivation, at least he could sense the enormous, inconceivable power contained within it. Looking back subconsciously, the mirror image was doing the exact same motion, except he was stroking the air, the void. He was also looking back at him. Such bizarre, peculiar feelings made Zhang Fuxing extremely uncomfortable. Recalling the mirror image's previous exceeding actions, the unease within Zhang Fuxing's heart grew ever stronger. He murmured bitterly. The mirror image chanted devoutly. Zhang Fuxing's hand tightened, gripping the three treasures Jade Rui fiercely, staring intently at the mirror image. The mirror image also fiercely stared at him, clutching a handful of air. It was unbearable. Zhang Fuxing struck out with a punch, employing the chaos seal, emitting the great chaotic light, and activated the Panga banner of the heaven-opening chapter's killing technique. The heaven-opening sword, Chi chaotic sword light rent through the void, yet the mirror image also executed exactly the same. Chapter 569, 348, Guang Chengzi greets Master _3. _3 The forces of two entities capable of tearing apart an entire province or annihilating a sea of stars collided, then mutually canceled each other as if nothing had happened. Only the collapsed void bore witness to it all. But even the void quickly healed. After casting one last glance at the reflection that instilled a sense of irritation and anger in him, Zhang Fuxing snorted coldly. Then, without looking back, walked toward the main hall of the true Eight Sceneries Palace behind the Now Gate. The reflection also snorted coldly and walked toward the main hall of the Divine Realm Eight Sceneries Palace, neither side seeing the other. Only Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, surveying the true Eight Sceneries Palace, seemingly the same as everything he had seen before, the same meditation mat, the same empty hall, except for the white jade wall behind the mat. On the white jade wall here, there was no circular hole, nor a wisp of the innate Tianqi he had obtained from Black Eye. Zhang Fuxing suspiciously glanced around while holding the jade rui of three precious treasures, attempting to sit on the meditation mat. The same elevating feeling, the same sensation of sitting infinitely high. Higher. Infinitely higher than when sitting on the mat in the fake Eight Sceneries Palace of his divine realm. Zhang Fuxing silently felt his current state, infinitely high, as if overlooking everything higher than time, history, even higher than when he was briefly raised to above the river of time by upstream beings. Much, much higher. Even the jade rui of three precious treasures, which he couldn't activate before, seemed to allow a slight activation. Zhang Fuxing attempted to manifest the fully Dharma body, the primordial cloud becoming more turbulent and heavier than ever. his body shrouded in shadows, layered upon numerous universes. Even the 36 colored lights behind him transformed into 72 colors. The key was cause and effect. Unlike the feeling of sitting in the illusionary 8 sceneries palace, sitting on the true mat, he felt as if enveloped by countless causes and effects, as if becoming the center of them. In awe, Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt something, lifting his head to look at the Taoist palace's closed, slightly open gate. He murmured to himself. Zhang Fuxing tried to gaze into the jade void cause and effect hidden in his left eye. Through the jade void cause and effect, he could see the jade void palace, could see the golden bell, and the scene through the slit beyond the golden bell. A quiet chamber. The quiet chamber in the back hall with desks and supreme treasures. But what was different was the quiet chamber still had the Xianwang Tower and Cyan Wave Sword, but the jade rui of 3 precious treasures was missing. Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred, contemplating rising to walk to the quiet chamber in the back hall, while also gazing through the jade void cause and effect at the jade void palace, wanting to see if his form would appear in the jade void palace. But at that moment, through the jade void cause and effect, Zhang Fuxing saw a figure appear beside the golden bell before the gate of the jade void palace. His heart sank. Chairman. There was no time to ponder, no time to investigate. Zhang Fuxing watched as the chairman extended a hand, placing it on the gate of the jade void palace, gently pushing. Yet, there was no response from the back hall. Instead, it was the main gate in front of him that emitted a strange sound and slowly began to open. The Taoist stood before the gate of the jade void palace, caressing the golden bell, caressing the gate of the jade void palace. Suppressing the agitation, his gaze followed the crack of the door, peering at the scenery within. The Taoist paused. Initially reflecting was a quiet chamber, bearing supreme treasures left by the master and 2 senior uncles. But now, again looking inside, it turned gloomy and unclear. Nothing was visible. Only a faint light seemed to glow. 72 colored light. The Taoist muttered, his face changing, pushing forcefully out of instinct. Squeak! The gate of the jade void palace, previously unmovable, surprisingly opened as if destined by providence. The gate slowly swung open to both sides with an ancient rumbling sound, and the gloom before his eyes dissipated, replaced by what was once faint light, now grown bright. He squinted his eyes, instinctively looking. Behold, in the jade void palace, at the main seat, sat a blurred, indistinct figure, the figure engulfed in shadows, as if anchored in infinite universes, its silhouette adorned by 72 colored lights, accompanied by endless primordial clouds. It merely sat there. Yet as the Taoist gazed, it seemed as though witnessing the origin where infinite cause and effects converge. It seemed sitting there was cause and effect itself, the cause of all results, the true beginning, the genuine origin. The Taoist stood there, stunned, rubbing his eyes, looking again. The seated one seemingly raised its eyes, and the object held between knees glowed. It was the jade rui. It was the jade rui of 3 precious treasures. Silence, silence. In the silence, the Taoist's voice, hoarse, fell to make a bow. His voice carried a tearful tone. Illusionary 8 Sceneries Palace. Front hall. Zhang Fuxing sat there, just like the Zhang Fuxing seated in the Jade Void Palace. When Guang Chengzi entered the Jade Void Palace, the Zhang Fuxing seated in the 8 Sceneries Palace suddenly tilted his head. He lightly tapped the void. Outside the 8 Sceneries Palace, shadows appeared one after another, and the shadows all entered the Taoist palace. Thus, at the same instant, Guang Chengzi performed his salute. Occupying seats in high heaven were Chun Wanyu, the Buddha's son, Miss Mingyu, Li Jing, all performing their salute, chanting. Zhang Fuxing raised his head, hoarsely whispered. As Zhang Fuxing in the Jade Void Palace raised his head, gazing anxiously at the saluting Guang Chengzi, hoarsely whispered. Chapter 570, 349. If all 12 celestial venerates gathered before me, 1/2. Chapter 570, Chapter 349. If all 12 celestial venerates gather before me, one half. There's still a chapter titled Late Arrival. So it seems. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the Taoist, bowing in front of him, whispering in his heart, his thoughts racing. Since this place is not the true Eight Sceneries Palace, then where's the real Eight Sceneries Palace? Where could it be? From outside the Jade Void Palace, one could see the quiet chamber of the rear hall. But why, when the door is truly pushed open, does it become the front hall? He puzzled over this without an answer, feeling a bit panicked inside. Even standing before him was a Daluo. Not an ordinary Daluo, but Guang Chengzi, the head of the 12 celestial venerates of the Jade Void, Guangqing Celestial Venerate. If a flaw were detected, Zhang Fuxing recalled the terror that was revealed by a wisp of Guang Chengzi's will during the day, and now standing before him is Guang Chengzi's true form. He doesn't think that in his current state he could avoid the pursuit of such a Daluo, even if he employed every technique, leaping through time and space, inverting stars and constellations, rendering all things void. It would probably be useless. Therefore, what will come to pass will happen as it should. As thoughts flickered, Zhang Fuxing suddenly wondered, what of the mirror image at this moment? Does it mimic his actions exactly? Thoughts returned to silence as Zhang Fuxing held the three treasures Jade Rui, a light of 72 colors dazzling behind him, his gaze resting on the bowing Taoist. A hoarse voice rang out from the vast, weighty primordial cloud, surrounded by the silent, revolving cosmoses. Guang Chengzi rose, saluted again, and bowed again. This repetition happened 9 times over. Only then did he truly stand upright, just as countless years ago, positioning himself on the left side beneath the celestial venerate, sitting cross-legged in the void. Auspicious signs rose, cranes called long, divine birds sang songs. Guang Chengzi glanced around the empty Jade Void Palace, his expression tinged with bitterness, and said, I still remember back then, when the 12 celestials gathered here, listening to the Master's discourse on the great Tao, and after the God-sealing tribulation. The voice echoed within the Jade Void Palace as he cautiously looked at the Master, indistinct and akin to the cause of all results, the origin of everything, his heart trembling slightly. The Master, he seemed to have advanced 100 feet further. In the past, though the Master was the cause of all results, he never possessed this current Tao charm of the origin, so often mentioned and described as the Tao of Fuli. With thoughts weaving and winding, Guang Chengzi saw the Master speak in a low voice. Guang Chengzi chuckled bitterly once more, after pausing and sighing softly. Zhang Fuxing's heart moved. Jade Emperor's chaos, suppressing the river of time? He pondered, can the current Daluo no longer wander through time, freely, or alter history? But what about Sun Monkey? Ah yes, if time is suppressed by fellow Taoist Yu Huang, he can naturally decide who can wander and who cannot. Zhang Fuxing recalled the life form sitting upstream on the river of time, pressing across it, organizing his thoughts, speaking in a hoarse voice. He remembered clearly, both Yu Huang and Easter Emperor had said that the Supreme cannot scrutinize the present, saying such a thing wouldn't be abrupt. Sure enough, Guang Chengzi's expression remained natural, finding nothing odd, clasping his hands in salute. After a pause, he continued, Guang Chengzi exhaled, the celestial venerate, seated above, nodded slightly. Guang Chengzi hesitated a moment, then without further delay, respectfully replied. Saying this, his expression grew more solemn. As the words fell, Guang Chengzi looked towards the Master sitting there, only to see the Master calmly state. Guang Chengzi paused, then understood and sighed with a respectful ritual. A faint smile curled at Zhang Fuxing's lips, though hidden by the layered primordial cloud and its dim cosmos, eluding Guang Chengzi's sight. He then continued. Guang Chengzi's pupils shrank with astonishment, speaking in surprise. Chapter 571, 349. If the 12 celestial venerates gather before me, one half. Chapter 571. Chapter 349. If the 12 celestial venerates gather before me, one half. But now, the one leading the westward journey is the transformed Buddha of Shakyamuni, that world-honored one, Tathagata. Bless life, Buddha. He paused for a moment, seemingly having an epiphany. Some time ago, Laozi ventured westward out of Hanga Pass. Could it be that this Laozi is the Central Pole sect leader? Zhang Fuxing smiled and nodded. Indeed, Daluo is not dull. All got it right. He calmly said. Zhang Fuxing tried to be as concise as possible. Say more, make more mistakes. Say less, make fewer mistakes. To prevent Guang Chengzi from noticing any clues and sensing anything amiss. Guang Chengzi's face revealed a faint smile. He offered a respectful bow again, suddenly changing the topic. Zhang Fuxing's heart skipped, yet he did not speak, merely silently gazed at Guang Chengzi. The primordial cloud rolled. The three treasures jade Rui slightly glimmered, and the golden bell outside seemed to tremble gently. Guang Chengzi felt as though he was bearing an enormous pressure. He didn't understand what he did wrong, yet this seemed normal. The thoughts of the Supreme, how could they be understood completely by Daluo? Even if this Supreme was the master he had been alongside for countless years. Guang Chengzi lowered his head, gathered his emotions, and dryly said. Zhang Fuxing stared at Guang Chengzi. The chill in his heart retreated slightly. He thought Guang Chengzi had noticed something, using vague words to probe. But now it seems that was not the case. But the problem arose. What did the primordial celestial venerate instruct Guang Chengzi on? How would I know? Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced, knowing he must never let anything slip at this moment. Otherwise, trouble would truly be enormous. Confronting and deceiving a true Daluo is not comparable to deceiving the various seats above high heaven in the past. After a while, when Guang Chengzi was beginning to feel restless, he saw his master, sitting upon the primordial meditation mat, slowly retract his gaze from him, and then, speaking in a seemingly disappointed tone, "Without me, couldn't you even make a decision?" Lightly spoken words drifted down. Guang Chengzi first felt startled, then joy. Standing on his own, did Master mean to allow him to participate in the strategy among the Supremes? No longer an executor, but a strategist. This implies Master intends to elevate him to the Supreme as well. Amidst the joy, Guang Chengzi felt somewhat serious. The contention among the Supremes has already become so intense. To make Master consider allowing him to verify the Supreme fruit position? Thoughts turned. Guang Chengzi took a deep breath. Zhang Fuxing blinked. Where did this guy get to? He pondered for a moment, continuing ambiguously. Guang Chengzi was delighted again, understanding Master was going to instruct him on how to contend with the Supremes. Since the opening of the heavens, everything and everyone has been in contest and struggle, but the struggle between Supremes and those below them is completely different. The latter fights for fortunes, destiny, cultivation, focusing on the present, but the former never cares about temporary gains and losses. 1,000 failures might be preparation for one success. What the Supremes target is the entire historical epic. Guang Chengzi organized his thoughts, softly said, Sihung Jr. brother seems to have awakened, in a place called Mandala lineage in the current world. The words landed, followed by another long silence. It is unknown how much time passed. The being seated at the main position spoke calmly. Do not hesitate. Do not waver. Do it. That young friend? Is it the Central Pole sect leader? Guang Chengzi seemed to ponder. Should I go directly to meet the Central Pole sect leader? Zhang Fuxing's thoughts fast, wondering whether to act cautiously or to take a big gamble. He lowered his eyelids, silently thoughtful. But this time, he only mused for a short while. Zhang Fuxing decided on a big gamble, just as he said to Guang Chengzi, how can one succeed by wavering or hesitating? In this grand era of contention, naturally one should strive. If one wishes to step out of the chessboard, not be controlled by the Supremes, naturally one must gamble. Otherwise, if one only seeks stability, you could do nothing and wait for the Supremes to arrange everything. He then hoarsely said again, that young friend is already our peer, with multiple identities, Having assumed the title of Tai Ching, the name of Laozi, after a pause, Guang Chengzi heard Master continue. Guang Chengzi raised his head in disbelief. Fully Taoist venerate? Chapter 572, 349. If I gather the 12 celestial venerates before me, 1/2_3. Chapter 572, Chapter 349. If I gather the 12 celestial venerates before me, 1/2_3 floating brush. He trembled slightly, as if realizing something, his eyes violently trembling. Zhang Fuxing noticed something was wrong, but was hesitant to ask, so he continued. Guang Chengzi regained his composure from the shock and murmured the words, Taoist venerable, suddenly recalling the little guy from the day. Is it him? There's a very good chance it's him. Guang Chengzi steadied his mind, bowed respectfully, yet hesitation appeared on his face. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, saying calmly. Guang Chengzi exhaled, clasped his hands, and said, Disciple has 2 questions. He saw the master shake his head and speak succinctly. Guang Chengzi understood and continued to ask. This time, primordial celestial venerable fell into prolonged silence. After a while, he calmly said, Guang Chengzi comprehended, bowed his head, accepted the command, and retreated. He faced the one seated at the main position, then gradually retreated from the Jade Void Palace. As the doors of the Jade Void Palace opened and closed, the entire hall fell silent. Not until this moment did Zhang Fuxing heavily exhale. He murmured softly, his gaze shifting, consenting to meet the other Yusu disciples was a big risk for himself once again. The more people come to the Jade Void Palace, the greater the possibility of exposing himself. Walking by the river often, how can one not get wet? It's still, as the saying goes, a world of major struggles. One must fight. One must take a gamble. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunities and benefits that accompany it. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, his mind clear. If 12 grand luo can sit before him, pay their respects, how great would the benefits he could grasp be? Unimaginable. Zhang Fuxing admonished himself. Then he stood up holding the 3 treasures Jade Rui, without exploring the Jade Void Palace. There's no time. If expectedly, in the present world, Guang Chengzi, or rather the Federation speaker, will probably come knocking. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing holding the 3 treasures Jade Rui, strode briskly back to the rear hall. That mirror image also made a false-holding gesture and approached, still surrounded by wisps of chaotic fog. Zhang Fuxing suddenly frowned. Looking at the mirror image also frowned. Speaking in the same tone, Zhang Fuxing's eyelid twitched a bit, ultimately said nothing, once again passing by this mirror image, returning to the front hall. His steps paused slightly in the empty front hall, swept his gaze around, increasingly feeling something was not quite right. But in the 8 sceneries palace, chaos of cause and effect, even he could hardly trace cause and effect, trace what happened moments ago. A sudden impulse, there must be a reason. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, glanced at the half-open door of the 8 sceneries palace, finally exhaled, put away the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and thoughts returned to the self. Reopened his eyes, still in the main house of the Chui family's courtyard. Voices can be heard outside. Several from the Chui family seemed not to have slept. Bright moonlight shone in through the window. Zhang Fuxing's ears twitched, heard at the courtyard door, at this moment a light knock. Someone was knocking, but it was not the speaker. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 573, 350. Overnight at the Celestial Maiden, all causes and effects. Chapter 573. Chapter 350. Overnight at the Celestial Maiden, all causes and effects. Outside the Kong family courtyard, talk. The knocking on the door was as light as falling plum blossoms. In just a moment, the door creaked open, and Chui Winda poked his head out, looking at the visitor outside with a puzzled expression. The Kong family has temporarily moved away. Saying that, he began to close the door. Sister Jade Rabbit, like an immortal, was currently teaching secret cultivation techniques in the courtyard. Not a moment could be delayed. Just as the crimson door was about to close, a pale white hand suddenly pressed against the door panel, its fingertips like jade, exuding a touch of coolness. Shui Wenda's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up to see a woman standing outside the door, dressed in a moon-white long skirt, with her black hair cascading down to her waist, her eyebrows and eyes seeming shrouded in a faint mist. Although she was stunningly beautiful, she emanated a distant coolness that kept people at bay. The woman spoke, her voice clear like spring water striking a stone, carrying a touch of lazy nonchalance. Shui Wenda was silent for a moment, speaking with some difficulty. Before he finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly echoed from deep within the courtyard, rippling outwards. Shui Wenda was taken aback, hurriedly stepping aside to make way, his gaze lingering slightly on the woman. Her aura was so elusive, he couldn't fathom it at all. The serene woman moved with lotus-like steps, entering the courtyard. Chui Luduo, Wan Yu and others were leaning against the corridor, catching a glimpse of the scene from afar. Their eyes flickered slightly, but they tacitly chose not to step forward and disturb, merely watching her quietly as she traversed the winding path, heading straight for the artificial lake in the center of the courtyard. Everyone silently retreated into their rooms, and the Vascong family courtyard suddenly fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind remaining. It was late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its clear light spilling over, covering the entire lake surface. The lake water was clear, with 1,000 koi swimming playfully, breaking the moon's reflection, causing sparkling ripples. The serene woman looked up, seeing a young man in sackcloth sitting upright in a small pavilion at the lake center. He sat with his back to her, his figure straight, gazing at the lake's surface, his aura calm as an abyss. The serene woman narrowed her eyes, stepping onto the winding stone bridge leading to the pavilion, her footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. Taoist venerable. She spoke as she nonchalantly sat next to the young man, promptly placing her feet on the horizontal bench in the pavilion. Her moon-white long skirt slid down, revealing 2 long, snow-white jade legs, their luster like mutton-fat white jade under the interplay of moonlight and lake light, an enthralling sight. Zhang Fuxing, however, did not turn his head, his gaze still on the 1,000 koi in the lake. "Which family or sect are you from?" he asked directly, his voice calm and unruffled. The serene woman smiled lightly, dimples showing, naturally seductive. "Celestial Dao Province?" Zhang Fuxing's fingertips paused slightly, pondering. The Mother Star has 49 provinces, divided into upper, middle, and lower 16ths, totaling 48, the remaining one being the Celestial Dao Province, whose status is no less than the celestial capital. Rumors say, among the federal 3 respects, one is the Speaker, another the Grand Secretary, and the third is the Governor of the Celestial Dao Province. His tone was casual, as if merely asking in passing. Yet the serene woman smiled without answering, suddenly leaning closer, a cold fragrance like orchids and musk entering Zhang Fuxing's nostrils. The scent was laced with a touch of soul-hooking charm, stirring his mind. At this slight flicker of consciousness, Zhang Fuxing suddenly turned his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his voice icy. With his current cultivation, even if a Buddhist arhat came in person to chant sutras, it might not disturb his mind in the slightest. How could he be easily swayed by feminine wiles? The serene woman chuckled softly, her enchanting aura suddenly dissipating. Yet she did not move away. Instead, she leaned even closer, almost shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Fuxing. She extended her jade-like fingers, her fingertips cool, gently caressing Zhang Fuxing's cheek, the touch smooth as silk. Then, the serene woman leaned closer, her breath orchid-like, her voice soft enough to squeeze out water. "Mr. Taoist truly has great self-control and a good temperament." Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless, but his heart shook violently. "Bio Palace." His thoughts whirled rapidly, and he asked in a deep voice. The serene woman was momentarily surprised, yet readily answered. The Federation's three respects, the speaker being Guang Chengzi, belonged to the Jade Void branch. The Grand Secretary, Xianxin Daoist, is essentially the Grand Master Xuandu, the top disciple of Tai Ching. Thus, if this third respect of the celestial Dao province hails from Bo Palace, it makes perfect sense. Oh, he asked unassumingly. The serene woman almost clung to Zhang Fuxing entirely. She stretched out her tongue, lightly licking the young man's earlobe, her voice eerie, with a touch of mesmerism. Chapter 574, 350. Overnight with the Celestial Lady, the consequence of all causes. 2. Chapter 574. Chapter 350. Overnight with the Celestial Lady, the consequence of all causes. 2. Zhang Fuxing's heart sank. He could understand the heaven-reaching sect, but Yao Qi and Wuxing Laomu? If he remembered correctly, Wuxing Laomu was none other than the legendary Queen Mother of the West. Guang Qingzi from Yusu and the Grandmaster Xuandu from Doloa. How did they end up in this Bo Palace with the person in charge being the Queen Mother of the West? Logically, shouldn't it be the Celestial Venerate Duo Bao, or the Tathagata Duo Bao? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a serene woman extended her arm to embrace Zhang Fuxing's neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear. The third vein is the Longevity sect, also one of the Federation's orthodox sections. She elongated the tone of her words with a hint of coquettish sulkiness. As the night wind blew, her skirt fluttered like butterfly wings, revealing a glimpse of her slender snow-white waist. The Sixth Desire's celestial maiden gently caressed the young man's cheek, and then softly turned his face towards her, their noses touching, eyes meeting. Her voice was as soft as a cat lazing in the afternoon sun, stirring the soul. As they stared into each other's eyes, the serene woman gazed at the young man in sackcloth before her, yet she saw his eyes deep like an abyss, endlessly profound. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed as if two stars were hidden within that abyss, glowing brilliantly, as if they could pierce through all illusions in the world. Zhang Fuxing spoke faintly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. The Sixth Desire celestial maiden chuckled, her laughter as clear as a silver bell. Even though she was laughing, there was not a trace of mirth in her misty eyes, only a tranquil and serene depth. After a moment, she leaned closer to Zhang Fuxing's ear and whispered. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The Sixth Desire celestial maiden responded with a long, drawn-out nasal her breath fragrant as orchids. Zhang Fuxing was increasingly astonished and probed. Speaker. The Sixth Desire celestial maiden lazily shook her head, smoothing the loose strands of hair by her temples, revealing a slender, snow-white neck, her skin nearly transparent under the moonlight. I am merely a pawn inserted by the speaker amongst the four veins of Bo Palace. Zhang Fuxing's eyes were deep, his tone calm. The Sixth Desire celestial maiden suddenly adopted a wistful demeanor, her willow brows furrowing slightly. Sighing mournfully, the speaker said that those who take my primal een could obtain great fortune, their cultivation advancing 1,000 miles a day. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, his gaze falling on the enchanting beauty before him. In all fairness, this woman's beauty, among all the beings he had seen, could rank second, surpassing even Chen Wanyu, Wanyu II, and others, the only slightly inferior one being the Wa Empress. After a moment, he spoke peacefully, his voice still calm and unruffled. The Sixth Desire celestial maiden shook her head, her delicate fingers gently tracing the young man's palm. Speaking softly, the speaker said, I was originally chosen by someone as great as the heavens, but later I was abandoned. Zhang Fuxing understood instantly. The primordial celestial venerated is the cause of all results, and in contrast, the celestial lord of numinous treasure naturally is the cause of all results. One is the beginning, the other is the end, and combined with the supreme between them, together they form the primordial celestial venerate of Fuli, or one might say the Fuli Taoist venerate. In this case, this woman was originally a pawn chosen by the celestial lord of numinous treasure, the heaven-reaching sect leader. But why was she abandoned? Zhang Fuxing did not know, nor could he investigate. He merely reached out, lifting the chin of the Six Desires Celestial Maiden, his fingertips slightly cool, his tone indifferent. The Six Desires Celestial Maiden's breath was fragrant as orchids, her eyes glistening with watery light. Someone like me, how can I have a heart? Zhang Fuxing remained silent. In his eyes, intricate threads of cause and effect began to intertwine. He extended his hand again, his fingertips gently touching the serene woman's brow, sensing the origin of her energy. This woman was indeed not lying. Zhang Fuxing could distinctly feel that within her essence, qi, and spirit, there was a particular power, closely linked to the Tao of cause and effect, yet distinct from the Tai chapter in the primordial scripture. The Tai chapter symbolizes the cause and effect, while the power within this woman represents the effect in cause and effect. Zhang Fuxing spoke without expression, and as his words fell, a thought stirred within him. In that instant, water vapor rose from the lake. A white mist like a veil ascended to the sky, enveloping the entire pavilion in the heart of the lake. Chapter 575, 350. A Night with the Celestial Maiden, Causes and Effects of All Things. Chapter 575, Chapter 350. A Night with the Celestial Maiden, Causes and Effects of All Things. The lake water seemed to come alive, transforming into a heavenly curtain of water, completely isolating the inside and outside of the pavilion. 1,000 colorful koi fish swim through the water curtain, their tail fins sweeping past, splashing delicate water droplets, refracting 7 colors under the moonlight, akin to a stunningly beautiful painting. The Six Desires Celestial Maiden's alluring eyes lay soft like silk, yet her complexion was slightly pale, her voice tender with an almost imperceptible tremor. The tone elongated, soft, and accompanied by a subtle nasal sound, echoing within the water curtain. The water curtain surrounding the small pavilion gently rippled, stirring layers of waves. Ancient legends say, when a carp jumps over the dragon gate, it can transform into a dragon and soar to the heavens. Now 1,000 koi surround the water curtain, blending with the moonlight, dancing gracefully, as if part of a grand fish-dragon dance. Add the evening breeze weaving through the forest, brushing against the bamboo in the courtyard, creating a soft rustle, reminiscent of a melodious tune, harmonizing with the movements of the koi. Fish and dragon dance. The wind whispers through the emerald forest. Morning. A hint of daybreak appeared in the east, the first light of dawn piercing through the mist, spilling over the small pavilion in the heart of the lake. Zhang Fuxing remained seated cross-legged on the pavilion seat, eyes closed, breathing long and steady, like an old monk in meditation. Unmoving, the Six Desires Celestial Maiden sat cross-legged on top of him, now struggling to lift herself up, her jade face showing a pallor, yet with an unusual blush. She donned a robe of moon white, her gaze resting on the young man, not shifting for a long time. As she gazed, she suddenly became somewhat entranced, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. Zhang Fuxing's aura was surging at an incredible speed. This wasn't just a simple surge in cultivation. His aura around him was becoming increasingly harmonious, increasingly perfect, as if yin and yang converged, as if cause and effect stood side by side. Time ticked away. In the blink of an eye, the sun reached high noon. The midday sun pierced through the water curtain, scattering golden light. Yet the hemp-robed youth remained still, his aura growing increasingly vast and majestic. The Six Desires Celestial Maiden's sense of astonishment grew stronger. At first, Zhang Fuxing's aura, though profound, had a visible boundary, but now his aura was as expansive as the starry sky, utterly without end. The Six Desires Celestial Maiden licked her slightly dry lips, her expression becoming incredibly complex. Felumph. She turned away, no longer looking at the young man, her gaze falling on 1,000 koi swimming within the water curtain. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly discovered that the scales of these koi had undergone a tremendous change. not ordinary fish scales anymore. They were dragon scales. The ethereal woman murmured to herself, her fingertips lightly tracing the water curtain, her eyes flickering. She looked at them one by one, and saw on each koi's forehead a faint protrusion, their forms now several times bulkier than before, clearly showing signs of transforming into flood dragons. It seems some good fortune has come your way. The six desires celestial maiden sighed lightly, flicked her jade fingers, releasing a wisp of pure divine essence into the water curtain. 1,000 koi scrambled to devour it, their scales becoming increasingly dazzling. Given their current circumstances, within 10 years at most, they can awaken intelligence, and the future achievement of becoming divine flood dragons is merely a matter of time. But the six desires celestial maiden's cheeks blushed slightly, her eyes somewhat hazy, lost in thought. However, at this moment, a deep and mighty dragon's roar suddenly erupted within the water curtain, shaking the entire pavilion. The six desires celestial maiden suddenly jolted awake, following the sound, her face shocked in an instant. She saw within the water curtain a koi with a golden body shedding its scales, transforming into a true dragon. Dragon horns majestic, dragon whiskers floating. It's not a flood dragon. It's transforming into a dragon. A true dragon, she exclaimed in disbelief. These koi, even if they absorbed the yin-yang breath mingled last night, at most could become flood dragons in a century. To transform into dragons would require at least a millennium, accompanied by extraordinary fortune. Yet the koi before her eyes had, in a single night, transcended 1,000 years, directly transforming into a dragon. The six desires celestial maiden rubbed her eyes, still finding it hard to believe, as she watched the true dragon spiraling and dancing within the water curtain, her mind excited when she heard a gentle voice suddenly by her ear. She turned her gaze and saw the hemp-robed youth had unknowingly awakened. Zhang Fuxing slowly stood up, his robe fluttering, calmly speaking, "The cause of all results is the beginning of everything. The result of all causes is the end of everything." The six desires celestial maiden spoke in a dazed and puzzled manner. She watched as the youth nodded with a smile, and then extended his fingers, softly pointing towards the water curtain. Before his voice fell, the moment his fingertip descended, immense power suddenly swept out, enveloping the entire water curtain. That power was vast, containing grand mystery. 1,000 koi within the water curtain twisted violently. Their bodies began to swell madly, scales shedding, dragon horns growing, dragon roars echoed through the skies. This was not a gradual transformation, but a leap transcending time and space. The future result arrived early, preemptively manifested. Thus, 1,000 koi scattered clean, replaced by 1,000 dragons swimming. Dragon roars boomed. The six desires celestial maiden dazedly rubbed her eyes. Chapter 576, 351. Reunion of Old Friends. Erlang pays a visit, 1/2. Chapter 576, Chapter 351. Reunion of Old Friends. Erlang pays a visit, 1/2. The next chapter will still be late by a bit. The Taoist venerable leading the Chui family to take over the Kong family mansion was something that had quietly spread throughout the entire floating imperial city. A cold voice echoed from her heart, and Chun Wanyu clutched her chest, murmuring deeply. At this moment, her heart was inhabited by many divine spirits from the Western sect, ranging from venerates to great powers. A venerate seemed to frown, wanting to speak out and stop her, but was held back by another great power who was also hiding there. After a pause, the great power continued. Seeing the Grand Elder say this, the other divine spirits hidden in Chun Wanyu's heart fell silent as well. Chun Wanyu silently walked along the long street, and not far away, her destination. The Kong family mansion was already in sight. Unexpectedly, the mansion was crowded with people at its entrance, seemingly all there to pay a visit. Chun Wanyu frowned. She was a bit worried, according to what the great celestial venerate on the high heaven said last night. Everyone possible from the high heaven seats should go to the Kong family mansion. Though the reason was unknown, it was certainly right to follow the directive. But there were too many people. Naturally, they couldn't all be members of the high heaven seats. Chen Wanyu instinctively touched her heart again, sensing the terrifying auras lurking there, a bitter smile emerging on her face. She recalled the sudden gathering in the high heaven last night and the great celestial venerate, feeling that the venerate seemed somewhat different from before, but she could not pinpoint the changes exactly. She shook her head, stood at the end of the crowd, invisibly, listening to the discussions around her. Who's not saying so? Even the High Commissioner calls him a friend. The similar discussions were ongoing. Chen Wanyu absorbed them, listening silently, trying to capture useful information. Third younger sister, what are we doing here? The conversation fell into Chen Wanyu's ears, and her heart suddenly tightened. One of the voices, why does it sound a bit familiar? She instinctively turned to look. Coincidentally, Chun Yuk felt something and looked back. Their eyes met, both frozen in place. Is it her? Why is she here? How could she possibly be here? The same thought emerged in both women's minds. Chen Wanyu tensed like a poised tiger ready to pounce, while Chen Yuk remained inconspicuous, forming a technique Seal learned from Tian Lao. The two silently confronted each other across the crowd. Little Child raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Chen Yuk spoke with a blank expression, alarmed inside, alert, while distant Chen Wanyu felt similarly. Their auras quietly clashing, one already at innate realm, the other inheriting from Tian Lao of the Interception sect. The clash of auras was evenly matched. Little Child looked over, also saw Chen Wanyu, frowned slightly, and used a celestial secret method transmitted by Tian Lao to secretly deduce. She spoke in astonishment. Is this? Their enmity had long been set. Chen Wanyu's father killed Chen Yuk's father in the past, while Chen Yuk's mother killed Chen Wanyu's father. Even back in Jiangzhou City, Chen Yuk once controlled Chen Wanyu through loans. The clashing aura between the two became more intense. The void rippled, the crowd sensed it, and many eyes were drawn to the two women. A fight seemed imminent. Damn! An exclamation erupted in the crowd. Chen Wanyu was taken aback. Her surging killing intent paused, instinctively following the sound, only to see that conspicuous large bald head among the crowd. That was Zhu Xiaoming? 3 question marks appeared on Chen Wanyu's forehead, accompanied by a sense of absurdity. It's one thing for that bastard Chen Yuk to be here, but how did Zhu Xiaoming end up here too? Distantly, Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi also saw that large bald head, and after a brief moment of confusion, suddenly remembered who this bald young man was. That guy. Chen Yuk blinked bewilderedly. Lin Dongxi also looked confused. What is this? They all faced each other. The once imminent, deadly tension melted like snow under the sun. First one is nothing, but several former Jiangzhou people gathering in the celestial capital and the floating imperial city. No matter how big the grudge, it has to be set aside for now. They squeezed through the crowd, gathered together, then stared at each other. The silence was first broken by the handsome Buddha's son, standing beside Zhu Xiaoming, looking Chen Wanyu up and down. Chen Wanyu narrowed her eyes. Underground waterway. Recalling that day, though it was just half a year ago, it felt as distant as decades. On that day, Zhang Fuxing and his senior martial brother were fiercely fighting in the underground waterway. Fighting to the death, she was eventually swept away by the underground river. Buddha's son chuckled. At that time, 2 little fellows were fighting violently. I watched the whole process from the shadows and naturally saw you as well. Beside them, Chen Yuk and Little Child exchanged a glance, recognizing these two from their earlier visit to their master's abode, but they didn't expect at all that these 2 guys actually knew the little junior. Chen Yuk said in a somber voice. The withered woman lying behind the Buddha's son blinked, while the Buddha's son smiled and shook his head without giving a direct answer, clearly recognizing the 2 women from the Tian Lao sect. Silence stretched again. Chen Wanyu broke the silence. Zhu Xiaoming. Why are you here? Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi exchanged a glance. Zhu Xiaoming shrank his neck, Though quite different from the past, his mindset still remained unchanged, unconsciously being overshadowed by this once goddess-like figure. He chuckled. Zhu Xiaoming pointed at the Buddha's son, continuing, "After many twists and turns, I ended up in the capital, and as for old Zhang..." Chen Yuk's mouth twitched. Chen Yuk paused for a moment, sighed. Zhu Xiaoming's eyes widened, and the Buddha's son was also astounded. The former quickly asked. Chen Yuk shook his head, and Lin Dongxi remained silent. Neither of them knew that Blessed Life Buddha was Zhang Fuxing. In the former's impression, the little junior was still supposed to be the embodiment of the central pole sect leader, certainly not linked to the world-honored One Buddha. Beside them, Chen Wanyu also looked slightly lost in thought. Zhang Fuxing. That name hadn't been heard for a long time. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoming jumped up. The Buddha's son firmly pressed his shoulder, softly saying, "After we finish the journey to the celestial capital, it won't be too late to seek out your friend." Zhu Xiaoming opened his mouth, looking defeated. They exchanged looks, although not familiar with one another, having a common old friend, Zhang Fuxing. However, the person was not here. Of course, Zhang Fuxing now echoed throughout the Federation, yet this Zhang Fuxing wasn't that Zhang Fuxing. After all, merely sharing the same name. The people present had their suspicions about whether it was a coincidence, but that speculation was too bizarre, so naturally didn't take it seriously. After all, how could an 18-year-old boy, not even 19 yet, suddenly become the human race's revered ancestor, the world-honored One Buddha? It was simply impossible. Just as they were unsure what to say, the bustling crowd nearby suddenly fell silent. They instinctively turned their heads to look, and the originally tightly closed gates of the Kong mansion were, unknowingly, wide open. Ruan Yutu stood at the door, calmly surveying the scene. Speaking peacefully, she naturally wouldn't turn away these visitors. Though not the 10 hopes, the identities of these visitors were probably extraordinary, perhaps a descendant of some great power or even a great divine power user. Coming with goodwill, it was not reasonable to close the door. After all, perhaps Father might have use for them. As thoughts ran through her mind, Ruan Yutu stepped aside, gestured invitingly. The crowd immediately lined up neatly, one after another entering the Kong mansion, which fortunately was big enough and spacious, more than enough to accommodate the crowd. Chen Wanyu, Buddha's son, Lin Dongxi, and the other 5 walked side by side, squeezed among the crowd into the mansion. As soon as they entered the Kong mansion, free from the suppression of the array outside, everyone immediately saw the splendid scene not far away. An artificial lake, but the lake water surged up, forming an inscrutable half-spherical water curtain hanging upside down over the artificial lake. Ruan Yuta glanced at the crowd, speaking quietly. Someone in the crowd spoke loudly. Ruan Yutu raised her eyebrows, looking at the young man who spoke, nodding. The young man seemed a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, wearing a guileless smile. He paused, cupped his hands with a smile. Yang Jian? A rather plain name. Ruan Yutu had just had this thought flash through her mind when she heard the crowd exclaim, instinctively turning back. That grand half-spherical water curtain at that precise moment crashed down. Water splashed, sunlight scattered. A young man in hemp garments sat in the pavilion, with an unparalleled beauty snuggled beside him, quietly serene. The young man seemed to be holding a small bowl with water in it, within which indistinctly swam thousands of unknown things. Following a brief silence, the dozens of visitors, be they direct descendants of great powers or offspring of great divine power users, or spokespeople of a prominent faction in the celestial capital, all unanimously showed respect towards the young man with a bow. The voices surged like tide. Zhang Fuxing remained silent. His gaze swept over Zhu Xiaoming, Chen Wanyu, and others in an instant, and then quietly fixed his focus on the youth who had spoken. Yang Jian, also known as Second Divine Might, True Monarch Qing Yuan Yao Dao. Chapter 577, 352, Erlang's Gift of the Celestial Eye, finally entering Doluo Palace. Chapter 577, Chapter 352, Erlang's Gift of the Celestial Eye, Finally entering Delua Palace, the afternoon wind grew fiercer, blowing against the jade-green tiles on the crimson-high walls of the Kong mansion, making them clatter. Chun Wanyu silently surveyed the crowd, pondering whether there might be other presences here. As her thoughts wandered, her gaze finally rested on the mysterious youth in coarse clothing, causing the many divine spirits in her heart to fall silent for some unknown reason. Meanwhile, that youth held a wooden bowl, with 1,000 golden threads floating within, and at this moment he spoke. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing kept his gaze fixed on the youth who called himself Yang Jian, continuing. When he finished speaking, an elderly man hastily spoke. Sir Taoist Venerable, your status is high and noble. Merely sitting is already above and beyond. I come from the province of Hongnong, from the Yang family. The crowd murmured slightly. Someone exclaimed, the Yang family of Hongnong? Nearby, another person spoke. TSK, a tributor. The Yang family of Hongnong plays a clever game. The crowd quietly discussed, while Zhang Fuxing listened in silence, collecting all the information about the Yang family of Hongnong. At this moment, the elderly man cupped his hands, respectfully continued. Zhang Fuxing briefly shifted his gaze from Yang Jian and looked at the elderly man of the Yang family of Hongnong, slightly astonished. What a generous offer indeed. Judging by what he overheard from the crowd and the information about heaven and earth that he grasped, the Yang family of Hongnong is a supernatural family with over 50,000 years of history, and the great divine power user in their family is practically one of the early elders of the Federation, with such family wealth accumulated over tens of thousands of years. How rich must they be? And all this wealth, aside from the immortal medicine, is at my disposal. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced. He smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands, and the elderly man was overjoyed. The others could no longer hold back. Sir, here. The mixed and chaotic voices rose one after another. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. Why was he so in demand? Despite being under the protection of fellow Taoist Xianxing also made it clear that they couldn't leave the celestial capital. The celestial capital. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. It seems the importance of the capital far exceeds his imagination. These local great power families and even supernatural families are willing to pay a great price just to connect with him and extend their reach into the celestial capital. 4 great clans in the celestial capital. Kong, Ming, Xianyuan, and Li. Are these 4 great clans really able to hold on to the celestial city to this extent, barring other families from entering? Or are there forces unknown to me? As his thoughts shifted, Zhang Fuxing held the wooden bowl in one hand, and with the other, he made a pressing motion, causing the chatter to halt at this moment. He spoke gently. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing gestured to Ruan Yutu to step forward. He continued. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the voice of the 6 Desires celestial maiden sounded in his ear. I am familiar with these families and clans. Let me accompany as well. Zhang Fuxing gave a surprised glance at the serene woman beside him, pondered for a moment, and slightly nodded, indicating his agreement. He gave instructions to Ruan Yutu, asking her go with the 6 Desires celestial maiden to guide the visiting crowd towards the backyard for discussions one by one. The crowd left like the tide. Only the youth who first spoke remained standing where he was. Once everyone was led to the backyard, and the Chui family members who came to watch left, there was only the youth and Zhang Fuxing left by the lakeside. The wind grew fiercer. Yang Jian smiled, cupping his hands. Zhang Fuxing intently examined him. Was this someone called by Guangqingzi? No, that couldn't be. If Guangqingzi had sent him, why would they also send a 6 Desires celestial maiden? Besides, if he were truly true monarch Erlang, shouldn't he be a Daluo-level being? But from this youth, Zhang Fuxing did not feel any sense of oppression. Yang Jian continued smiling. Zhang Fuxing regained his senses, deeply observing the youth before him. Yang Jian leisurely responded. Zhang Fuxing squinted. Yang Jian immediately replied. Sir Taoist Venerable is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 578, 352. Erlang bestows the celestial eye, at last enters the Luo Palace, Part 2. Chapter 578. Chapter 352. Erlang bestows the celestial eye. At last enters Deloitte Palace. Part 2. Far, far, far away. The two exchanged questions and answers at a rapid pace. Zhang Fuxing, at some point, had risen from within the pavilion, exhaling a word, stepping forward, step by step, creating ripples in the void with each stride. Only completed the training of flesh, muscles, and bones. The martial artist's 12 refinements trains the flesh, muscles, and bones, but I have heard of those who achieve sanctification in the flesh. Sanctification in the flesh. Taoist venerable jests. As the last word fell, Zhang Fuxing stood before Yang Erlang. The ripples of the void beneath his feet slowly spread, shattering grass and trees, obliterating the muddy ground, even reducing Yang Erlang's trouser legs and straw sandals to dust. Yet, oddly enough, his pristine skin remained untouched. Not a single hair fell. Zhang Fuxing laughed, pointing at Yang Erlang's legs. Yang Erlang shrugged, spreading his hands. Zhang Fuxing's smile faded. Yang Erlang spoke softly. The lakeside suddenly fell into a deadly silence, the pair's words seemingly illogical and aimless, yet they bore an air of mutual confrontation beneath the surface narrative. Zhang Fuxing suddenly exhaled a rich, clear breath, fixing his gaze on Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang looked surprised, repeatedly clasping his fists, as expected of Taoist venerable, who even sees through this small secret of mine. After Yang Erlang had completed his salute to him, Zhang Fuxing then spoke calmly. Yang Erlang smiled. Since I have saluted but haven't been struck by divine lightning, it means the Taoist venerable can bear it. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. Erlang said leisurely, "You are not insignificant." Saying this, he gestured towards the backyard, evidently referring to the 6 desires celestial maiden. Zhang Fuxing stared at Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang shook his head animatedly. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned serious. "Oh, Taoist venerable ought to know, people change." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows. Yang Erlang's smile vanished, speaking calmly. "Which old acquaintance?" "Which acquaintance the Taoist venerable will naturally come to know in the future." Zhang Fuxing felt a forewarning, knowing he was caught in another maelstrom. Yet this whirlpool must have signs. Where is the root? When did this vortex begin? As thoughts raced, he asked further. Yang Erlang shook his head repeatedly, suddenly reaching out, causing Zhang Fuxing's expression to change as he used all his means in an instant. Chaos Seal, Panga Banner, all things are void, fourfold sword Dao. Various means, whether for attack or defense, but before that white, jade-like hand, none caused the slightest ripple. This hand seemed immune to all laws, all ways retreat before it. Yet, Yang Erlang simply lightly knocked 3 times on Zhang Fuxing's forehead, then turned, crossing his hand behind his back, walking steadily with waddling steps, heading straight for the main gate. Zhang Fuxing paused for a moment and called out to him as Yang Erlang neared the door. In myth, when Sun Wukong apprenticed under Master Pewdie at Fonsuan Mountain, he was thusly knocked 3 times, hands behind his back, leaving the door. Standing at the gate, Yang Erlang turned his head, speaking earnestly. "Now that everything needing confirmation is confirmed, naturally I shall leave." Zhang Fuxing enunciated these 3 words heavily. Yang Erlang spoke calmly. "Speaking frankly, it's merely the naked truth." Chapter 579, 352. Erlang gives the celestial eye, finally enters Deloitte Palace, Part 3. Chapter 579, Chapter 352. Erlang gives the celestial eye, finally enters Deloitte Palace, Part 3. I can't even open the celestial eye between my brows. What use do I have for this eye? Zhang Fuxing stared at Yang Erlang, suddenly understanding the situation, realizing that the other state might be even worse than the Northern Emperor. At least the Northern Emperor still possesses a thread of will that contains mana and divine techniques. But Yang Erlang's thoughts cannot even mobilize a shred of the power of heaven and earth, relying solely on a shell of sanctified flesh. A residual body. Zhang Fuxing exhaled. Yang Erlang said with deep meaning. With that said, Yang Erlang left without turning back. Zhang Fuxing stood in place, silent for a long time. When did Yang Erlang mention the time? No. He recalled the 3 taps on his forehead. Could it be midnight? Zhang Fuxing pondered, instinctively touching his forehead, suddenly freezing. The sensation seemed different. He self-examined and was stunned. At the ancestral acupoint on his brow, unbeknownst to him, there was a celestial eye. A tightly closed eye, harboring boundless, terrifying power. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, with an extremely deep gaze. Recently, events have truly come one after another. Old world figures appearing one after another or revealing their traces. Xinqing Daoist, Guang Chengzi, Yang Jian, the second leader of Bo Palace, suspected to be the Western Queen Mother's Wu Sheng Lao Mu. These are just on the surface, and even more reveal themselves secretly. For example, the great sage equal to heaven of the netherworld. After absorbing the 6 desires, celestial maidens, primal Een, the benefits I gained were indeed immense. Zhang Fuxing lowered his head, gazing intently at the 1,000 strands in the wooden bowl, or 1,000 dragons. His eyes grew fierce. The current self is now just a half step away from becoming a great divine power user. Ses désirs célestials me donnent, but cultivation is secondary. The greatest benefit is the characteristic of that part of the effect from causes, reflecting the future, even making the future come early. It's the maturation of celestial medicine, the decay of things, the death of creatures. These can all be the effect, within cause and effect. All can be interfered with to a certain degree. Thoughts tumbling, turning 100 times, and then falling silent. Midnight, Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, touching his brow, perceiving the celestial eye hidden in the ancestral acupoint, inexplicably gifted by Yang Erlang. Why did the other party act strangely today? What was it for? He doesn't know, and he can't understand. Zhang Fuxing's mind churned, then all settled into silence. There remains half a day until midnight. Zhang Fuxing licked his dry lips. Suddenly his expression shifted. A day passed, and Shun Bao, stuck at the door, finally truly entered Deluo Palace. And it was also at this moment, as she entered the Taoist Palace. The rate of time flow there actually returned to normal. Zhang Fuxing murmured, his thoughts coming forth. Chapter 580, 353. After Deluo Palace, Yuan Shi teaches the Tao. 1/2. Chapter 580. Chapter 353. After Deluo Palace, Yuan Shi teaches the Tao. 1/2. Jugwean old, in the depths of the starry sky, on a forsaken planet. Ruins. The star beast tide has yet to truly arrive, for the beast tide is a whole. Although the pinnacle of the level 5 star beast may traverse the entire reality universe in a single thought, due to waiting for the remaining level 2 and 3 star beasts, their speed considerably slowed down. Even so, countless stars surrounding the ruined planet have already fallen dead. The tide, not reaching, yet its threat has descended first, just the sheer pressure sweeping this vast star sea clean. At this moment, the ruined planet hangs solitary in massive darkness. Viewed from afar, it resembles a black hole suspended in space, devouring all light, all color. Deep within the ruins of the planet, all researchers have been urgently evacuated. Even the Pope of the Eastern sect has left, yet the ancient ancestor of the Zhang family still stands upon the ground, quietly gazing at the Taoist palace suspended in the ground fissure, not moving a step. Why? The old man murmured to himself. It was time for the Deluo Palace to open, but all he saw was a furnace and 2 figures beside it, seeing none of the 3 who entered the Taoist palace. The old man whispered, eyes suddenly sharp, fingers continuously flickering in the void, as if deducing, divining. He was a bit troubled, rubbing his temples, muttering to himself, a Taoist palace independent of the river of time. The old man didn't know. All he could do was continue to wait, continue to watch before the star beast tide arrived. The celestial secret reveals, The ancestor will surely descend when that girl exits the Taoist palace. There will be no mistake. He thought she could walk out in an hour, but now, time chaos. The old man choked. A bitter smile appeared on his face, watching the door of Doloa Palace close once again. The closing sound was like a bell ringing, startling Shun Bao, who had just entered. She instinctively looked back, the door tightly shut, unshakable. A black-robed person beside her whispered. Shun Bao regained herself, looking around, seeing only profound darkness. What was visible from outside the Doloa Palace seemed completely invisible after entering. She tentatively released her divine thought, then pushed her mana and grotto heaven completely to her eyes, then looked forward, amidst darkness. Only a distant flicker of fire seemed to jump. Shun Bao swallowed. The two black-robed figures exchanged glances, their voices wooden. After saying this, they each reached out, with pincers-like hands grabbing Shun Bao's arm from left and right. She was startled, instinctively wanting to struggle, but sensed within the black-robed figures a force like an abyssal sea. Venerate? No. Above, venerate. Shun Bao's scalp tingled, caught by the black-robed figure's arms, dragged forward, her heart filled with dread. She suddenly realized the hands gripping her were no ordinary human hands, but bones, glistening gem-like bones. Who? She asked, terror-stricken. But the black-robed figures gave no answer, only stiffly, woodenly advancing, step by step, their footsteps echoing ominously in the darkness. The flickering light hidden within the depths gradually drew near, revealing itself more fully, an oven. It was the same oven seen when surveying the Taoist palace from the outside. But it differed. From the outside it appeared grand, the fire blazing fiercely, yet upon entering, though the oven remained imposing, the flames beneath, resembling as flowing glow, were terrifyingly diminutive. The life forms fanning the flames on either side were gone, leaving only two solitary meditation mats. The black-robed figures released their grip on Shun Bao and stood one on either side of the oven. Shun Bao's heart pounded like a drum. A thought almost unimaginable arose in her mind. She instinctively murmured, "Could you?" Yet the two creatures shrouded in black robes merely side-glanced, gazing at Shun Bao bizarrely. Shun Bao instinctively stepped back, bang, colliding with a figure that had appeared unnoticed. Startled, she turned her head, then exhaled a long breath. It was the ancestor. The ancestor had somehow already emerged from his divine realm, standing right behind her. Shun Bao spoke with a tremor in her voice. Zhang Fuxing nodded, his gaze sweeping over this Doloa palace almost entirely shrouded in darkness, finally focusing on the oven and the two black-robed figures. Such formidable aura, they are all great powers. But this aura was strangely familiar. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts spun, raising an eyebrow, intending to strike directly, to suppress these two black-robed figures when, the very next moment, the two black-robed figures woodenly, stiffly knelt to the ground, their mouths issuing a grating sound like bones rubbing together. Paying respect to whom? Zhang Fuxing's heart fluttered, thinking a presence was behind him, whirling around instantly, manifesting his imperial might bodily, his form suffused with the blazing flames born of the human race's grand fortune. Chapter 581, 353. After Doloa Palace, Yuanshi Lectures. 1/2. Chapter 581. Chapter 353. After Doloa Palace, Yuanshi Lectures. 1/2. All things are void, and the methods like the Panga banner are innately contained. Yet looking back, there was nothing behind. The two black-robed figures worshipped none other than himself. Zhang Fuxing turned around, gazing at the two figures, and spoke in a low voice. The black-robed figures replied woodenly. Shun Bao, standing aside, was somewhat bewildered, not understanding the current situation, while Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, his gaze flowing over the two black-robed figures. He said so. The black-robed figures actually complied, taking off their black robes that could block mental probing, revealing their true forms, which were two skeletons. Two skeletons that had died long ago, with only a small amount of flesh remaining. Judging by their ancient aura, they had died over 10,000 years ago. Is this grim skeletons? Zhang Fuxing was stunned, instantly recognizing the origin of the two skeletons, which were transformed through the grim white bone observation, or rather, the hell observation. But these absolutely could not be his own grim skeletons. The age of these two skeletons must be at least over 10,000 years. Zhang Fuxing narrowed his eyes, puzzled, and immediately asked. While asking, he did not forget to use the Tai chapter to try to trace back the past of the two grim skeletons, but saw nothing. The cause and effect of these skeletons were all disordered and chaotic. Sektayirak. The skeletons spoke stiffly. Although they all possess cultivation at the level of great power, their intelligence was clearly incomplete. Zhang Fuxing found all this even more bizarre. He furrowed his brow and asked again, Sect Hierarch, is Sect Hierarch? The skeletons woodenly repeated. Clearly, nothing more could be asked from them. Zhang Fuxing then looked at Shun Baobao, not bothering to ask, and directly traced the cause and effect on Shun Baobao, vaguely able to trace back the reason why the two skeletons accompanied Shun Baobao, because of an old man. But something even more bizarre happened. The cause and effect on that old man were also disordered and chaotic, unable to be traced back, nor could his appearance be clearly seen. Zhang Fuxing knitted his brows and asked. Shun Baobao quickly replied, Yes, after the front research station of this ancient ruins was established, the director came. After a pause, Shun Baobao seemed to suddenly remember something, adding, Zhang Fuxing's puzzlement deepened. The Zhang family of the Ten Hopes? He thought of the Zhang clan he had seen that day. Led by a prodigious woman, with an air of nobility, he had sensed at the time that the cause and effect surrounding the Zhang clan were very vague and seemed to have some subtle connection to himself. Strange. Too strange. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts raced, while cautiously observing the two great-powered skeletons kneeling on one knee. He stepped forward, carefully observing the furnace. Is this the legendary 8 trigrams furnace? Zhang Fuxing circled the 8 trigrams furnace, attempting to penetrate it with his mind. But as soon as he got close, he was burned by the scorching furnace body. This furnace, I'm afraid I cannot move it. Even if Grandmaster Xuandu is really refined within, it's hard to communicate. Zhang Fuxing suppressed the doubts in his heart, scanning the deep darkness around. After pondering for a while, he lifted his foot and walked toward the back of the 8 trigrams furnace. This place's eerie darkness was such that even he couldn't see through it. Only by moving forward could he clearly see the surroundings. Thus, after walking dozens of steps, in front of him no longer stretched an endless abyss, but appeared a somewhat familiar meditation mat, and behind it a more familiar white jade wall, with a giant circular groove on the wall. Zhang Fuxing. Isn't this the 8 Sceneries Palace? Stunned, he followed his memory of the 8 Sceneries Palace, striding through the darkness, until he actually reached the back hall. As soon as he entered the rear palace, it was suddenly open and clear, with all the deep gloom dispelled. It was a cyan lamp hanging high in the rear palace that drove away all the deep darkness. Zhang Fuxing silently surveyed the scenery of the rear palace, his spine slightly chilled. Identical. It was identical to the illusionary 8 Sceneries Palace in his divine realm. Inside the rear palace, there stood 3 large doors. One marked the past, one the present, and one the future. In front of the doors was a quiet room, with a desk, a meditation mat, and 3 cups of tea, but no supreme treasure. And when Zhang Fuxing walked forward, looking through the gap in the middle door, gazing behind it, what he saw was precisely identical to what he had seen in the illusionary 8 Sceneries Palace. The same quiet room, the same desk, the same meditation mat, the same Xianhuang Tower and cyan wave sword. Only the 3 treasure jade Rui was missing. The 3 treasure jade Rui was in his own hand. Zhang Fuxing stepped back 2 steps, the chill in his heart growing stronger. He murmured, somewhat frightened, truly unable to understand the current situation. Zhang Fuxing murmured, reaching out his hand, trying to push the now gate in the Doloa Palace. The door was then pushed open. So, Zhang Fuxing licked his lips, just preparing to stride in, when his body suddenly froze. As the door opened, the front, or rather in the front palace, was filled with the sound of gentle and melodious preaching. However, when it comes to the fourth form of inverting cause and effect, it becomes very difficult. A middle-aged man's voice came from the front palace. Zhang Fuxing gulped. There was someone. In the next moment, he heard another voice sound. Master, the Tai chapter is truly profound beyond measure. The final form of the Tai chapter is the cause of all results. Another voice sounded, this time somewhat familiar. Brother Guangxing, you are mistaken. Hee, I think both of you are wrong. A series of noisy voices reverberated from the front palace. Zhang Fuxing's suspended foot dared not fall further. His heart pounded like a muffled drum, unsure if stepping forward into the quiet room and beyond the door would mean arriving at the primordial era, arriving in the old world. Indeed, Zhang Fuxing was now certain. Behind the now gate was indeed the Jade Void Palace, but it seemed it was not the current Jade Void Palace. At this moment in the Jade Void Palace, preaching is evidently taking place. Who is preaching? Primordial, celestial, venerable. Who is listening? The 12 immortals. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, silently retracting his suspended foot, and swiftly shut the now gate. Sweat slid down from his forehead, then evaporated. Zhang Fuxing panted slightly. All this already exceeded his understanding, completely unable to fathom what was going on. Zhang Fuxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And those two eerie, bizarre, grim skeletons calling themselves sect hierarch. Yes, grim skeletons. He shuddered, as if an idea struck him, immediately turning and striding forward. And within moments, he returned to the front palace of Doloa Palace. Zhang Fuxing stepped over the meditation mat, retracing his steps along the dark path. And after a few dozen steps, he reached the 8 trigrams furnace. At this moment, Shun Baobao shrank her neck, quietly waiting at the side, while the 2 grim skeletons still knelt on one knee, motionless. A voice as loud as thunder resounded. The 2 grim skeletons woodenly rose. Shun Baobao instinctively looked up. She saw the ancestor walking over surrounded by fiery clouds, his hand unknowingly holding a large mirror high. The large mirror shone upon the 2 grim skeletons. The Haotian mirror, reflecting the past, cause and effect, fate, everything. The large mirror emitted light. Chapter 582, 354. The Dead Before Us, Inverting Cause and Effect. Chapter 582. Chapter 354. The Dead Before Us, Inverting Cause and Effect. The Haotian mirror, in a certain sense, is a supreme treasure belonging to the same level as the Chaos Bell and the map of mountains and rivers. And with Zhang Fuxing's current cultivation, he could barely reach the threshold to activate this supreme treasure. Thus, at this moment, under Shen Baobao's dazzled gaze, the great mirror was shining in the reflected light. The 2 grim skeletons slightly lowered their heads. Yet at this moment, some vague images could be seen being reflected onto the Haotian mirror. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes and looked up. What was revealed was a desolation. In the desolation, he saw twisted, illusory beings walking on the earth. The earth was dead silent, without a trace of life. Mountains were fractured, vegetation withered, and even the suspended sun was silent, its light nearly non-existent. And the twisted, illusory beings lightly placed a palm down. The cracked earth, already devoid of life, suddenly tore open violently. 2 powerful entities hidden beneath the earth tried to escape, yet could not, and under the pull of terrifying aura, they shattered into pieces. The scene ended there. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, once again illuminating the past of the grim skeletons, and then again, over and over. After the Haotian mirror continuously reflected the skeleton's past over 10 times, Zhang Fuxing's movements slowed down, and a look of deep contemplation appeared on his face. The sun. The sun from that past was deep and black silent, devoid of blazing light, only having a deep and profound color. It was clearly the great sun of the netherworld, that twisted, indistinct being, seeming to exist and yet not exist, killed the two powerful entities in the netherworld, and the features of those two powerful entities were very clear, one dressed in white robes, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, the other in black robes, with a long beard nearly dragging on the ground. Zhang Fuxing murmured in his heart, furrowing his brows tightly, for he did not understand this Doloa palace, nor the two grim skeletons. Silent, silent. After a long time, Zhang Fuxing firmly remembered the form of the netherworld reflected by the Haoyan mirror, although the mirror showed an extremely desolate landscape, with no sign of life, not even ghosts or evil spirits to be seen. Yet some fractured mountains nearby were very distinctive, especially the only intact peak among them, towering into the clouds, piercing the sky, yet revealing a bit of divine splendor. Clearly an extraordinary divine mountain. At that time, he would simulate this divine mountain and ask the Taiping Taoist Lord to identify it, perhaps gaining some insight. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Zhang Fuxing, holding the Haoyan mirror in one hand, looked up at the trembling Shun Baobao and spoke gently. Shun Baobao shuddered, quickly giving a salute. Zhang Fuxing replied calmly, "I will leave an imprint in your divine realm. At that time, you can directly activate the imprint, and I will emerge." After thinking for a moment and estimating roughly the time, Zhang Fuxing added, "Set the time between half a month and a month from now." He thought clearly, since that so-called Zhang director could send two powerful grim skeletons, there might be a great divine power user. And after obtaining the Yuan Yin of the Sixth Desire Celestial Maiden, he had already reached the limit of the great power level, with 1 foot in the ranks of the great divine power users. All that remained was the last half step. In as short as 10 days to half a month, and no longer than a month, he might just achieve the realm of a great divine power user, and relying on his various master divine techniques and marvelous techniques, especially the newly acquired all causes equals effects. The typical old great divine power users may not be his match. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Fuxing saw Shun Baobao timidly responding in salute, and then the other seemed to recall something and spoke. After pondering for a moment, Shun Baobao briefly recounted the instructions given by that Zhang director. Zhang Fuxing felt a bit of interest, searching for an object of suppression in the depths of the Doloa Palace. Interesting. This Zhang director seemed quite knowledgeable about Doloa Palace. Zhang Fuxing pondered for a moment, suddenly looking at the two grim skeletons, and tried to ask, although the grim skeletons had the same cultivation as they had in life, they lacked complete soul spirits, inherently defective, and with incomplete intelligence. Therefore, Zhang Fuxing held no high hopes. It was merely an offhand question. However, the grim skeleton formed from the sharp-eyed and bright-eyed one on the left slowly opened its mouth. Zhang Xuanzu, Zhang families. Its voice was wooden, speaking intermittently, but the general meaning was clear. Zhang Fuxing was slightly surprised. Ordered. This time, the grim skeleton formed from the long-bearded one on the right answered. Followed. Shun Baobao's mouth twitched, and Zhang Fuxing also resisted the urge to slap his forehead. What the heck? He furrowed his brow slightly, vaguely seeming to catch some pattern. Although the grim skeletons had incomplete intelligence, they could be barely communicated with, but whenever it involved certain matters, communication would become impossible. Chapter 583, 354. The Dead Before Us, Reverse Cause and Effect _2. Chapter 583. Chapter 354. The Dead Before Us, Reverse Cause and Effect _2, or rather, they are unable to articulate it. For example, why call oneself the sect hierarch? Or who is the one giving the command to protect the Zhang family? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fuxing asked again. The grim skeletons nodded in unison. Zhang Fuxing narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to press. The grim skeletons seemed to freeze, their lidless jaws opening and closing without a word for a long while. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow, changing his method of inquiry. The skeletons once again fell into a state of inertia. This time, Zhang Fuxing kept his fire eyes' golden gaze active, pushing the Tai chapter to its limits. Penetrating the cause and effect of the two grim skeletons, he acutely sensed, at the last question, the already blurred and chaotic cause and effect of the two grim skeletons suddenly became even more chaotic and disordered, even presenting a brief reverse state. Cause becomes effect, effect becomes cause. Zhang Fuxing continued to ask several questions, and whenever the questions involved himself, the skeleton's cause and effect became briefly more chaotic. At the same time, they would fall into an obvious state of inertia, either answering with meaningless words or simply not responding. Shen Baobao, who had been watching the scenes, couldn't hold back. Zhang Fuxing, wrapped in blazing fire rays, shook his head and didn't explain, but after a moment of reflection, he spoke. Shen Baobao's eyes brightened, and her heart raced. She saw the ancestor ponder for a moment and then point a finger towards her. In an instant, Shen Baobao saw a grand lotus growing in the void, accompanied by golden spring, immortal flower, and other phenomena. These auspicious phenomena emerged from nothing and gathered together, transforming into a half-human high pool, radiating brilliant light. Zhang Fuxing succinctly stated, Shen Baobao, without hesitation, respectfully acknowledged, and then took a deep breath, leaping into the fortune pool. As soon as she entered the pool, she was immediately submerged, her consciousness gradually settling, falling into a deep sleep state. Zhang Fuxing nodded slightly. This fortune pool, indeed, is a grand opportunity for Shen Baobao. Within, there's not only a vast amount of divine essence, but also threads of spiritual nature from the peach of immortality, willow branches, and other things planted in his own brow's ancestral acupoint. Immerse for half a month, and upon emerging, Shen Baobao might break through the bottleneck, stepping into the celestial human realm, also prematurely gaining a venerate-level physique. After all, considering we're on the same side, Zhang Fuxing wouldn't be stingy. He exhaled a breath of clear air, put away the Haotian mirror, and after a moment of pondering, left a spiritual imprint on the two grim skeletons, then instructed them to search left and right in the depths of the Doloa Palace. And once anything unusual is found, immediately contact him through the spiritual imprint. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. In the Doloa Palace besides the rear hall, the front hall is filled with depths, where eyes cannot see, ears cannot hear, and divine thought is lost, and it seems vast and boundless to find the so-called suppressed thing by Shen Baobao. He has to use this slowest method. However, two grim skeletons are obviously insufficient. Zhang Fuxing's thought moved, releasing several thousand grim skeletons. Although their cultivation naturally falls short of the two earlier, they are more than adequate for searching. Once all the grim skeletons submerged into the depths, Zhang Fuxing first attempted the 8 trigrams furnace, confirming that he currently cannot lift the lid nor communicate with the things inside. Then finally turned to the rear hall. He did not pause before the now gate. His purpose this time was clear, the cyan lamp suspended high in the rear hall. This cyan lamp merely by existing dispelled the depths of the rear hall. It's no ordinary object. After attempting several times but unable to move the cyan lamp, Zhang Fuxing did not become disheartened. Holding up the 3 treasure jade rui in his hand, gently swept it over the lamp flame. A wisp of the cyan lamp's flame was thus taken down. Silently sensing the breath within the cyan lamp's candle flame, Zhang Fuxing felt a jolt of shock in his heart. Such rich fortune and momentum of the human path. Just this little bit surprisingly surpasses the human path's fortune and momentum seen in Shen Baobao's divine realm. The entire Fire Cloud Cave and Fire Cloud Palace by far. And this is merely a trace descended from the cyan lamp. Zhang Fuxing toyed with the candle flame, his gaze unfathomably deep, for Fire Cloud Cave and Fire Cloud Palace are the ancestral grounds of the human path. Logically, It should gather the richest fortune and momentum. Yet before this cyan lamp is like a glowworm compared to the blazing sun and bright moon. How much fortune and momentum of the human path has the Supreme grasped? Clearing the cluttered thoughts from his mind, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, carefully stored away the jade ruby with the three treasures, and walked back to the front hall, sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat. Elevation, elevation, more elevation. Higher than the illusory eight sceneries palace, yet similar to the feeling when seated in the jade void palace. He murmured to himself, internally observing the transformation of a wisp of his will, borrowing the formed body of imperial might from the fire cloud cave. As reality unfolds, everything attained by each self quietly attaches to the true self outside of reality. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, his gaze profoundly deep, a stronger premonition rising within him. This change in the netherworld might involve, connect, and affect a very, very large scope, larger than his imagination. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself. This premonition is so strong to the point of certainty. He contemplated, pondered, and finally made a decision. In the midst of self-talk, thought quietly peeled off from the body of imperial might, returning to the body of Taoist venerable within the celestial capital. Thus, the hemp-robed youth standing in the courtyard opened his eyes, carrying a wooden bowl, walked back to the lake pavilion, and gracefully sat down. At that moment, the lacquered red door was knocked once more. Zhang Fuxing pointed a finger, opening the door wide. A guest appeared at the threshold, their aura like the mighty river or great tide. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes and shouted. The visitor, wearing a conical hat and dressed in a white robe, entered the Zhang family's courtyard, closing the lacquered red door, and respectfully saluted Zhang Fuxing from afar. Zhang Fuxing stared at the visitor. The conical hat on their head seemed mysterious, unseen through or penetrable. The visitor saluted again. Zhang Fuxing's expression was indifferent, silent. The visitor paused, sighed. With those words, the visitor stepped into the lake pavilion, lightly waved their sleeves. A void-born array encompassed the lake pavilion, obstructing prying eyes, following which they removed the conical hat and saluted again. A dull voice echoed within the lake pavilion. Zhang Fuxing abruptly raised his head, his gaze fiercely intense, causing the visitor to be slightly startled. Staring intently at the visitor's sword-browed and star-eyed face, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. Among the past reflected by the Haotian mirror of two grim skeletons, one looked exactly like the person before him. Sword-browed, star-eyed, robed in white. This world grows more and more absurd. Is it temporal dissonance? Or, Zhang Fuxing recalled the peculiar state of cause and effect he had glimpsed. Or, is it a reversal of cause and effect? He suddenly understood, achieving clarity. Chapter 584, 355, Thunder Like Tides, The Westward Journey Begins, 1/2. Chapter 584. Chapter 355, Thunder Like Tides, The Westward Journey Begins, January 2nd. The wind came from nowhere. The man with a white robe, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes silently departed. The array dissipated, and Zhang Fuxing sat quietly in the pavilion, lost in contemplation. The other party indeed came with goodwill, seemingly backed by an extremely powerful entity. According to this man, named Li Xian, nowadays, the rebellions and secessions of the four provinces all bear their shadow. Zhang Fuxing frowned slightly, his thoughts whirling. As per what this War Department's deputy director said, the Federation is not merely a nation or civilization. If it were only that, there would be no need for so many great divine power users to uphold its existence. The Federation, in essence, is a gigantic extractor. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. He frowned slightly. The visitor, Li Xian, also mentioned the boundless land is the source of all worlds, the fundamental place which upon shattering split into the real universe and different dimension. Although the real universe is significantly smaller than the different dimension. It's just a drop in the ocean compared to the latter, but at the same time, the real universe still carries the origin of the erstwhile boundless land. The Federation's existence is to leverage this immense origin. Those were the exact words of the person called Li Xian. Zhang Fuxing naturally agreed. As soon as he did, the man in the white robe took his leave, saying he would bring new updates and cooperation terms within 10 days. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the golden threads swirling in the wooden bowl, sighing softly. Just then, a clamor arose as the visitors in the backyard began to leave, each one paying respects to Zhang Fuxing before taking their leave. The lakeside became tranquil once more. Those who remained were few, and Zhang Fuxing glanced over them, recognizing them as acquaintances. Chen Wanyu, the second and third senior sisters, along with Buddha-san and that unlucky old fellow, Zhu Xiaoming. A light voice drifted over as Wanyu too, having seen the visitors off, quietly returned, frowning as she looked at the five standing still. The five exchanged glances. Lin Dongxi rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. Wanyu too frowned again, looking at the others. After a moment of silence, "I wish to speak privately with Taoist Venerable." Two distinct voices sounded simultaneously, belonging to Chen Wanyu and Buddha-san. Both were surprised, exchanging a glance, curiosity on their faces. Wanyu too furrowed her brow even more. Just as she was about to gently refuse, a peaceful voice drifted in. Wanyu too was startled, quickly bowing towards the pavilion in the lake, then silently stepping aside. In the pavilion, Zhang Fuxing scrutinized the five for a moment and said, he gestured for the 6 Desires celestial maiden to leave, then moved Buddha-san inside with a thought. As the artificial lake rippled, a water curtain rose again, enveloping the pavilion in isolation. Only Zhang Fuxing and Buddha-san remained in the pavilion. Silent Fury Buddha-san respectfully bowed, while the withered woman on his back curiously observed the young man in linen robes. Zhang Fuxing calmly spoke. The light voice echoed in the pavilion, and Silent Fury Buddha-san was momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure, not alarmed at being recognized. He took a deep breath, bowed, and said. Zhang Fuxing grew even more puzzled. Zhang Fuxing's brow furrowed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Buddha-san heard a stern command. He instinctively raised his head, meeting the young man's eyes, which seemed to interweave with countless star threads, as well as 2 radiant great sun golden lamps shining ahead. Buddha-san became entranced, feeling as if a whole world was contained in those eyes, as if he was sinking into them, here and now, every moment. It was unknown how much time passed. Perhaps a moment, perhaps thousands or tens of thousands of years. Buddha-san felt his shoulder being anxiously and hurriedly patted by small hands, gradually regaining his senses, with the star threads and great sun golden lamps that occupied his entire vision vanishing, replaced by the solemn pavilion in the lake. With a heavy gasp, Buddha-san held down the restless small hand on his shoulder, with the withered woman finally relieved, gently nuzzling Buddha-san's neck with her small head. Chapter 585, 355, Thunderous Sounds Like Tides, Westward Journey Begins, 1/2. Chapter 585, Chapter 355, Thunderous Sounds Like Tides, Westward Journey Begins, January 2nd. He spoke with apprehension, now completely certain that the young man in hem clothes before him was by no means the person rumored to have become friends by chance with the Grand Minister. The other party possessed great abilities, great divine techniques. He was definitely not like any celestial human he had seen before, surely someone who had long entered the divine spirit domain. Amidst the shock and fear, the Buddha-san saw the young man in hemp clothes with a stern face, not responding to him, and seemed to be contemplating something. Zhang Fuxing was indeed pondering. Earlier, he used the technique of cause and effect to directly trace back the reason for the Buddha-san's visit to this place. But what he saw was himself. It was he who sent him here. Yet he absolutely had not done such a thing. Was it like the incident with Li Xian, a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, dressed in a white robe, whose remains had appeared in Doloa Palace? But the man himself was somewhere else, another case of reverse cause and effect. Or was it him? Zhang Fuxing thought of mirror self. His heart sank, and he once again stared at the silent fury Buddha's son, this time not hesitating to use the fire eye's golden gaze. Thus, Zhang Fuxing saw the causes and effects. He was so angry he almost bared his teeth. That bastard! How dare he hold a meeting in high heaven while he was sitting in the Jade Void Palace, struggling to cope with Guang Qingzi, and even conveyed messages separately to Chen Wanyu and the Buddha's son, telling them to seek out the Taoist venerable to resolve their worries. If it were just that, it would be forgivable. That rogue even revealed to Kong Shantong some great secrets that even he didn't know, such as the location of the old Celestial Court ruins. The most crucial thing was that damn thing seemed to be guarding against him. When he tried to trace back the cause and effect, to grasp those words, to comprehend the location of the Celestial Court ruins, he heard nothing. That still wasn't everything. The mirror promised Li Jing assistance in proving Daoyuo, promised Huang Qiuxian the position of Eastern Sect's Pope, told Miss Mingwei that in the near future, Zhen Yuanzi's true spirit could be revived and return. All were promised in the name of the great celestial venerate. Using his own name, Zhang Fuxing felt a throbbing pain in his teeth. For a moment, he sorted out his thoughts, looked again at the Buddha's son in front of him. After a moment of hesitation, the Buddha's son was startled and hurriedly wanted to make a gesture of worship, but Zhang Fuxing raised his hand to stop him. He emphasized the words, "Who sent you here?" His words swept out, and the Buddha's son's heart nearly stopped, looking with disbelief at the young man in hemp clothes. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the other wave his hand. The world spun before him, and when clarity returned, he found himself outside the Kong family's great courtyard. Along with him, there were 4 others. It was also at this time 2 different voices simultaneously echoed in the minds of the Buddha's son and Chen Wanyu. The first informing the Buddha's son about the matter of reversing the descent of the Great Black Heaven, to be discussed after the Netherworld opens. The second loud voice informed Chen Wanyu that the matter she sought had been fully known, and likewise after the Netherworld opens, she would be helped to refine the divine spirit within her heart. The Buddha's son and Chen Wanyu were long unable to return to their senses. As for Zhu Xiaoming and others, they all looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. "Hey!" Zhu Xiaoming suddenly asked in surprise. The Buddha's son, Chen Wanyu, and others turned their eyes and saw the bald young man already holding a celestial medicine in his hand at some unknown moment. "Is this?" Zhu Xiaoming blinked, subconsciously looking towards the tightly closed gates of the Kong family courtyard. The 5 of them looked at each other. In the pavilion, Ruan Yutu meticulously outlined the terms agreed upon with each visitor. Most of these visitors came from families of great power, a few from families of venerates and divine techniques. Ruan Yutu only negotiated terms and cooperation with a few divine techniques families. Of the 5 divine techniques families, only the Yang family of Hongnong could offer celestial medicine. After a pause, Ruan Yutu added. She gestured to the 6 desires, a celestial maiden patiently waiting beside her. Zhang Fuxing mused for a moment, then said, Ruan Yutu made a gesture of respect and quietly withdrew, and at Zhang Fuxing's signal, the 6 desires celestial maiden quickly followed. With her presence, there wasn't much concern for Ruan Yutu's safety. After all, the 6 desires celestial maiden was also a great power, and being the master of one of the 4 branches of the Pavilion of Clear Jade, it was assumed she mastered divine techniques far beyond ordinary great powers. As for the celestial medicine, besides consumption, the greatest purpose of celestial medicine was to allow a venerable to enter the realm of great power, as well as to be cultivated and practiced. But for someone on the verge of proving themselves as a great divine power user, celestial medicine wasn't of much use. Of course, it's still beneficial if consumed. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead, pondering while walking back to the backyard, intending to enter the house when he heard the excited chatter of Cui Luduo and others. Lending an ear, he didn't pay much attention. The gist of the discussion was that an ancestor from the Cui family sent news that they would be coming to the celestial capital. It seemed they intended to bring along some other individuals as well. Chapter 586, 355. Thunderous Chants. The Journey to the West Begins, Part 1. Chapter 586. Chapter 355. Thunderous Chants. The Journey to the West Begins, Part 1. Not important. Returning to the room, Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged on the bed. He needed to contemplate the matter of proving himself as a great divine power user. But tracing cause and effect, that scoundrel seemed to do something in the 8 Sceneries Palace behind my back. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, a cold glint in his eye. This is indeed a destabilizing factor. He wondered if this mirror-like self of his was truly arranged by the Supreme. Regardless of whether it was or wasn't, it was still best to eliminate it. Zhang Fuxing made up his mind. Just as he was about to enter the divine realm, he suddenly heard thunder rolling, startling him. Is this? Zhang Fuxing's gaze was profound. Other shore world. A young-looking girl spoke gently, with Old Master and Wei Lingzhu following behind her, exchanging glances. Old Master asked softly, gazing at the girl he had just met, his tone tinged with a slight reverence. This was indeed a person of great power. Ancestor of the Qinghe Cui family, Cui Baiwa. Old Master took a quiet breath, for last night, this person had unexpectedly approached him, claiming she could lead them to the supreme saint celestial position. How could he not be tempted? Cui Baiwa carried the ancestral tablet on her back, glancing at the two with a look of reverence on her face. I don't know why that one wanted me to bring you along. She exhaled, recalling how last night, a terrifying consciousness had ushered her to an infinitely high place, to a mysterious Taoist palace, where she was greeted by the one revered by the High Heaven Association. Infinite Celestial Venerate, Tai Ching Tao Ancestor. She shook her head, dispelling the thought. I also know your background. This little girl's master, he's seated right on the other shore mountain. Old Master scratched his head. It seemed, such was the logic. He took a deep breath. Supreme Saint, celestial position indeed. And Lingzhu had the qualification to sit upon it. With thoughts swirling, Old Master asked again, I'm not familiar with the celestial capital. Cui Baiwa smiled. As she spoke, the 3 of them had already stepped out of the other shore world, but they all instinctively looked back. From the other shore world, a rumbling sound emerged. Wei Lingzhu craned her neck and saw a monk, draped in a brocade robe, holding the 9-ring scepter, stepping on clouds of Buddha's light, slowly walking out. Thunder rolled in the sky. It seemed that a great drama was unfolding. Cui Baiwa murmured, just as doubt arose in her heart. Heaven and earth revealed the answer. She squinted her eyes, suddenly realizing. It is a celestial event named Westward Pilgrimage. The rolling, thunderous sound rose from the other shore world, roaring and spreading across the mother star, and even towards the stars in different dimensions. The sound of thunder surged as the grand drama unfolded. On Other Shore Mountain, in the grass hut, world-honored one Buddha opened his eyes, intending to probe inside and outside the other shore world out of a thought, but his spirit was suddenly drawn by a powerful will. It was the Northern Emperor. Zhang Fuxing stepped out of the grass hut, raising his eyes to see the Emperor Zhui of the North Pole standing in the sky, having somehow emerged from the underground. He had no leisure to explore the inside and outside of the other shore world, merely gazing at the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor merely smiled, pausing for a moment, noticeably stronger after days of quiet cultivation. The Northern Emperor continued. World-honored one Buddha inquired. But the Northern Emperor did not conceal, instead answered candidly. Where else? Chapter 587, 356. Chapter 587. Chapter 356, Celestial Capital, Kong Residence. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged on the bed, his brows furrowed, deep in thought. Where did the Northern Emperor go? What did he do? He didn't know. Such a figure was no longer someone he could track. Thoughts turned over thousands of times, and Zhang Fuxing finally sighed softly, always feeling that a grand scene was unfolding, closely related to this netherworld. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, his thoughts slowly sinking into the divine realm. The divine realm was no longer peaceful. In the Nine Nether realm, countless souls and ghosts had already accumulated, wandering aimlessly day and night, with no end in sight. As for the mortal realm, ever since Zhang Fuxing lifted many restrictions, conflicts and killings had never ceased. The five great nations almost came to breaking each other's heads, watchtowers everywhere, the roads full of bones. Of course, at the same time, the overall strength of the entire mortal realm had also made a significant leap. On today's Earth, grandmasters arose in large numbers. The innate realm was not uncommon. Celestial humans exceeded 100, with many having half a foot in the venerate ranks. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, eyes blazing. The spread of the High Heaven Association was too swift. As long as there was a sufficient supply of star beast meat, transactions would not cease, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Now members of the High Heaven Association even began to extend to other provinces. It can be foreseen, in the near future, when the number of members of the High Heaven Association breaks through a critical point, the cultivation time gained from commissions will increase exponentially. After all, truth be told, the most frequently traded items between members of the High Heaven Association are none other than lifespan, cultivation, and spiritual cultivation. Zhang Fuxing stepped into the clouds of the celestial realm. Guanghan Palace stood tall, the South Celestial Gate unchanged, and that great Lane Temple showed no signs of anomaly. He took a deep look at the Eight Sceneries Palace, suppressing his inner thoughts. With a thought, he slowly offered up the Haotian mirror and the three treasures Jade Rui. Gently stroking these two supreme treasures, Zhang Fuxing quietly used divine thought to fuse with them. Suddenly, the 730 scrolls projected by the treasures unfolded before him one by one. He muttered to himself through the years, realizing this illusory Jade Void Palace was of no use to him. After all, the real Jade Void Palace lay right there, ready to visit any time. Carefully selecting, using the gate of the past over 10 times to change the choices of scenes, Zhang Fuxing finally confirmed the anchored object. He gazed upon the immortal mountain anchored by the three treasures Jade Rui. The mountain was enveloped in a sort of qi that wasn't mist nor light, accompanying everything within the mountain. The light and clear ascended, while the heavy and polluted sank, displaying the initial differentiation of the grand cosmos scene, with sounds of the eternal way echoing every now and then. And under this condition, the lower half of the immortal mountain appeared heavy, exhibiting a profound blackness embodying the Earth's depth and weight, whereas the upper half was entirely different, especially the peak, nearing transparency, entwined with celestial music, even housing manifest Tao principles. Zhang Fuxing couldn't help but praise, shaking his head slightly, collecting his thoughts, and then once more looking towards the 365 scrolls anchored by the Haotian mirror. Similarly, the scenes portrayed in these scrolls mostly displayed multiple perspectives of the same object. Through endless ages, in most cases, this Haotian mirror hovered above the celestial palace, again and again selecting, modifying the past in repetition. The grand scene was finally set, neither an immortal mountain, nor a lofty palace, but a hall, the renowned Lingxiao Palace. But this Lingxiao Palace appeared quite dilapidated, devoid of auspicious signs or radiant brilliance, appearing more like an ancient, damaged relic. Zhang Fuxing squinted, the mirror image having informed Kong Shintong of the Celestial Court's ruins location. Unsurprisingly, Kong Shintong would soon venture to search for the Celestial Court's ruins, perhaps already discreetly acted the opponent. After all, is the Pope of the Ancient Saints sect, wielding countless believers. Walking into the ruined Lingxiao Palace, Zhang Fuxing looked around, weighted by thoughts. He knew clearly, the mirror image wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of the Celestial Court's ruins to Kong Shintong without reason. Perhaps Kong Shintong had already entered the game as well. Entered the game of the Supreme, becoming a mere pawn, likely due to himself. As thoughts circled, he approached the soul relatively intact artifact within the Lingxiao Palace, the grand throne atop. Dissimilar to myth, the Lingxiao Palace contained only a single position. Evidently, during discussions within this hall, solely the Celestial Emperor sat, rather than the myth of the Celestial Emperor and Heavenly Queen co-governing. Quietly utilizing touching the void, brushing his hand over the Celestial Emperor's grandeur seat, Zhang Fuxing could sense a deep and intense mighty presence. Chapter 588, 356, The Apex of All Paths, Part 2. Chapter 588, Chapter 356, The Apex of All Paths, Part 2. This overwhelming power is not tyrannical, yet exudes a vast feeling of pressing down on all worlds and realms. When he shifted his divine thought across the Emperor's throne, the divine thought became imbued with a wisp of imperial might. Zhang Fuxing quietly sensed the divine thought imbued with imperial might, secretly startled, as the grade of divine thought made a great leap. It was completely incomparable to immortal thought, celestial saber thought, or Bodhi thought. There was an illusion of transcending everything, commanding all things. Zhang Fuxing smiled wryly, facing the Celestial Emperor thought with a body akin to a great divine power user. It made him feel like he had just embarked on the cultivation path, directly facing the immortal thought. His current physical body, merging the body of the world venerate, 9 netherworld body, and the bodies of emperors and their majestic paths, still could not bear this Celestial Emperor thought. In other words, I can only use it as I did with the immortal thought in the past, drenching out just a wisp when needed, but it is impossible to drench out a large amount of Celestial Emperor thought to store within myself. Zhang Fuxing's eyes turned cold as he glanced around the dilapidated Lingxiao Palace, once more, and strode away. He walked out of the palace, yet his thoughts continued to drench that Emperor's throne time and again, dredging out one wisp after another of Celestial Emperor thought. At the same time, he looked again at that towering, immortal mountain. Having stepped into the immortal mountain and wandering around a few times, he still couldn't find anything as miraculous as the heaven and earth tablet or Emperor's throne. But to say this immortal mountain is plain and ordinary, that's absolutely impossible. Not to mention its appearance. Zhang Fuxing's spiritual sense upon entering foretells that the grandeur of this immortal mountain is nearing that of Buzhou Mountain. Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow and simply walked to the mountaintop, slowly sitting down. His mind naturally became pure. He looked around. Every grass and tree, every light and dust seemed different from what is usually seen, all containing some kind of Tao, the light flowing on the green pines, the dew concealing treasures, clearly a shallow manifestation of some grand law. Looking down, staring at the nearly translucent mountaintop, Zhang Fuxing seemed to realize. He muttered, then suddenly realized, perhaps this is the greatest wonder of this immortal mountain. Even perhaps, it surpasses the Celestial Emperor thought bestowed by the Lingxiao Palace. Zhang Fuxing's eyes gleamed, scanning the mountaintop, as expected, observing the sword Tao directly from an ordinary blade of grass. In a wisp of mist, he also saw the water Tao. If I were to comprehend the Tao here in the future, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? He marveled, with Tao manifesting, even a pig here could directly see the inner essence of Tao, could learn Tao, as if flipping through a book. In other words, on this mountaintop, it feels as if the originally vague, self-comprehending 84,000 Taos have been converted into words and books directly accessible for reading and understanding. Zhang Fuxing stood up, moved forward, and passionately observed that blade of grass containing the sword Tao. With just a cursory observation and study, his understanding of the sword Tao soared rapidly. He then looked at another blade of luminous grass beside, containing the Tao of saber. Each blade of grass contained the Tao corresponding to a different weapon, while on a dead tree at the edge of a cliff, what was contained and manifested was the Tao of slaughter. The more he looked, the more shocked, the more delighted. All thoughts converged into one, and his mind calmed down. He didn't get lost in the manifesting Taos, quickly detaching from the great joy and returning. to tranquility. Zhang Fuxing walked back to the center summit, reaching the great green stone, and the Tao it symbolized and manifested is the mixed elemental Tao. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, his eyes extremely passionate. The great divine power user, the third realm of the divine path, also equivalent to the fruit position of true monarch and bodhisattva, is the realm where cultivators truly begin to establish their path, establish the great Tao they will tread. Like the origin revealed by the primordial celestial venerable, the existence revealed by the supreme, and the end revealed by the celestial lord of numinous treasure. These are the Taos they uphold, perhaps even unify. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, comprehending the wondrous fruits on the immortal mountain summit, combined with what he had learned from asking fellow Taoist Dong Wang and fellow Taoist Yu Huang before. Chapter 589, 356, The Path of Hunyuan. Chapter 589, Chapter 356, The Path of Hunyuan, peering into the cultivation path ahead. Zhang Fuxing's face revealed a smile. He already had 1 foot into the domain of the great divine power user. Yet the reason he had not attempted to fully step into it was not only because the cultivation stored in the contract was insufficient, but also because he had not yet decided which path he should take. And now, the sword path and the water nature great way he mastered, although formidable, and the latter could even reach the supreme fruit position. Ultimately, it was not his desire, but now things were different. What is primordial chaos? In chaos, a void is born. Within the void, transforms to nothingness, dividing into the 3 chi of mysterious origin and beginning, which in chaos generates the grand void, evolving through non-being produces being, being produces void, forming heaven, earth, and humanity. In other words, primordial chaos is the state before the existence of all things, where everything is still in a chaotic state. In other words, Zhang Fuxing first smiled, thinking this path was quite suitable for him, and no immortal god in mythological stories had walked this way of primordial chaos. For instance, the primordial celestial venerable and the past adornment Buddha were vying to be the transformation of the past and beginning, while the Supreme and Shakyamuni Tathagata were competing to be the transformation of the present and continuation. The Great Way must contend. But Zhang Fuxing's smile quickly disappeared. The way of primordial chaos. Zhang Fuxing fell silent, suddenly contemplating whether his anchoring of this unknown immortal mountain and seeing the external manifestation of various ways, this cyan stone manifesting primordial chaos, was due to fate, or was it the arrangement of the Supremes? Having cultivated to this point, with such events, he no longer believed in coincidences. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, looking towards the distant 8 Sceneries Palace, a bitter smile on his face. What exactly do the 3 pristine ones want him to do? What exactly are they scheming from him? He did not know, but that feeling of everything being predetermined, it truly was unpleasant. Zhang Fuxing stood in front of the large cyan stone, quietly gazing at the externally manifested way of primordial chaos from the stone. He did not impulsively choose a small path for his future road. Doing so could indeed thwart one of the 3 pristine ones' plans, but the cost would be far too great. Human nature? He sighed lightly, closing his eyes, unmoving. Zhang Fuxing was dispirited, yet once again stroked the cyan stone, intending to use the way of primordial chaos to forge a life treasure for himself, to step into the realm of great divine power users. But before that, he needed to convert at least 10,000 years of cultivation, and there was another thing he had to do. Zhang Fuxing moved his hand away from the cyan stone, coldly looking towards the distant 8 Sceneries Palace. Muttering to himself, all sounds fell silent. In a moment's thought, Zhang Fuxing stood before the gates of the 8 Sceneries Palace, on the white jade steps. He glanced back, pointing a finger. The Lingshao Palace placed above the celestial cloud sea, higher than the Guanghan Palace, whereas the mysterious immortal mountain was set by him in a remote part of the mortal realm, shrouded in smoke and clouds to cover its divine splendor, yet deliberately leaving a path up the mountain. Thus, within the mortal realm, If any being had sufficient fortune, upon seeing this barren mountain and ascending to its peak, they could perceive 84,000 ways. This also was a shortcut Zhang Fuxing left for beings in the mortal realm. After all, the stronger the life inside the divine realm, the stronger he himself would become. Upon finishing all of this, Zhang Fuxing turned his head. The large door formed by chaotic fog before him roared open, and he stepped inside. 8 Scenery's palace, back hall. Gazing at the now gate that only had a slight opening, Zhang Fuxing stood there for a long time. Creak, the grand door opened quietly. The mirror image maintained the exact same posture as him, standing silently. His breathing, heartbeat, even the precise location of every unique cell within his body were identical to his own. Zhang Fuxing calmly spoke, and the mirror image also bore a calm expression. Zhang Fuxing laughed. The mirror image laughed. He repeated the previous sentence again, but it was a direct response to Zhang Fuxing's words. The mirror image quietly gazed at Zhang Fuxing, suddenly breaking synchronization, flashing a wide grin, then returned to normal, resuming synchronization. As if provoking him, Zhang Fuxing didn't become angry, simply shook his head lightly. I am a pawn, but you're not much better, perhaps even worse. Chapter 590, 356, The Backup. Chapter 590, Chapter 356. The backup, he murmured to himself. They couldn't ensure that the other Supremes wouldn't eliminate me in advance, so they prepared a backup like you. But likewise, I feel my speculation is likely true. The mirror image quietly gazed at Zhang Fuxing, silently waiting for him to finish before suddenly speaking. Zhang Fuxing looked at this mirror image with interest. So they could communicate? He saw the mirror image speak. After a pause, the mirror image continued expressionlessly. Think again, have the 3 pristine ones ever harmed you? The light words echoed near the now gate, reverberating in the rear hall and quiet chambers of the 8 Scenery's palace. Zhang Fuxing slightly narrowed his eyes and did not answer directly, but instead asked quietly. The mirror image tilted its head, silent for a moment, then said, Zhang Fuxing laughed, and before he could speak, the mirror image continued. This is an insurance measure. A look of sadness appeared on the mirror image's face. His mournful voice echoed, yet Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless, speaking faintly. The sorrow on the mirror image's face receded, and he nodded lightly. Do you think the features of the fruit of causes contained in the 6 desires celestial maiden came from nowhere? Sentences spilled from the mirror image's mouth, echoing in Zhang Fuxing's ears, as if questioning. It was indeed questioning. Zhang Fuxing laughed. He spoke calmly. After a pause, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. The mirror image lowered his eyelids, speaking in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing smiled. The mirror image replied confidently, as the words fell. The Panga banner, condensed by the power of heaven and earth, emerged. The Panga banner shook, and the light of the heaven-opening sword and the chaotic sword chi roared forth. The mirror image's expression remained unchanged. Using the same means to unleash the same heaven-opening sword light and chaotic sword chi, colliding pairwise and annihilating together. The mirror image asked puzzledly. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Fuxing said quietly. After a pause, the Haotian mirror appeared in his hand. Fiery clouds erupted from his body, and supreme treasures such as the Nailhead 7 Arrows book surfaced one by one. Zhang Fuxing spoke coldly. As the words fell, he assumed the Fuli Dao form, exerting full strength, sparing no cost to mobilize various supreme treasures. The Nailhead 7 Arrows book emitted streaks of pitch-black breath like ink, piercing the void, transforming into shocking curse techniques. The Haotian mirror shone, illuminating with divine radiance. Time seemed to slow, really slowing. The bridge of helplessness and the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, among others, also sounded together, each activating, transforming, various slaughter techniques, crashing toward the mirror image. Indeed, what he could do, this mirror image could do too. But the supreme treasures he possessed, this mirror image did not. In fact, Zhang Fuxing pondered and chose to unleash every single method, leaving no chance for the mirror image. The long-submerged and accumulated celestial emperor's thoughts suddenly suppressed down. The celestial emperor's thought couldn't be absorbed into his essence, chi, and spirit, couldn't become part of himself. So likewise, this mirror image couldn't acquire it. Brilliant light fluctuated ceaselessly in the rear hall of the Eight Sceneries Palace. Various slaughter techniques intertwined into a great tide, and on the face of the mirror image confronting the great tide, a grave look appeared. He also began using various methods, directly nullifying the first wave of slaughter techniques with all things are void, and even wanted to erase these slaughter techniques from the layer of cause, using the Tao of cause and effect. Showing signs of success, some great techniques Zhang Fuxing unleashed were directly disappearing, as if they never existed. They never existed indeed. Once the cause was erased, how could there still be an effect? Zhang Fuxing marveled. The mirror image's expression was indifferent. You can't kill me, as you said. Everything you can do, I can do, and even more proficiently. Zhang Fuxing laughed. Last night, what you did in the Eight Sceneries Palace wasn't entirely beneficial to me, even. At these words, Zhang Fuxing once again unleashed various slaughter techniques, once again activated numerous supreme treasures, and the mirror image wanted to repeat the tricks on the layer of causes and effects, directly nullifying the appearance of numerous slaughter methods at their origins. He and Zhang Fuxing were entirely the same. Even cause and effect were connected. Achieving this would be too easy. But precisely at this moment, with a shout from Zhang Fuxing, the Hao-Yian mirror shone under the radiant light. Every move of the mirror image became slow at this moment. It was time that was slowing down. The mirror image sighed softly. In the next instant, that mysterious yellow tower suddenly emerged, hovering above his head. And so, all slaughter techniques quietly extinguished. He said so. Chapter 591, 357, The Price of Temptation. Chapter 591, Chapter 357, The Price of Temptation, Celestial Tao Province. The chant resounded like a thunderclap, echoing throughout, as spiritual thoughts entwined in the void, giving rise to the illusory scene of the vacuum home. The devotees were devout. Sitting at the head was a young and beautiful woman, enveloped in a light neither bright nor dim, her features hard to clearly remember, but upon closer inspection, one could see that her eyes lacked pupils, instead reflecting the vacuum home and an ever-contracting river of creatures' spirituality flowing towards her. The layered chanting resonated again in unison. A man in a white robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, stepped forward and humbly addressed the woman seated at the head. "Mother, I have visited that Taoist venerable." The woman calmly lifted her head, her pupilless eyes overflowing with a dense river of creatures' spirituality. She nodded lightly. The speaker was an elder in a black robe, standing beside the white-robed Li Xian, with a long beard almost touching the ground. A radiant light shone behind the elder, revealing him to be a great power. Had Zhang Fuxing been present, he would have recognized him at once. It was the two great power corpses that Hao-Yian mirror had revealed in the past, one clad in white with sword-like brows and starry eyes, and the other in black, with a long beard reaching the ground. To think both were present here. Mother spoke gently. The white and black robes exchanged glances, the long-bearded one chuckling. The white-robed, sword-browed man shook his head. "I have seen him in person. This lad is not simple." The black-robed, long-bearded one hesitated, then nodded. Saying so, he subconsciously looked towards the seated mother of non-existence, as the white-robed, sword-browed one timely asked, "Mother, as per our agreement with that Taoist venerable, within 10 days and nights, I will seek him once more to discuss the terms of the collaboration." He paused cautiously, then continued. The river of life and spirituality surged in Mother's eyes, each particle of light within it depicting the entire journey of a complete soul from birth to awakening, fusing into a river, endlessly rushing towards her. She gently caressed an ordinary oil lamp in her hand. The lamp reflected the cycle of life and death of the myriad worlds, drawing the innate spirituality of countless creatures back to the vacuum home. Mother spoke. Her voice was ethereal, like an immaculate azure sky. The white-robed, sword-browed man and the black-robed, long-bearded man glanced at each other. The latter spoke hesitantly. An immense pressure descended from the heavens, leaving the two top great powers prostrate on the ground, their bodies as strong as immortal gold fractured. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Mother's voice echoed timely. The two great powers kowtowed, and the devotees followed suit, with even the great divine power users bowing and saluting. Then they unanimously chanted. The devout voice reverberated in the ancient hall. Melodious, melodious. The river of life and spirituality in Mother's eyes grew denser. Meanwhile, above the divine realm, in the eight sceneries palace, silence pervaded the bridge of helplessness. Haotian mirror glowed, and other supreme treasures like the nail-head, 7 arrows book hung high. But all these treasures and techniques paled in comparison to the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower, inherently undefeated by its presence above. Zhang Fuxing asked for the second time, his deep voice resonating here, echoing through the back hall and quiet chamber. The reflection stood motionless, a sorrowful expression flashing through its eyes. Above it, an ancient, grand tower divided into 9 layers, completely golden, from which strands of primordial yellow aura descended, each thread of primordial yellow seemingly boundless in weight, and the divine bell hanging from the tower's eaves rang, an accompaniment too. Earth, fire, water, and wind, creating a chaos. Just then, an aged voice emanated from the tower once more. Zhang Fuxing's body tensed, knowing that the great sound within the tower referred to the chaotic bell hidden in the dark side of his divine realm, and the presence of the Eastern Emperor within it. If he guessed correctly, this was his only secret before the 3 pristine ones. He exhaled a breath of clarity. A supreme? I have seen many. Which one does supreme Taoist friend refer to? After a moment of silence, the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower gently swayed, the divine bell beneath its eaves ringing even more. The will within the tower spoke. Chapter 592, 357. Chapter 592. Chapter 357. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, staring directly at Taishang Laojun, yet remaining exceptionally calm, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Fuxing, you are mistaken." Zhang Fuxing squinted, pondering. Zhang Fuxing continued to inquire, his mind whirling with thoughts. The technique 1 qi becomes 3 pristine ones seems more complex than he imagined. A light chuckle emanated from within the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower, followed by an aged voice. Zhang Fuxing paused slightly. Too weak? In his astonishment, he heard Taishang Laojun continue. There are differences even among supreme beings. So, Zhang Fuxing's heart tensed, but it was soon overshadowed by greater doubts. He couldn't help but ask. A solemn voice rose from the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower. But similarly, for supreme beings, death is just another state of existence. Life and death both are the true self. Zhang Fuxing blinked. Death is just a state of existence? He marveled at the strength of supreme beings, subconsciously asking. The heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower glowed, its circulating profound yellow qi entangled together, forming the figure of an old man. Dui Fanglun, Taishang Laojun, forged by profound yellow, sat cross-legged in the void. Clearly, this was just a strand of will, taking shape with the help of external objects, yet it brought Zhang Fuxing an unprecedented pressure. Even when facing Yu Huang, or Eastern Emperor, he hadn't felt such a heavy burden. He was not afraid, though, even facing it calmly. The mirror image had already fallen silent. The Taishang Laojun, formed by profound yellow qi, smiled gently. Zhang Fuxing cupped his hands, not rushing to destroy the mirror image, saying in a deep voice, Taishang Laojun flicked the ethereal horsetail whisk, coupled with the restrictions imposed on Yu Huang by the Four Extremities Celestial Court, and after several instances of great upheaval at the Celestial Palace. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, pondering, and in this light, fellow Taoist Yu Huang was indeed quite miserable. He hadn't imagined that the celestial courts of the North Pole Zhuwei, West Pole Gaochen, South Pole Longevity, and East Pole Qinghua were established to constrain the Central Celestial Court, to restrain the Jade Emperor. After contemplating, Zhang Fuxing asked again. Lao Jun flicked the horsetail whisk again. After a pause, Lao Jun continued. Zhang Fuxing was dumbfounded. He could hardly believe it. At most, the great saint was at Daiyuo level, certainly not a supreme being. How could he achieve such feats? Piercing the 9 netherworlds to turn it into netherworld was one thing, but a single staff piercing the celestial court, another shattering Ling Mountain? It sounded far too absurd. Taishang Lao Jun sighed lightly. Listening to Lao Jun's words, Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow. These events were too bizarre. He remained silent, merely continuing to listen. Taishang Lao Jun continued. Zhang Fuxing asked. Taishang Lao Jun shook his head. Chapter 593, 357. The Final 10,000 Years of Freedom 3. Chapter 593. Chapter 357. The Final 10,000 Years of Freedom 3. Zhang Fuxing perked up his ears to listen, his mind filled with doubts once again. What exactly is the great divine technique of one chi becomes 3 pristine ones? But wasn't his mind and body harmonious with the Central Pole sect leader? Why was it so entirely different when it came to Tai Ching and Taishang Lao Jun? His thoughts were in turmoil as he asked. Lao Jun recalled. Zhang Fuxing listened in a daze, asking, "What about Tai Ching?" Taishang Lao Jun calmly replied. Zhang Fuxing's eyes widened, a question mark forming on his forehead, but before he could ask, Lao Jun smiled and continued. Of course, it is only temporary. Zhang Fuxing suddenly understood. No wonder. He said he and the Central Pole sect leader are completely one and the same. But a doubt arose in his heart, but he did not voice it. At this moment, Taishang Lao Jun changed his tone. Zhang Fuxing's eyes lit up. Taishang Lao Jun sighed lightly, lamenting. Saying this, Taishang Lao Jun appeared somewhat lost, a look of clear admiration emerging on his face. He abruptly changed the subject, gazing intently at Zhang Fuxing with deep meaning. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill in his heart, instantly understanding Taishang Lao Jun's meaning. In 100,000 years, the Supremes can then descend upon the time nodes. Where they have already been born, then their past would be in their grasp, completely in their grasp. He fell into silence, both shocked by Hua Huang's act and alarmed by the final 100,000-year limit. 100,000 years, seemingly long and endless, but truly speaking, the time he gained through the contract for cultivation is about the same duration. At the venerate level, one's lifespan is infinite. 100,000 years is just a blink of an eye. Moreover, Zhang Fuxing's expression became resolute. Lao Jun, you just said I have at most 100,000 years of freedom left? Taishang Lao Jun nodded frankly. The warding stone Hua Huang became may not be able to last another 100,000 years. Before Zhang Fuxing could ponder this, Taishang Lao Jun noted meaningfully. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Taishang Lao Jun chuckled lightly. Zhang Fuxing's pupils contracted. Zhang Fuxing realized. For a moment, the vast rear hall of the 8 Sceneries Palace fell into deathly silence. Who knows how much time passed? Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath and solemnly spoke. It seems Lao Jun has remained in the present world. So what exactly is the current situation? Taishang Lao Jun shook his horsetail whisk. The present world? Zhang Fuxing squinted. Taishang nodded frankly. Which Daiyuo hasn't lived for over 100,000 years? Zhang Fuxing nodded silently. He said, Taifalon nodded. Another long silence followed. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing reached out and pointed at the mirror image. Chapter 594, 357. Chapter 594, Chapter 357. Taishang Laojun calmly replied. Zhang Fuxing pressed further. Laojun shook his head. Zhang Fuxing became determined. Is that so? The bitterness on the mirror image's face deepened. Taishang Laojun sighed. Why must it be so? Zhang Fuxing coldly spoke. Am I not innocent? Who would want a person exactly like them to appear out of nowhere? Taishang Laojun paused, looked at Zhang Fuxing deeply. Zhang Fuxing laughed. 18 years. Taishang Laojun said candidly. Zhang Fuxing frowned lightly. That's not my fault. It's the fault of those who created him. He calmed down and relaxed his tone slightly. Taishang Laojun smiled. Zhang Fuxing calmly replied. He paused and continued. Taishang Laojun pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitating over something. For a long while, Laojun sighed softly, nodded, and made a decision. With that, he was about to wield the horsetail whisk to sever the connection between the mirror image and Zhang Fuxing. But it was stopped. Zhang Fuxing smiled. Taishang Laojun helplessly said. Zhang Fuxing's smile remained radiant. Taishang Laojun paused and chuckled. He saw through Zhang Fuxing's intentions. While the connection exists, once Zhang Fuxing achieves being a great divine power user, the mirror image would naturally synchronize to become a great divine power user and carry identical life treasure, embodying identical Tao, then cut off the connection at that time. Zhang Fuxing could take the mirror image's life treasure, fusing with his own life treasure, saving considerable effort. So be it, all at your will. Listening to Laojun, Zhang Fuxing cheerfully nodded. Naturally. I have one last question. Is it your true form within the heaven and earth profound, yellow, exquisite tower? Laojun paused, nodded. Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, glanced at the mirror image. No wonder Laojun is protective of him. Another one of those riddling answers? I disdain riddlers. Seeing Zhang Fuxing salute, Taishang Laojun sighed again. The horsetail whisk rolled up the mirror image. Both vanished into the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower. This heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower swayed slightly, fell back on the table, remaining motionless. Everything returned to calm. Zhang Fuxing's gaze was profoundly focused, fixated on the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower. He did not ask Laojun why exactly he was suppressed in the tower, nor who was doing the suppression. He did not question, given Laojun's realm, why he still retained empathy and compassion. Zhang Fuxing did not voice his questions. Laojun did not proactively explain. The two seemed to have a special understanding. Deeply staring at the quiet chamber, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts retreated, returning to himself. Upon opening his eyes again, he was back in the main chambers on the bed. Time had transitioned past dusk. The full moon hung high again. Zhang Fuxing sighed gently, got off the bed, walked to the window, gazing at the bright full moon overhead, his gaze immensely deep. Regarding Laojun, he harbored a suspicion, but whether it was correct or not required validation. This was closely tied to the tacit understanding between him and Laojun. His thoughts raced endlessly. The moon grew brighter, stars twinkled, embellishing the sky. The vast courtyard of the Kong residence was peacefully serene. The Six Desires Celestial Maiden and Ruan Yu had both departed, gone to see those who visited during the day. On behalf of Zhang Fuxing, to marshal resources such as immortality herbs from the Hongnon Yang family, as well as some special materials and treasures. At this moment, one could hear distant conversations from the side room between Shui Luduo and the family elders, discussing the arrival of their ancestor from the Chui family. Chapter 595, 357, The Night Visitor. Chapter 595, Chapter 357, The Night Visitor, but Zhang Fuxing didn't care. The ancestor of the Chui family, a deity at the level of great power, once, even just a month or two ago, was a being he had to look up to, but to the present him, under full power, even without borrowing a supreme treasure, he could suppress or even kill it within 100 breaths. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath of cool air, frowning slightly. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of headache. It's these, but far more than just these. The scheming Kong Shuntong, the celestial venerate-level being that had appeared in Guanghan Palace from a different dimension, and most crucially, the impending changes in the netherworld. All of it is a chaotic mess, and he must face them one by one. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The first vein of Bo Palace belongs to Jies sect. One of the Federation's orthodoxies, the Pope is called Tian Lao, a figure at the level of great power, and during the day, when he was discerning the cause and effect, he saw very clearly. It was Tian Lao who brought Chen Yuk and Lin Dongxi into the capital. Zhang Fuxing stroked his chin. As for these 2 days, it's just right to visit that so-called Pope of Jies sect. He did not visit immediately, because Zhang Fuxing is still waiting for one person, as time continues to pass, until the third watch of the night. The door was quietly pushed open, and a young man had unknowingly started moving. Young Jian. Zhang Fuxing calmly looked at the visitor. As he spoke, he touched his slightly hot brow. There, in the acupoint at the center of his brow, was the celestial eye gifted by Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang did not have the bearing that the mythological, true monarch Erlang should have, just smiled and cupped his hands. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Yang Erlang laughed. Zhang Fuxing thought deeply, "What? Have you traveled through the history of time?" Yang Erlang's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Seeing his expression, Zhang Fuxing immediately understood. This guy might know some things about him, but not much. For example, he doesn't know that he can meet the Jade Emperor anytime. Thinking of this, Zhang Fuxing smiled playfully and stared at Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang's expression lost its smile. He didn't pursue how Zhang Fuxing knew those secrets. He gently exhaled and spoke in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing showed interest. Yang Erlang cupped his hands, speaking calmly. With those words, Yang Erlang reached out. A shining object emerged from his hand, a seal. Zhang Fuxing looked at it. The great seal exuded a dark aura, rich with death qi and yin qi, bearing the same origin as the human emperor's seal. He was shocked. Yang Erlang spoke calmly. Hands released, the imperial seal slowly floated towards Zhang Fuxing. He reached out to catch it, feeling the weight of this incredibly heavy, supreme treasure. Listening to Yang Erlang continue, Zhang Fuxing looked at him. Yang Erlang shrugged. Zhang Fuxing asked again, "I see." Zhang Fuxing exhaled, asked again. Yang Erlang was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Chapter 596, 358. Causality reversed by shifting time. Chapter 596. Chapter 358. Causality reversed by shifting time. Round eyes, filled with great confusion. Therefore, the one who released Sun Wukong from the Buddha's seal, Adame Mountain, and even secretly assisted, letting the monkey see the tragedy of the travelers to the west, cracking the 9 netherworld with 3 strikes, piercing the celestial court, and shattering Ling Mountain. Was it Taishang Laojun? Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned, realizing that previous Taishang Laojun had lied to him. He clearly said he didn't know who was guiding the mischievous monkey. But why did he lie? If it was Tai Ching leading this, then simply admitting it would suffice, especially since even Yang Erlang knew the truth, and it definitely had to be the action of the Tai Ching, celestial lord of Tao and virtue. The reason is very simple. Taishang Laojun explained very clearly that it wasn't until the calamity began that Tai Ching was severely injured, and the link with Taishang Laojun was severed, causing the loss of perfection, harmony, and became flawed. And before that, Taishang and Tai Ching were of one mind. Tai Ching was supreme, and Taishang was also supreme. It was only after the link was severed that Taishang Laojun became a top-tier Daoyuo. Multiple doubts swirled in Zhang Fuxing's mind. When he came to his senses, Yang Erlang had already left for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the spot where Yang Erlang disappeared. Suddenly, dust began to swirl there. He stepped forward, observing closely. As the dust rose, the void cracked, forming a temporary passage, and then the passage vanished, echoing the sound of Erlang's departing steps. This is very eerie, because Erlang had been gone for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, yet only then did the void reflect, revealing the scene of Yang Erlang, using divine techniques to leave. It's like a time-space distortion. Time-space distortion. Time-space. Zhang Fuxing suddenly lifted his head. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, as if he had vaguely grasped something. That's right. I fell into a misunderstanding. Zhang Fuxing paced back and forth, moonlight pouring in through the window, casting a long shadow on him. But he walked faster and faster, faster and faster, endlessly looping in the spacious, antique main chamber, finally coming to a stop before a screen. The screen had changed. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes, remembering the screen initially depicted flowers, birds, fish, and insects, and scenery of high mountains and flowing water. But at some unknown time, it had transformed into a coiling white dragon amid clouds and mist, with red eyes, commanding the wind and clouds. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. He squinted, opened the door, and called in the Chui family elder, who had been to this main chamber. Zhang Fuxing pointed to the screen and asked. The elder was somewhat stunned, having just finished a conversation with Chui Luduo and was about to rest, suddenly being called here. But he dared not show any displeasure, carefully scrutinizing the screen from top to bottom, hesitated for a long time, and then cautiously spoke. Pausing, the elder added. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. I didn't ask you to do a reading comprehension. You've been to this chamber, seen this screen? The elder, after all, was a celestial human, and in the 5 declines of celestial humans, the 5th decline was joylessness, and, similarly, they could attain the 5th aspect of celestial humans, the celestial eye technique. At this level, having a photographic memory was just the most basic of basics. The elder pondered for a moment, then hesitantly spoke. There don't seem to be any changes. After a pause, he cautiously asked. Zhang Fuxing replied wordlessly, gesturing with his hand. The elder left eagerly. After he left, Zhang Fuxing again immersed himself in deep thought. Which means, only I have not been affected by this insignificant, harmless alteration in time. He was certain that the change in the screen was Yang Erlang's doing, and he himself not being a Daluo, not possessing Daluo characteristics. This historical alteration wasn't due to the gate of the past. Logically, he shouldn't have memories prior to the change. Yang Erlang must have deliberately kept him unaffected. Changing the past, just for this screen, Zhang Fuxing began to smile, lowering his eyes, thinking indeed. Time. History. As a Daluo, transcending years. Zhang Fuxing's eyes sparkled with clarity. Zhang Fuxing sat on a redwood stool, his fingers gently tapping the small round table. Zhang Fuxing's eyes grew increasingly bright, his thoughts clearer. Chapter 597, 358_2. Chapter 597. Chapter 358_2. Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands and laughed. This is the effect preceding the cause. The effect gives birth to the cause. The cause sustains the effect. Then the question arises. Why did Taishang Laojun release the playful monkey? Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. He thought about the unique tacit understanding between himself and Laojun at the 8 Sceneries Palace. Zhang Fuxing did not inquire why Taishang Laojun was suppressed in the pagoda, nor did he ask who was suppressing him, nor did he question, given Laojun's realm, why he would still have a heart of compassion. Similarly, Laojun tacitly did not provide an explanation. Laojun suppressed by the Tai Ching, celestial lord of Tao and virtue. As for the reason, perhaps Tai Ching detected some signs or feared that Laojun might perish in the great calamity and he would be no longer attain perfection, and the reason a Daluo like Laojun could hold compassion in his heart. Perhaps after the severing of the connection, he regained a touch of humanity, or he felt sympathetic towards the mirror image. Zhang Fuxing stood up. Right single quotation mark, is it a component in the resistance against the Supreme? Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, walking again to the screen, observing the red-eyed, white dragon in the screen. Since Yang Erlang chose this painting as the new screen, it must not have been without purpose. Perhaps he is using it to convey a second message that's difficult to articulate. But the current Zhang Fuxing can't guess what it is, he can only keep it in mind, ponder for a moment, and he walked into the divine realm and slipped into the chaotic clock in the hidden aspect of the divine realm. He faced the Eastern Emperor's head. The broken head hung high, with its gaze falling down. Zhang Fuxing cupped his hands and smiled. Two matters. The first is that I wish to prove myself as a great divine power user, crafting my fundamental life treasure. The Eastern Emperor's head paused, shaking its head. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face as he shifted the conversation. Oh, Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The Eastern Emperor nodded slowly. He recalled. Zhang Fuxing thought about the prehistoric version of the story from his past life. Contemplating, the Eastern Emperor's head calmly stated, "And Di Jun suffered humiliation. As supreme beings, we were arranged and designed to battle those 12 little ones, and fought back and forth." Zhang Fuxing shook his head, taking a deep breath. The Eastern Emperor's head chuckled. Zhang Fuxing's eyes shone brightly. The Eastern Emperor's head smiled, seemingly very pleased that primordial celestial venerable suffered a great loss back then, and it still brings him joy. Zhang Fuxing was invigorated. He may not have much else, but he certainly has numerous Tao bodies and incarnations. Being Tai Ching Laozi himself, the world Tao body, Central Pole sect leader, fully Taoist venerate, the body of imperial authority. Chapter 598, 358. The Secret of the One and Only. Chapter 598. Chapter 358. The Secret of the One and Only. This alone makes 5 bodies. If plus the Celestial Emperor, celestial position that hasn't been unified, then there are 6 bodies. He quickly asked. Eastern Emperor head smiled and replied. Zhang Fuxing was momentarily stunned. Confused, he said, Eastern Emperor head smile carried a hint of profoundness. Zhang Fuxing was first stunned, then suddenly realized. With wide eyes, he said, "Fellow Taoist, Dongwang means." Eastern Emperor head replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fuxing was even more delighted. He laughed and said, after a pause, he clicked his tongue. Eastern Emperor head suggested, "Why rush to achieve perfection?" Zhang Fuxing cupped his hands, his expression becoming solemn. Eastern Emperor head laughed heartily, then spoke profound words. Immortal flowers fell, golden springs flowed, the harmonious sound echoed within the endless primordial chaos. Zhang Fuxing immersed himself, becoming gradually entranced. With each strand of Tao sound and profound words he heard, his understanding of the Tao and the marvelous Tao deepened and became more substantial. This method of reverse forging, after all, originated from some historical version of the 12 progenitor witches and Panga Taoist. Most of its profound mysteries were related to primordial celestial venerable, while another part of the mystery came from Eastern Emperor's own understanding, and still another part came from the 12 progenitor witches' insight. You must know, among the 12 progenitor witches, although most are not outstanding, there are 2 truly significant figures. One is Zhu Jiuyin, the god of Zhong Mountain, who occupies the 9 netherworld, belonging to the topmost level of Daluo, with 1 foot in the ranks of the Supreme Ones. According to Eastern Emperor, Zhu Jiuyin once took the role of the one who opened the heavens in a historical version. In that version of history, Zhu Jiuyin almost took the final step to become supreme, but unfortunately failed to achieve it. Not only did he lose the position of the one who opens the heavens, but also the position of the master of the 9 netherworld. Yet even so, Zhu Jiuyin remained incredibly strong. The other significant figure among the 12 progenitor witches is, of course, Huda, a truly supreme one. Eastern Emperor head sighed after delivering the profound sounds and marvelous technique. Zhang Fuxing absorbed the great mysteries and asked softly, "Oh." Eastern Emperor head laughed. To prevent Panga Taoist from being taken by me, and to avoid his own eternal downfall from the realm of perfection. After a moment, Eastern Emperor head lamented. Zhang Fuxing had a sudden realization and sighed inwardly. Indeed, the birth of each supreme is truly a matter of celestial timing, human cooperation, lacking neither. Truly the result of when fate has arrived. As with Emperor Hutu, Earth deity, had primordial celestial venerable not selected her to become Panga's descendant, Had Eastern Emperor not constructed the reverse forging method, had the three pristine ones chosen to support Zhu Jiuyin or the other progenitor witches, there would have been no later Emperor Hutu, Earth deity. And all of this is merely one of countless versions of history, one of countless games. In other words, countless historical changes in games have produced merely this handful of supremes. Zhang Fuxing suddenly had a flash of insight and asked. Eastern Emperor head smiled. Zhang Fuxing asked in astonishment. Eastern Emperor paused, seemingly in reminiscence, and lightly sighed. You should be quite familiar. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. Lost in thought for a while, he continued to ask, where is that primordial Taoist venerate of Fuli now? Eastern Emperor head clicked his tongue. Zhang Fuxing pricked up his ears, quietly listening to this great secret. Chapter 599, 358. Chapter 599. Chapter 358. The head of the Eastern Emperor continued. As they spoke, the head of the Eastern Emperor clicked their tongue. But how could the three pristine ones willingly be mere incarnations of Fuli? Zhang Fuxing was bewildered. The Eastern Emperor laughed and said, initially, the three pristine ones did not get along, engaging in fierce battles that nearly drove them to madness. Later on, the three Buddhas also competed with the three pristine ones. Zhang Fuxing realized, isn't this becoming a never-ending cycle? The head of the Eastern Emperor acknowledged. The head of the Eastern Emperor sneered. Upon hearing the term for the second time, Zhang Fuxing more or less understood its meaning. The literal implication: to fully integrate with the Tao, losing the self, truly ceasing to exist. He was lost in thought for a long time before asking the final question. The Eastern Emperor was stunned. Of course not. The calamity at the end of the old world has innumerable versions. Zhang Fuxing shook his head with a smile. Not answering, his gaze turning profound. He confirmed it. His suspicion was true. Could the great sage equal to heaven, Yang Erlang, and they all be considered kindred spirits? Yes. More accurately, they are people of the same path. Sun Monkey probably intends to break the shackles of the Supremes, while Taishang Laojun seemingly wishes to detach from Tai Ching. But as for Yang Erlang, the specific reason remains unclear. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, continued to converse with the Eastern Emperor for a while, asking about and after receiving answers one by one, he cupped his hands in farewell. Once Zhang Fuxing's figure disappeared from the great chaos, leaving the chaos bell. The head of the Eastern Emperor was suspended above the chaos, suddenly sighed deeply. They remarked with a complex meaning. The following days were rather uneventful. Ruan Yutu and the Six Desires Celestial Maiden, after meeting those visitors and several divine families, and stating their requirements, returned to the Kong family estate. According to the two, the resources of several divine families would be gradually sent to the celestial capital. The celestial capital regained its tranquility, with the 10 attention families and other families who came to the celestial capital preparing for the competition, while Zhang Fuxing stayed in the Kong family estate. Except for meeting visitors every day, he silently studied With a deeper understanding of the 12 reverse forging techniques, he gained greater clarity on the primordial path and the 9 netherworld path. The foundation of this technique bears the imprints of Zhu Jiuyin and the Emperor Hutu Earth deity, both of whom have successively been masters of the 9 netherworld. The 7th day, Zhang Fuxing exhaled, a smile blooming on his face. Major success. The Celestial Emperor, celestial position, already fused with himself, forged Thus, the foundation of the 12 reverse forging techniques was fully established. He calculated cause and effect, silently sensing for a moment, his eyes gleaming. At the latest, tomorrow, the Five-Finger Mountain will open, the Pope of the Pantheon will be freed, and his transaction with the Pantheon will be completely finished. By then, not only can he gain a great divine power user as a subordinate for 100 years, but the cultivation required to transcend to the realm of a great divine power user can also be fully assembled in one go. In other words, at the latest tomorrow, it will be the time when he attains the Bodhisattva and true monarch fruit position. Fully great true man will become true monarch Fulai. As his thoughts churned, Zhang Fuxing's ears slightly twitched, hearing Chui Luduo conversing with the clan elder by the lakeside of the estate. Why hasn't the ancestor arrived yet? It seems that something unexpected happened, and it's hard to know for certain. Paused, the clan elder smiled wryly. In that final transmission, the ancestor also mentioned discovering a remarkable territory, intending to explore a little. Chui Luduo frowned and asked. Zhang Fuxing listened casually to their conversation, initially not paying much attention. When he heard Two Realms Mountain, he was slightly surprised. Two Realms Mountain. If I remember correctly, in mythological stories, this refers to the, or perhaps the, Chapter 600, 358. Chapter 600. Chapter 358. In the story, the Sutra Taker encountered the hunter transformed by Yang Erlang within the Two Realms Mountain. How did the ancestor of the Chui family end up in Five Finger Mountain? Zhang Fuxing raised his eyebrows, not bothering to think much. It was unrelated to him, though it's highly likely that he would need to visit Five Finger Mountain tomorrow. And there's that person named Li Xian, with sword-like eyebrows and a starry-eyed gaze, dressed in a white robe. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, deep in thought, pondering about the peculiarity of Diloa Palace and the bizarre nature of the white-robed, sword-browed man and the black-robed, long-bearded man, alongside the mysterious Zhang family of 10 expectations, which remains an enigma. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, refraining from thinking further. Thinking wouldn't make it clearer. Things will naturally find their way. The truth of all matters will eventually become clear as water settles. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't fathom how the living and the remains of a person dead for at least 10,000 years could simultaneously coexist. Zhang Fuxing softly murmured, stood up. After today, when the great divine power user is confirmed, the netherworld will be opened, and at least I'll face the Northern Emperor once more. He pushed the door open, signaling for Ruan Yutu to follow, hesitated for a moment, then switched to the Six Desires Celestial Maiden, leaving Ruan Yutu to guard the Kong family courtyard to avoid unexpected visitors. Why bring the Six Desires Celestial Maiden? Their master now is Tian Lao, the head of the first lineage of Bo Palace, the owner of the Interception sect. Therefore, the Six Desires Celestial Maiden is precisely the master of the fourth lineage of Bo Palace, the owner of the Six Desires Demon sect. So, it is natural to bring her along. Zhang Fuxing casually donned a bamboo hat to avoid being chased by a swarm of visitors on the street, and quietly disappeared from the Kong family courtyard with the Serene Lady. On the east side of the floating island, or rather, the floating imperial city, the guardian bowed respectfully, pointing to the ancient courtyard built against a skyscraper ahead. Zhang Xiyu raised her brows, gazing at the ancient courtyard, frowning slightly. The guardian chuckled and spoke. His tone carried a hint of subtle arrogance. Zhang Xiyu gently nodded, her stunning beauty appearing even more icy in the spring chill, exuding an aura deterring strangers from approaching. She is the foremost prodigy of the Zhang family, naturally fully aware of their family's heritage and origins, far superior to the other 9 expectations among the 10 expectations. The guardian softly spoke up again, somewhat displeased. Zhang Xiyu calmly replied. The guardian snorted coldly. What about being a great power? His demeanor grew even prouder, emanating an air of disdain for everything. Zhang Xiyu, however, did not question, affirming with a nod. A smile appeared on her face, equally self-assured, from the great sage equal to Heaven Scripture to the Tai chapter and the Heaven Opening chapter. The Zhang family's heritage far surpasses the other 10 expectations. The duo walked towards the ancient courtyard. Drawing close, they heard several voices conversing inside. Zhu Xiaoming. You? 20? Amidst the jumbled laughter, Zhang Xiyu slightly raised her brows, glanced aside, and saw a deity clothed in golden armor hurry over. The person politely gestured towards the two. Zhang Xiyu nodded. The golden armor divine spirit smiled. While speaking, the golden armor divine spirit gently knocked on the door. Before the door could open, footsteps sounded from afar. The group turned to look. It was a young man wearing a bamboo hat and a serene-looking lady. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.